please, if I can have you, put your hands together. Please help me welcome my brother, Mr. Benjamin Owusu, as he joins me on stage.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, do it well, do it well, do it well. Let's do it well. Right, so Bobby didn't just put in prompts, didn't put in AI prompts. He used normal voice. So please, with a round of applause, let's give it up to Bobby.
Now, you see, I think after yesterday, they realized I'm not a tech-savvy guy. So they've gone to bring someone who is in the field. Now, he started giving me models and prompts and whatnot. But I'm fine. I'm sure I speak for some of the other people who are not like me. But he is the man to speak the language. He has walked the path, and what a right guy to do the job with me here today. How's it going, Benjamin?
It's good. A bit, I was wondering, are you referring to me? I normally do it for people. So I'm wondering why he's doing it for me. Right, very good morning to you all. What's happening? From the depth of my heart, I said good morning. Are there some Ghanaians in the house here? Let's do it the Ghanaian way. Good morning. Morning, morning. No, I've forgotten something. Morning, morning, morning. All right, so with the AI in place, and this being the second day of the Pan-African AI Summit, I think what we need to do now is, I'm here with Bobby, but I don't know who you are with. I don't know if you've already contacted the person sitting by you. I don't know. Which prompt did I use? The way you're looking at me as if I've missed the prompt. Which prompt did I use now? Right, today is going to be a wonderful day. We're going to move in. It's actually the last mile. So from those from the tech environment, those from the telcos, we're either using fiber optics or we are using microwaves. Which one are you using? Which one? Which one? You do fiber optics. I know those who are saying fiber optics.
The shark ate the cables. Yes.
All right, Bobby.
Anyway, so I'm feeling intimidated right now, asking AI and tech questions, but I'll go the street way. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to set the ball rolling, just like I mentioned. Please, at this moment, please do turn to your left and right. Make somebody feel at home. Please welcome your neighbor to the last day, because this might be the last day you see their face.
Let's do it. Let's do it well. Let's do it well. Oh. Let's do it well. How are you doing, sir?
But I thought, Benjamin, you were my neighbor.
No, this neighbor. It's with the AI model you are using.
Questions, but I'll go the street way. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That is how we set the ball rolling. We are here to set the ball rolling, just like I mentioned. The second day right here at the Palms by Eagle Hotel for day 2 and the final day of our Pan-African AI Summit. Now, at this moment, you are my neighbor. Indulge me as I ask you, or humbly beseech, that you please bring out your mobile phones.
It's with the AI model you are using.
I
think the prompt has.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That is how we set the ball rolling. This is one of the disadvantages of AI. It's not taking command again. It has gone AI Summit. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please resume your seat. Humbly, my neighbor, indulge me. We keep on shaking each other. I ask you, or humbly beseech, that you please bring out your mobile phones.
It's with the AI model you are using.
I think log on to Instagram for us. At this point, we want everybody to flood our Instagram with a follow and a like on all our postings there. So please do log on to Instagram and look out for PAAI It's not taking command again. PAAI Summit. Kindly give us a follow on PAAI Summit. If you found it, let me know if you found it. My neighbor, have you found it? See? Now, if you found it, you know that you are not a follower of that account. So please hit that follow button, and then just when your picture is uploaded there, you can see, and then you take it up and do everything from there. But interestingly, let me tell you, Ben. So yesterday, I think I wouldn't say you missed. Your prompt didn't go the right way because it gave you the wrong date and time to be here. But I'll just briefly let you know what you missed out on yesterday, because yesterday was very, personally, I left here knowing what MFA is and what LLM is. Those are the only two things I learned.
You know something? You know, when you mention LLM, for those of us who are not in the law school, when you hear LLM, you start looking at Mokola, you start looking at the... Yeah, but we have our own LLM as well.
And I told them the same thing yesterday. I thought for a second we were going to law school, but My qualification doesn't take me there. Anyway, but just the right man to help us with a brief of what we did yesterday and also let us know what we are about to do today. Please, with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome once again for day 2, Mr. Carlos and Felix Donko. Please put your hands together for the organizers of the AI Summit as they make their way here to duly welcome us and tell us what we are here to expect today.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Felix.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please be a bit enthusiastic for me. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for coming again. It's just been a pleasure seeing everybody trying to assimilate whatever has been going on, whatever was said yesterday. Right after the event, a lot of people came up and said, look, we've learned a lot. We are coming back tomorrow. We hope this thing continues. And so we are really, really grateful. First and foremost, I want to say a big thank you to all our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do any of this. So a big, big, big clap offering to them. A big one. Yeah, we really, really appreciate you. And we hope that next year or anytime we call upon you again, you'll be more than happy to support us. And then our speakers. It was amazing. I did get a lot of feedback from the YouTube link that we shared. If you don't have it, please pick it up and then share it across to your colleagues or whoever may want to join. We did get a lot of feedback. The conversations, the panels were all amazing. So please, a big thank you to all of you who participated, the moderators, everybody. We are really, really grateful. And then finally, I want to say a big thank you to you yourselves for making the time to come here. Give yourselves a big clap of ring. Without you, we would have been speaking to the chairs, which is not really ideal. So really, really big thank you to you. And to all the team, every one of you who has been able at the back end, doing whatever you needed to do to make sure that this thing worked well. We want to say a big thank you. Look forward to today. Today is going to be an amazing time. Make the connections. That is why we are here. We are not just about here to learn. We want to collaborate. We want to be able to network. We want to seize the opportunities that will come up later on. So please, seize the opportunity. Don't leave here without taking any contacts. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow. That's my motto. People are the most important assets in the world. It doesn't matter where you meet them. Just be nice. Just introduce yourselves, and they'll be happy to share anything that they want to do with you as well. So thank you once again. I'm not going to take too much of your time. I'll hand over to Felix.
You said it all. Good morning. Thank you. Please bear with us because of the rain. In Ghana, when it rains, people take their time. So they come in. The room is going to be full. We just entering the very, very higher altitude. Those of you who came on a plane. So bear with us and we get in there. Just want you to tell me the Malcolm X quote I quoted during the opening remarks. If someone can tell us, then we use that as our sort of our motivation today. Can anyone remember that? Thank you, sir.
The future belongs to those who prepare today. Was that
excellent? Give it up for Carlos, and we hand it over back to the MCs. Thank you.
And we didn't prepare. He didn't notify me.
No, so just before you go, Felix, please come back. Please come back. And I mean, I knew the answer to that is because Carlos had the microphone. That's why I had him go. Anyway, so yesterday we learned a great deal. You would agree with me, we learned a great deal. But what is everybody in this room to expect? And you caught me on my bluff. I told them that it was ChatGPT. Now you're telling them about rain. So how does that make me look? It's not making me look good. Anyway, I'm messing with you. So tell us, what are we to expect today for our day 2 and our final day of the summit?
Absolutely. When I said we entering the higher altitude, yesterday you may have seen lots of presentations on ethics, regulations. Today we're going to look at the practical steps of what really means for us to say, what can we get out of AI? What are the building sort of foundations? What is it that we can do to make it work practically for us? And or someone who is not within these 4 walls, how can they understand what we've discussed there and also tap into it? We're going to look at capacity building. We're going to look at youth empowerment. We talked about this country and the African continent having the most youthful population. How can that be used to our advantage? We're going to look at that. And so this is why I'm saying we're entering the altitude and bring it back home scrap the theory, make it practical, and make it work for you and I and someone who is not in this room. That's what I mean by we entering the altitude.
Fantastic. So if I hear you, yesterday we did theory, today we are coming to all the practicalities of everything we heard. That's right. Now I'll ask you, because, and I agree with you when you say your net worth is your network. So who are some of the speakers we are going to have up here on stage today? Who are we hearing from, and how are we even going to get to speak to them during the lunch break or the tea breaks?
Okay, so you have to bear with me. I don't have the names. But you are definitely going to be rewarded with seasoned speakers. We really took our time to really approach people who have got who are smart more than us to really deliver what you guys need to know. There's a lot of things going on within AI. A lot of the time people think AI is just ChatGPT, Copilot, and all that. There's so much that you can do with artificial intelligence to make your life easier. So today, it's, as Felix was saying, it's going to be more practical. We have a session, for example, at after lunch, where it's when AI goes wrong. A lot of the time, we think that AI can solve every problem. Not always. There are times that you have to look at it and say, look, this is not really working. Let me look for another alternative. So today, please expect the best. It's going to be really amazing. So just watch out and be in the room. It's going to be really good.
Fantastic. We are going to learn about the upside and, more importantly, the downside of AI. But I mean, for the speakers, I know that the Jollof man will be coming up here again. The man who is on and going on and on about Ghana.
We've got Ivy, we've got Dan, we've got Leopold, we've got Estelle coming up as well.
Ayo is coming back up.
Yeah.
Ayo is coming back up, yes?
Who?
Hey, my good friend is coming back up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause one more time for the organizers, Carlos and Felix Donko. And that is how we roll out the curtain for today. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment I have the singular honor, but along the line it will be more than singular because I have a plural honor because my brother Ben is in the house. Now we're going to go ahead and start off with a panel discussion. The panel will be speaking on AI capacity building, that is advancing AI-enabled capabilities across public and private sectors. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Ethel Kofi, CEO and Director of Ideal Technology Consulting Ghana. Please, a round of applause for Ms. Ethel Kofi as she makes her way here. Sitting on the panel will be Mrs. Ivy Apia Owusu, CEO of Cyrus Oil Services Limited Ghana. Please, you can keep it going for Mrs. Ivy. And with the same clap, let us welcome. Please take that seat for me. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Let us keep it going for Mr. Dan Collins, Senior Director and Head of Agentic Systems, EMEA at Invisible Technologies. Dr. Reginald Ankra, PhD, will come up here again for the second time today. Oh, he's already in the house. Please, let us keep it going for Data and AI Consulting Manager of Essential UK. Mr. Gregory Fernandez is the CEO of HR Plus Trinidad and Tobago, all the way from Trinidad. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome Mr. Gregory. And finally, we have Mr. Leopold Ama, Chief Information Officer of Prudential Bank Ghana. A round of applause for him. Mr. Leopold, don't be shy. I always leave the best for last. I'm going to get your chair for you. So now, dear panel, dear moderator, you have about 30 minutes for your conversation. And right when you are done with that, we will give some 10 minutes for our audience to ask questions.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here with us this morning. We have an excellent panel of diverse and excellent panel of people to speak on the topic of building AI capacity in public sector and private sector, literacy, trust, and relevance. We've got a very interesting discussion here with people who really know about these things. I know there's been some introduction, but what I'll do is I'll introduce myself and then I'll ask a question. And in the first question, you also have the opportunity to then share a little more about the space you're in. So my name is Ethel Kofi. I run Adele, not Ethel, Ethel. I run Adele Technology Consulting. That's my day job. I do a number of things. I sit on the board of GIFEC, which is the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, that looks at bridging the gap from a government perspective. I was also part of the team that recruited the team to build Ghana's first AI curriculum for technical and vocational institutions. So I'm in the space, and I think it's very exciting time to be thinking about AI or looking at AI in Ghana. So I'm going to start with the first question is really around the gap, right? So what are the most critical gaps you've observed in AI literacy among public servants? Even if you're in private sector, you've engaged with public sector. So you know what the problems are. How can we design upskilling programs that go beyond just technical training to include ethical and contextual understanding? Is it okay if I start with you, Ivy? Right.
Thank you, Ethel, and good morning, everyone. Just a brief introduction. I'm Ivy Apio-Owusu, CEO of Cyrus Oil Services Company. It's a downstream oil and gas company, so we import petroleum products and then we sell it in bulk to the retail companies. So basically, in my interactions in the energy sector, I deal with a lot of regulators, and AI seems to be a big thing now. And I always ask myself, do we even know what we're talking about when we talk about AI? I think one of the gaps really is the understanding of what AI is and the practicality of it. Most people, when you mention AI, it's ChatGPT, etc. But for the business that we're in the energy field, you can use AI for predictive maintenance, demand forecasting, etc. But the basic understanding is not even there. And so the education, I think, it's very important, and it needs to be practical. Education using practical case studies, practical scenarios, and looking at places where it's been done before and the benefits. I think that will go a long way, for the public sector and even the private sector to understand the import of AI and how it will actually benefit our businesses and the nation in general. Thank you.
So practical scenarios. That's really good. Thank you very much. Dan, do you want to take it from there?
Absolutely, thank you. So, good morning, Dan Collins. I'm a head of Agentic Systems. What are Agentic Systems? AI agents. When you put more than one agent together, it becomes an agentic system. What is an agent? Now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole for a second. An agent is a virtual worker that is a orchestrated system outcome to perform a outcome, task, or goal. So anybody in a job today that it does a very repetitive, repeatable, with very little variables and deviations on the role, we can create AI agent, which is a virtual worker that can achieve that outcome or goal. So you create it, you give it a role and a goal, you tell it what you want it to achieve, you don't tell it how to achieve it, you give it the autonomy, and that's the kind of agentic nature of it to go off and achieve that outcome. So I build lots of those in large workflows. So you have an agent, a team, a squad, a group, and then a flow, and that's how different departments can work together. So that's Agentic AI. If anyone wants to talk about data, I won't bore everybody with it now. But if anyone wants to talk about data, please give me a shout and I'm happy to explain it. My thing for the public, so I work across both private and public sectors. For the public sector specifically, it's never just tech, right? You can have the best, most cutting edge technology, AI, the best, sexiest, flashiest PowerPoint sales pitch, but unless you explain to people what the tech means for them, how it's going to impact them and their jobs, this is very important. I've just finished a study with the UK government, and a lot of the 300,000 civil servants that work in the UK government are like very nervous about AI because they think it's going to come and replace them and take their jobs. So education and educating your employees, both in the private and public sectors, as to how they can leverage AI to enable and accelerate and increase their impact and their outputs with AI, working in collaboration. It's not just coming to take their jobs. And I found that a large portion of the UK government employees that are very well paid with great pensions are very concerned that they're going to be put out of jobs by AI. So there was some unintentional or subconscious passive-aggressive sabotage. And they were like, we don't want to adopt AI because it's going to replace us. Once we educated them, it could make them better. It could take the tasks that they get bored with and don't want to do every day, free up more time and capacity for them to work on the R&D and the things that really interest them in their job, role, or goal. I think that was quite a big unlock for me that I noticed.
So education relevance, and also deal with the fact that people are afraid of the job losses that might come from AI. Thank you very much. Dr. Reginald Ankara.
Thank you. So Reginald Ankara, I have been within the tech space. I'm a data and AI consultant, so I've been in AI for well over a decade. I have helped organizations define AI strategy, identify use cases, and actually build proof of concepts where they've actually scaled. So I've spanned, the work I've done has spanned over industries like health and health service, oil and gas, energy service, Sky UK, so you might be familiar with it. Currently working on a Hinkley Point C project, which is where the UK is building a nuclear power plant to provide clean energy for the UK for the next 60 years. It's about a £40 billion project, really exciting project, so you can look up on it. In terms of addressing this issue, I'll tackle it from two angles. First, the people who are building the AI solutions in Ghana. And secondly, the people who are going to adopt it. Now, I've been doing a lot of capacity building, training public institutions and private institutions here in Ghana. And what I realize is when it comes to the developers, it's the implementation, right? Providing the conducive atmosphere to help them trial. Yesterday, someone did mention that 80% of AI projects usually fail. But how do you ensure that you can learn from that failure and become successful? It's by trial and error. So how do we then provide a sandbox, a safe space, where we can identify specific use cases, provide the tools? You don't need to provide so much, because I know sometimes you talk about cloud platform, you talk about provisioning to enable AI development. Identify a small use case. You don't need so much money to actually prove that solution. Fail, learn from it, and then scale. So from a capacity building, from a gap, I would say it's implementation and actually providing the youth or the developers with the right platform. When it comes to the users, how do we get users to adopt AI without feeling the anxiety or the scare, the fear that comes with it? When mobile phone came, it was very similar. People who did not understand it would barely touch it. Now almost everyone, even in the villages, use mobile phones. It's giving the thing, making it practical, giving it to them and letting them have a feel of it. So if we build an AI solution for the people, let's build a solution or a use case and put it out there. Let them come and interact with it. You would realize how people quickly adopt a solution when they realize the benefit that it offers to them after they've actually engaged with the solution itself. In my career, a lot of the work I've done is building solutions with the people. So you design and co-create with them. And as part of that, they already have an idea of what the solution is going to provide for them. And through the process, you go through an iterative process, which is an agile process, where you get them to also trial the solution. In the end, they are already bought into the solution. There is no fear. There's no anxiety. So for me, one, practicality of actually building the solution and providing the platform. And then secondly, getting the users to be part of the co-creation process and already having a feel of that so that they can be more in tune and comfortable with the solution before it actually released. Thank you.
I think we have a recurring theme here, right? So the practicality, dealing with anxiety. I love the additional bit of co-creating with users so they are comfortable with it. Thank you very much. Gregory.
Hi, morning, Dana. Morning to the panel. I've come to represent essentially the diaspora. Right, a couple of months ago, I was at the Afro-Exim Bank conference in Grenada, where the Caribbean was discussed as the sixth segment of Africa, the diaspora, part of the diaspora. So I'm actually here after attending that initiative. The whole issue of coming to Africa became more front and foremost for me. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today participating in this AI conference in Ghana. Right, so I am the founder and CEO of a human resource software company called HR Plus. And a couple years ago, I sort of figured out where this AI thing was headed. Right, essentially from my aspect of it in terms of the software. And I know the history. You had the character-based systems, then the graphical user interface, then the internet, and then AI. And in each instance, if you rewrote for the development in technology, you would get the best out of it. So we have rebuilt our software to be more agentic than anything else. So we actually started with the security, and then put the foundational models on top of that, using the best model for different parts of it, because you get better results depending on what it is. Now, I have the experience of the fear, because my staff, right, when I decided to build this thing, they were fearful that they would lose their jobs. Right? So the whole question of education and so on was front and foremost for me, because the solution I had envisaged would actually do a lot of what a core set of my staff was doing. So the agents we have in the HR Plus environment now can do project management, they can do implementation, they can do training, they can do help desk. They can do advisory and other things, right? And obviously, type of company that HR Plus is, that we build the software and then we implement it. Some of the staff feel threatened because some of them do project management, implementation, training. And what I had to point out to them was that none of them were going to lose their job. What was going to happen was that some of the jobs would be redefined because some of the functions that they do, the AI agents will do quite a bit of it. But at the end of the day, I saw it more as a productivity enhancement. So previously, and one of the reasons I actually can be here, is we have a more enterprise class type of software. So even though I have currently 80 employees, we could only do a few projects a year because they were large projects. And because my staff had to do all the drudge work, and to onboard one of them to do that type of work would take months, even years, because it's a very big system with over 20 modules. Right? So the AI now is actually going to be doing a lot of that drudge work. And the thing with the AI is that you can get consistent performance, because once it's trained in a particular way, it acts in that way. So I was able to I had to meet with them individually at that time, group. I had to meet with the project managers and go through how how their function is going to change, right? I had to do the same thing for the implementation staff, the training staff, and so on. So it does pose that issue of whether someone is going to lose their job or not, depending on what AI you're implementing and how you're implementing it. But I was able to convince them that that was not the intention. The intention is now that we have these virtual employees, the AI agents, and they can scale to thousands. So what I explained to the project managers, where you were probably doing 6 projects a year, you will now be probably doing 40, because you will be doing 20% of what you were doing before. Still doing project management, but the AI is managing part of that process, and therefore the amount of work you have to do with a client has been reduced, because the AI is multimodal. It can speak, it can see your screen, it can instruct the client having challenges and so on, right? So I've shown them that what it is that I'm actually making them more productive. I'm also facilitating a scenario where we can expand the company and go into more countries and so on. Huh? Oh, you all are not hearing me? Sorry. Right, yeah, so yes, I was explaining to them that actually this is actually going to benefit them, right? That we can now scale and go into many more countries and so on, because now we have all these virtual employees assisting you. So even though you have 40 projects, you actually have many more. So you basically become like a small business within the business, because I've given them an incentive. The more clients you can onboard over the course of the year, you get a commission for each a client that you onboard. So I have turned it around in a way that the employees can see Israeli productivity enhancement, and it would redound to their benefit, right? So I was able to do that in my context, right? I've also been speaking to the government of Trinidad and Tobago about the public sector, and one of the things is that over the past 10 to 20 years, probably over 20 years, they had implemented one of the big enterprise HRMS systems in the public service. They spent about $150 million US. And, they were complaining to me that really and truly the most they have taken advantage of is the payroll, because we will have to get paid, and some elements of what it really offers. And I have recognized that part of the challenge is that the public service in Trinidad is about 110,000 persons, right? It's a small country. It's about 110,000. But what happens was that, when they were implementing and they moved on from one department to the next, one ministry to the next, and members of the staff had challenges, using the software. The problem is that they couldn't get this type of support as quickly as they would have liked.
Right.
And it led to frustration and other things like that, even though they had a big team. So I was explaining to them that the AI should actually help the public service and the public servants, because the AI agents that are going to be there will be there with them 24/7, 365.
Right.
So when they have a particular issue, they don't have to wait to get out to the help desk and wait for a response coming in 48 hours. Yeah, they can actually get an immediate response because the AI can perform that function.
All right.
Right?
Well, what we'll do, Gregory, because I have a question for you that delves into the Caribbean efforts.
Right.
And so I'll move on quickly to Leopold, and then when the next round of questions, I'd like to hear a little bit more on what we are doing in this space. So Leopold, please take it from there. Yeah.
Itel, eh?
Yes.
Itel.
Yeah.
Okay. So good morning to co-panelists and good morning to everyone. I hope you can hear me. Okay. Very interesting topic. And I would prefer to shift a little because the focus was on public sector. And I believe the gaps are related to all of us. We are all struggling to figure out what this all AI thing is about. I happen to have interacted with about 2 CEOs last year who have participated almost in all the major AI conferences across the globe. And one asked me a very simple question. Said, at the end of the day, it sounds very interesting. You get excited. But when you get back to your desk, You don't know how, where, and when to start. I believe that is the biggest gap all of us have. And I have broadened the gaps into 4 areas. One has to do with the fact that we are still struggling to understand the concept of AI. And we are still struggling to move away from, when we're growing up, what we perceive AI to be as robots, to today, where it should be a data-driven solution system. That is one. Number 2 has to do with the ethical awareness. That has to do with the biases, the privacy issues. And then number 3 has to do with the conceptual application. Can it solve all our problems? That is also a major gap. And then the final one is the fear. The fear that is going to replace human. So others prefer not to hear about it. They shut the door and let it pass. I believe these are the 4 major gaps. How to address it is in our hands as professionals. We need to first of all demystify what AI is about and practicalize it to the ordinary person on the street. I believe we should move away from all the LLMs and all the big jargon that we hear at conferences and touch on the basic things about what is important about data and how it can impact on our day-to-day lives. That is what we need to do. And beyond that, we'll continue talking about the big things and we'll make the necessary. I am Leopoldama. I champion digital transformation within the financial sector. I am privileged to have worked the 3 broad paths when it comes to transformation. One as a fully fledged technical officer who understands the technology. The second one has to do with driving the engine, which has to do with operations and effecting change within an organization. And then the third one has to do with aligning business to the needs of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We should stop using too many big jargons. I agree with you. We've got somebody showed me a sign of the time. So we're going to have to rush through the second round. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask one question, pose it to 2 people, then I'm going to ask Ivy a question, and Gregory is going to come back with the Caribbean, and then Leopold, you're going to close us off. So that's the order of the final, and then we can, I don't know if we're then allowed to get questions from the audience. But the question to Daniel and Dr. Reginald is, what regulatory models strike the right balance between innovation and accountability in public sector? I'd like to hear what you're thinking around that. Do you want to start?
So accountability, so AI comes down to trust, right? So you need to be able to explain it. It needs to be auditable for your regulators. So if you're into financial services, regulations heavier, public service, and then it's a sliding scale, less regulated as you move further away from kind of the center of finance. But it needs to be auditable. It needs to be accountable. There needs to be somebody accountable for it and its outputs, and there needs to be the controls in place. It is very sector by sector and geography by geography, but striking the right balance of the risk appetite. A bank's risk appetite is going to be a lot lower than, say, someone in a field that's much less regulated around what they're looking at. So I think that there is not one size fits all in regulation, and innovation is based on the risk appetite of the sector you're in and the level of regulation you're under. Healthcare and financial services are the 2 that come to mind that are very heavily regulated, so they have to go on their own risk appetite, whereas a mum and pop store that are just building something can adopt AI across the board. Even in the HI example there from Trinidad, there's the data and the sensitive PII data, which is the personally identified information. That stuff needs to be strictly controlled, but then there's going to be sets of data that are much less critical, they're non-identifiable data, it's more generic, publicly available data, that's going to be much less regulated. So it is very much a case by case, but striking that balance based on the risk appetite is a conversation you should have. And in your own organizations, your CISO or CISO equivalent should be the one to define the risk appetite, or even to start the conversation to then debate it. If it's too strict, you're not going to get the full benefits of AI, and you're not going to hit your KPIs or your OKIs to realize the impact to then get the green light to go on and scale an initiative with an organization. But if it's too loose and then there's a breach of trust or data, you're also going to lose credibility in the same way. So it's finding that balance based on where you are at in your organization, in your sector, in your geography.
Thank you. So, very well said, Gregory. Just to add to what he said, yes, it's industry specific. But the whole, as he said, the whole element of building using AI comes down to trust. How do we practically ensure trust in our AI solutions, right? And that is where we have to build in explainability into the solution. We need to be able to understand what is going under the hood when AI is making a decision. And so, yes, depending on what industry, the regulation might be high, and what explainability you may need to provide for your AI model will be speculated by the regulation. However, the underlying principle is that every AI model needs to clearly specify how decisions are made. Today, later on, we'll be having a masterclass where we'll go through how you actually embed explainability into your AI models so that you can see what features are actually influencing the final decision. And that is where you can stem out biases and unfairness, because you see what features are pretty much making your model biased, or it's unfavorable to a specific group. Now, when we talk about other elements where we think about building code or building compliance into how we build, there will be another session in our masterclass where we show you how you actually build, we call it policy as code or compliance by design, where you actually build elements into your development process to highlight specific areas, such as showing sensitive data, PPI data, and making sure that you mask them so that it's not, Ghana card numbers, people, personal details are not shown. And then also checking fairness and checking your model to be able to, stem out some of these biases and unfairness. And when we do this and we openly show people, this is the decision that was made by your AI, and these are the reasons why your AI made a decision, and these are the steps that you can take in order to be able to, offset that decision or improve upon that, then it will build trust overall. Thank you.
All right. So I love the fact that explainability is important if you're going to build public trust. They are winking at me, but I'm pretending that I haven't seen it. So Ivy, I'd love you to sort of delve a little bit in the energy sector, and then we will close off. I'm looking this way. Sorry. Oh, okay.
All right, thank you, Ethel. Yes, on. All right. So I'm pretending I haven't seen him as well.
There we go.
All right. So in the energy sector, I think what we can do is educate people to understand what the AI systems really are, how AI systems work, and the benefit thereof. Basically, AI systems are supposed to be an add-on to help us create efficiency. And so the decisions that the system will then take are decisions that shouldn't sideline humans, so to speak. And so I think it's important that companies and even governments are very transparent, and there's clear communication strategies in terms of how AI systems work, how the data is collected, how the data is stored, and how the data is used, as well as the decision-making process and the decisions that we expect out of that. I think the other thing I would add quickly is there has to be a system or a process of continuous consultations and feedback mechanisms, because that way, the people providing the data, the people benefiting from the output of the AI systems also feel involved, because then they know that the decisions that are being taken, their input has also gone in there. So I think feedback mechanisms and continuous consultations is very important to the end users. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivy. Unfortunately, we'll have to cut the conversation short, but I think, just as a little summary, I think a lot of the conversations have been where we've talked about public sector. There's been a real call to deal with the anxiety of people losing their jobs and deal with it head on when we are planning AI projects. I like that the conversation also around the co-creation and bringing people along as we build AI systems for public sector. And also the conversations about demystifying, right? Not making things too, as Ghanaians say, hudious, so that people are, confused and about things. I think that is also part of that. And also, in terms of transparency, where your internal auditors, explainability, that explainability of why the AI is doing the things that it needs to be part of, as we are thinking, whether it's private or public sector, as we are thinking about imbibing AI, as the minister said, we are far advanced in terms of getting an AI policy in place. There is momentum around AI in Ghana. We do have to think about it carefully. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to us, even though they sacked us very early.
Anyway, don't leave just yet. I'll just allow about one or two. And I like the part that we all agree that AI has its downsides too. And they playing a blind eye to me being here is the downside of what AI can do. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just take two questions, very quick, just two questions. All right.
I think the questions then Leopold and Gregory will
handle them. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Thomas Kanga, and my startup is Health Tech for Africa, building an AI diagnostic medical imaging platform. Now, the question is, with our public sector, some of them have started embracing foreign-based companies in integrating AI solutions. What happens to the local talent? We are talking about 1 million coders, local capacity. Now, the moment these foreign companies integrate their solutions, it becomes permanent. And in one way or the other, it will affect the local talent capacity building. It will also hinder the local startups. So I appeal that we should embrace our own, support the local startup, skill, and have this kind of local-based solutions. As the AI is going to lead to, foreign colonization, whereby we are here, our data, our solutions are being brought outside. And I don't know when the second independence will come with that. Thank you.
So that was more like a suggestion. Please, that's a good one. Sorry, I'll take the final question but on the next set, I'll make my way to you. So I'm balancing the playing field. One lady, one gentleman.
All right, thank you. I'm Valerie Notako from Climate and Development Knowledge Network. And I really appreciated Dr. Ankra's take on user testing and then the co-creation process. Basically, my understanding, I think from IEA, Dr. Faye Barrow talks about the value of AI with the changing seasons, but also there's actually the problem of excessive energy use, and when it comes to emissions and all of that. And my question is that how are you as a consultant basically navigating the requirements from regulators when it comes to mainstreaming ESG and sustainability principles with AI advancement? Because for me, part of our work involves capacity building with AI use for climate action, basically AI for good on the ethics side. But I really want to understand how you are practically working on mainstreaming the sustainability principles, the ESG and then the climate action principles when it comes to your advising your clients, especially on the use of AI advancements. Thank you.
So I think Mr. Leopold it's directed to Reginald.
All right. That's a very loaded question. And I am glad that we have people like yourself who are looking at also how AI impacts us from a responsibility, social responsibility endpoint, right? What I understand is, for example, when you're building large AI models, right, you're running them especially on cloud platforms because they are more scalable, they are manageable, they are serverless. And what I know is that a lot of these major cloud players, GCP, AWS, Azure, they are all looking at sustainability in the long term. So a lot of them are switching to green energy. Now, as an AI person, personally, if I'm building or developing or helping an organization build, one of the core tenets that we look at is how we adopt solutions that are sustainably favorable to the environment. So you'd want to look at, so if you were going for a cloud provider to host your platform, you would want to look at elements like what are their, ESG, what are their responsibility, sustainability responsibilities. Because it's up to you and me to ensure that we're also being good drivers of the sustainability, drive across Africa, Ghana, and as a whole. And I don't think it's something we've really talked about in Ghana. Because, on the street side, you still see people burning heaps of rubbish. So it's not something that's really settled in. But it's up to you and me, because you know it, I know it, we're sensitizing people about it, to really start demanding from a corporate level when you're adopting such solutions to build your AI model, and asking them, to give you that footprint that shows that they are looking at the environment overall. Right.
Can we have Leopold also attempt the question on the because I think one of our corporates, I know public sector does it, but the banking sector also does quite a bit of foreign import. So it might be good to get your thoughts on working with local partners.
Let me address it in two ways. One has to do with the solution, and the other has to do with data. We are in the global world. I don't have enough information about what he's talking about. But assuming there is a superior solution out there, and because of urgency, the organization decide to pick a foreign solution, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Even though, as much as possible, we need to encourage local development. We should always strike the balance. It should not be always local development. It depends on the need at hand and what must be done. But most importantly, which is the second part, has to do with the data. The data must be localized so that you get the expected output. Assuming the data is foreign, it won't relate to the consumer's relatives. And that is where I believe the gap is. Other than that, we are in the global world. There are various solutions available. You can pick off the shelf, customize it, but the data must drive it, because that will drive your model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leopold. And just before you go, I would say a very big thank you to this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Leopold, my good friend Greg, Dr. Reginald, Dan Collins, and the woman in the oil and gas business. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mrs. Ivy. And how can I forget my good friend, Miss Ethel? I got it right this time. So please do take a group picture together. And while they do that, humbly, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you are seated behind, let's try and move forward and occupy the front seat. So please move forward and occupy the front seat so that those who come later can feel it from behind. So please, if you are seated behind, humbly, I'll employ that you move forward and occupy the front seat. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, a round of applause for the panel. Now we are going ahead to have a fireside chat. But just before I introduce the two individuals for the chat, let me say a very big thank you to our partners and sponsors, to Fidelity Bank, 2 pounds by Eagle, Aya Data, Deloitte, Ladder, I see Forms, Capital, HR Plus, Caribbean, Recruit Caribbean, Prime or Dial, I beg your pardon, Regnant, Joy FM, and Joy News, and amongst the other tall list of sponsors we have, say a very big thank you to you, and I'll bring you the other list of the sponsors a little bit later on. But now to the next agenda, which is the Fireside Chat, speaking on AI in telecom or telecommunication. We have them talking about reimagining connectivity with an industry leader, and how best can they say it than to have the people from the red side hold this conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, the interviewer for this Fireside Chat is in the person of Miss Yaira Ofori, the marketing lead at Genius Mark. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Miss Yaira Ofori. And she is going to be interviewing a man who is the CTO of Telecom Ghana. Please a round of applause for Mr. Ebenezer Sebu. So you can sit right next to him, that's fine. I'm your accurate timekeeper, just like growing up when you go to any debate club. I'm the accurate timekeeper. At any point, I'll be coming around to let you know that your time is up. And you have 15 minutes to hold this conversation. We are not going to take any questions for this session, so please do justice and answer any question you think they might ask. And your time starts now.
Hello. Great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. So I remember when I saw the AI Summit event, my initial thought was, what better time to have a conversation about AI than this time? And I remember when Felix was speaking during his presentation yesterday, he mentioned how this is not just a summit, but a movement. And his team has called it GloCal, building a global AI ecosystem, which is going to serve as a launch pad for African youth, and there's no lie in it. I've been listening to the conversations, and I realized that yesterday we had a lot of conversations across industries about AI, and today for this Fireside Chat, we'll be delving into telecommunication. We are going to be talking about its innovation, its efficiency, and even importantly, user experience and its future. And I believe that there's no better partner to do this, as the MC said, than one of Africa's leading telcos in Ghana, that's Telecom. And to my wonderful guest, goes by the name Mr. Ebenezer Sebu. He is the CTO of Telecom. Please let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. Yes. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I want us to be able to get all the conversations out there, wrap up before the MC comes to push us off the stage. So, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm well.
How's your morning been?
It's been great. It's been great. Looking forward to this.
Nice. Thank you for being here. So, I'll allow you to do a short introduction of yourself, and then we get into the questions.
So I'm Ebenezer Sebu. I'm the CTO Technology Director of Telecom.
That was brief. Let's appreciate him. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Sebu, I'll start with this. We know that when it comes to telecoms, it's referred to as Africa's digital rail network. And my question for you is, how can you say AI is shaping that network when we talk about it being faster, being smoother, being efficient? And for you, Telecom, you stand for connecting energies. So how does it tie into the mission, your mission, to connect Africa digitally with AI?
Very interesting question. At Telecom, we are really passionate about connecting customers and communities. And the purpose of that connection is more or less to empower them to participate in the global digital economy. AI is a powerful tool. You know, as someone said, in the 1960s, man still went to the moon. 60 years down the line, man is still going into space, you know. And what advances in technology has done is that it's trying to democratize space access. So people who are not astronauts can even go into space. That is also what we are trying to do. So we are leveraging on AI to do so many more things now. One of the benefits of modern society is that technology rides on the shoulders of other technology to drive innovation. So in telecoms, we ourselves, we are used to pioneering lots of technology advancements. You are already familiar with 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and the industry is even gravitating towards 6G. So partnering with AI enables us to do so many more things for the customer, for ourselves, and then for the industry, and for society as a whole, and to more or less achieve our end purpose of connecting customers and communities to the digital society. Thank you.
Just appreciate him. Thank you very much for that input. And you were talking about society and how it's been progressive and it has advanced. And when it comes to talking about any successful venture, we can't exclude collaborations. We can't exclude partnerships. And in this conversation about AI, if you're talking about advancement in social and economic development, we need to talk about the private and public partnerships. So how would you say AI, or what role can AI play in that? Because that's a conversation you just started. How can AI play, or what role can AI play in that to ensure that we have that advancement socially and economically?
All right, so in one program, there was a talk of AI for network and network for AI. So you have a symbiotic relationship between AI and other technologies as well. You may have a lot of AI ideas, but it runs under the basic tenets of foundation of connectivity. Whether it's mobile connectivity, broadband access, so much is dependent on connectivity. So you have AI facilitating lots of programs in society, as well as government championing lots of connectivity. You know, you have in OECD, for instance, where they are championing broadband access across their economies because they see the fundamental role that broadband connectivity can play in more or less advancing their digital economy. As they achieve that, AI benefits on that. So public-private sector partnership helps significantly because where governments have championed or have embraced the concept of aggressively penetrating broadband access, you see AI also flourishing in that. And we will also see that in the coming months, in the coming years, as well as governments across Africa champion broadband access. And we also see that even in this country, where previously you go to even now, you go to a hinterland and you can have maybe a farmer accessing market prices. You can have students doing online classes, all because of connectivity being as pervasive as now, more than ever before. AI is going to leverage on these accesses that we've created to all the population centers and then to be able to deliver value to society and customers. Thank you.
I appreciate that input. Let's appreciate him for that input. Thank you very much. And you talking about the connectivity, one question that I have for you is when it comes to the skill gap or when it comes to African youth, we know that we already had challenge with digital survey, but we are making progress as Ghana, as Africa. Now we have AI survey. That's another challenge that we need to make progress with. How would you say Telecel is bridging that skill gap to make sure that we are making use of AI, not just we'll stand in Ghana, but not just in Ghana, Africa as a whole?
It's a lot. So here in Telecel, we are doing a lot. Okay. One thing for certain is this: if you look across the globe, it's already known that Africa has the youngest population. About 70% of Africans are less than 30 years old. So all these inform our priorities in terms of developing digital society. One of the key things that we have done now is we have one of the pillars that we have as part of our Telecel Foundation, more or less, is connected learning, where over the years we've trained about over 20,000 students in robotics, in coding, in digital skills and all that. And our commitment is to continue educating or training these young ones, about 10,000 every year up until 2030. That's just one pillar. We also have another program that we are partnering with GES, where we've introduced Digitech Academy in some of the secondary schools, where we also train them in IoT and other digital skills. Recently, we partnered with Presec, where we established the first AI students lab in the secondary school. So there's a lot that's been happening on different spheres and dimensions, just to be able to make sure that we are really training the youth in preparation for this launch, this explosion of AI technology and AI innovations in our country. Thank you.
The MC is already looking. I mean, he's coming on stage. Okay, so we do have 5 minutes. We'll wrap up very soon. Let's talk about the user experience. I'm sure it's a question of interest to everyone here. How are you using AI to better understand, retain, and serve with the customers and users as Telecom?
Interesting. And here, I think the Ethel mentioned that we should demystify the AI, not use jargon, so I'll be as plain as possible. You know, in telecoms, we have more or less what we call, we have the shortest shelf life of any product. You know, just 2 seconds ago, that I provided capacity to all of you that you failed to use, it's expired, gone forever. That's the nature of our business. So what it means is that making sure the capacity is available to the customers when they want to use it, how they want to use it, is the critical challenge of us. We leverage on AI to be able to predict future demand. Where is demand going to come from? We analyze usage trends, we analyze market trends, we analyze lots of data. You know, by the sheer fact that you interact with us, you create lots of digital footprint. That gives us lots of data to mine. And leveraging AI technology, it helps us to be able to predict future demand. And the purpose of future demand is to help us to allocate capacity more effectively and more cost efficiently, so that we can provide your service to you when you need it, how you need it, and to the service quality that you need it. That's just one side of it. Another side of it is also predictive maintenance. Because of all the data that we have across the globe, across the industry, we have lots of data on equipment usage, on environment conditions, and things like that. So it helps us to be able to mine it, to be able to predict when is equipment going to fail. One characteristic of our industry is that customers are very intolerant of service outages. So what is critical? You know, our industry calls triple nines, 4 nines, 5 nines. That's what we are used to of service availability. So we leverage on AI to help us to predict when is this equipment going to fail, and then we take proactive measures to be able to address it. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him. He says you made a statement that in your industry you realize that users are intolerant. Can you take that statement again?
Yeah, intolerant of service outages.
Okay, so what's out? I know we have 5 minutes, but what's been one challenge you've had regarding 2 minutes? Come on, okay. Yes, so let's talk about the future. I wanted to ask a question about the challenges, but I say we have 2 minutes. Let's talk about the future. How are you seeing AI in telecommunication? Say 5 years from now, what excites you when you think about AI? Projecting 5 years from now.
Making predictions in telecoms can be a very risky business, you know. You tend to predict, and then sometimes you under-predict. You know, it's a highly dynamic industry. But AI presents lots of exciting opportunities, you know. For one thing is certain, we know that several technologies are advancing, computing, cloud computing, lots of things. AI is leveraging on all this, standing on the shoulders of all these advancements to create a lot of innovation in future. For one, you know, right now, even in the router in your home, you only see it as just providing connectivity, basic connectivity. In the future, you'll be looking at Agentic routers that not only will provide you connectivity, will help shape the service that the service provider delivered to you. In terms of customer experience, how you interact with the telcos, that's going to fundamentally change. In terms of how you report incidents, in terms of how you make service changes requests, in terms of how you upgrades, downgrades. You'll be talking to someone thinking that you are talking with a person, but you'll be talking to maybe a digital assistant, you know. So the future is limitless, and we are all ready to embrace it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ebenezer Said. You have something for
now,
me.
Just before I let go of you, I know the future is limitless. Yeah. But one thing I know is the future is now. Yeah. And as a consumer of a telco company, Telecel to be specific, yeah, how are you looking at solving, I'll say, the recurring internet problems or connectivity problems that we have? Because I remember sometime, we are talking about the future. And now we are talking about a point where now we can stay home and want to be able to work. We are going to do that with internet, yes or no? Now, if my internet decides to mess up in the middle of my working hours, my boss is not going to take that as an excuse. So I think for every layman here, I speak for some people who do not know too much about every conversation we've had here. How are you leveraging AI to make sure that when I'm on a Zoom call, when I'm on a Google Meet, it is not breaking intermittently?
All right. So at this moment, at this time now, the future is now. Now, some of the things that we are doing is this. So we have, telcos have been long leveraging on self-optimizing networks, So for instance, there are so many causes of network outages in this part of this world, in this country. What you could have a site, one of our 7 sites closest to you that will suffer an outage. The network will automatically sense it and make provision for service from a neighboring site, re-provision services and the like, do neighbor adjustments and things like that. But I must also add that, as I mentioned earlier, AI has a symbiotic relationship with other technology. The fundamental technology of connectivity also has to be present. So what we are also doing is leverage on AI to more or less do smart CapEx investments. So based on so many data that we have, both public and internal, we leverage on that to make sure we are optimizing our CapEx most efficiently to deliver the service to the customers that most needed them.
I mean, sorry, but I think you've answered it.
You
for
have more time.
No, I don't have. I mean,
time.
you had your 15 minutes. I have my 2 minutes.
Exactly, you should have given
now,
more time.
I mean, I think you've spoken for any tech-savvy person. Please break it down for us. In everything you said, to a layman, what does it mean?
Yeah, to a layman, what it means is that, one, when, right now, a lot of services that we need are a lot more downloads and like. As AI flourishes, you see that the nature of how you use the internet itself will also change. Your devices, your end terminals, the network equipment that you have available at your home will also be pumping lots of data into the network. What we are doing is making sure that the network is configured in a way to smartly detect these changes in user trends, user behaviors, and respond to them accordingly. Make the service available to you at the service quality that you desire.
Ladies and gentlemen, Telecel has promised that their network is going to get better now. A round of applause for Miss Yaya.
Everyone was looking forward to. Thank you very much, Mr. Ebenezer.
Please, just before you go, kindly take a picture of my Fireside group for me. Please, just before you leave. If I can have the media team here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have just about 10 minutes to go for a tea break. And I mean 10 minutes. Because I'll literally come to your table and tell you to stop drinking and come and sit. But let me take a picture first. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. And we are just going for a tea break for the next 10 minutes. We resume, and my good friend, my BB brother, will mount the stage and carry us on for our final day. Please, you have 10 minutes and your time starts.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training. www.grpfeats.com +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit.
Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer. Hey, come on, let me see you. Hey, where this guy? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Hey, Macho, sister, no man, when is campaign? Sister, no man, if you're a baby, many scared do no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno banu mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The OPBR meso too. Come. Mix Pacho Mishabu Sukanka. Pukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boat. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya so spot. See what circle. Boys, me. Nyanya walk up. You killer. Sound. Bro, I the info from 6 p.m. Shut. Meso too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams. Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecel SME Month
is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecom, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training, www.grpfeats.com, +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the Pia open. Come on, come see you. Hey, where Jessica? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is happening? If you're a baby, many scared do no. If you know, meto chiaka. Inti ene, wono ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open BR meso too. Come. Mix patch up the shabu suka inka. Pukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boats. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer. So to the mommy. Also, unya shows fast. See what cycle. Boys me. Nyanya walk fast. You killer. Bro, I dare fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecell. Telecell, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Telecell SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecell Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing. SEO and PPC excellence. Data-driven marketing strategies. AI workflows and CRM training. Professional business training. www.grpfeats.com. +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the Pia Hey, come on, come see what? Hey, wait, this guy. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to obtain and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many scared do no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, wono ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open beer, meso too. Come. Mix patch up shabo so kanka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show out unya so well. Hello. You show out uko boats. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Miss no customer be. So to the mommy. Also, you can show spot. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You sound. Bro, I didn't fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's saw too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecel SME Month is here. The month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecom, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our
Thank you very much, and welcome back from our tea break. Yeah, thank you so much. For those of us who couldn't have theirs, we've been able to bring it closer to you. So if you were sitting and you didn't get yours, you can just stand behind and then make sure you have your tea. Thank you very much. If you can hear me, just let me see you wave to me now. And if I can hear you, I'll keep on waving. If you can hear me, wave at me. If I'm hearing you talk, I'm waving at you. Right, the only sound I want to hear is the movement of your mug. Welcome back again from the tea break. Now, this section is going to be on what we've termed as the leadership metrics. We're going to have a series of leaders speaking to us from the leadership perspective on how they've transformed their modes of working with AI. And then to help us kick off, it's one speaker you want to listen to over and over again, and you will love to listen to this person because for those of us here in Ghana, this man or this person works with an organization that has been able to revolutionize our thinking when it comes to working with powdered soap. Any person that moves to the store to go get a powdered soap will mention that name, irrespective of the brand. At this moment, I want to say hello to all those of our viewers joining us online. Thank you so much. If you can hear us, if you've been enjoying all the set that we've done, just give us some thumb ups on the set, and then we will appreciate you. We're going to have our next speaker joining us virtually. And our next speaker has been with this wonderful organization for decades, serving as a global markets person, served as a former executive vice president, and is still dealing and moving in his terrain. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us virtually is no other person than our friend, my own friend. I call him Odro. Let's welcome the former executive vice president and global markets with Unilever. I can hear you well. Can you hear Yao? Yao, come again. Are you able to hear me?
Good morning, everybody in Accra.
That's a good morning, Yao. Over to you now.
So yeah, just before we have you go on, sorry, my friend, and I know people are going to eat me up if I don't tell them this. I know for some of you, we had to move you inside and not have anything from the tea break. So please, we've brought it inside. But now, I'll beg for you to please do it in an orderly fashion. Let's not all stand up at once and clumps up the place, right? At any moment, you can go behind you. There's a juice there. There's something to munch on there. And you can pick something and sit. And while you listen, you can munch on it as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Yao. I'd normally say your time starts now, but please feel free. Your time starts now anyway.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you in Accra. My instructions are to say something for 10 minutes. And then I'm told that I'll have to take some questions. I thought that rather than go into the micro detail of the benefits of AI, which many of you are better qualified to speak about as technologists than I am, I would speak at a level of strategic transformation, not necessarily of organizations, but to try to get you, because the majority of you are either Africans or doing business in Africa, to try to get you to think about strategic transformation on a continental basis. So my starting point is that technology has collapsed inventories of time and space. For people like you, that is not a novel statement. We take it for granted now, but it is not too long ago. I think it was in 62 or 63, when the fastest communication between Nikita Khrushchev and the Kremlin in Moscow and Jack Kennedy sitting in the White House in Washington during the Cuban Missile Crisis, it took 12 hours for him to send a message, for Nikita Khrushchev to send a message to Jack Kennedy. And at that time, that was considered breakthrough. We sometimes are unable to take account of just how much the world has changed in a short time. Only on 3rd November 1992 was the first SMS in the world sent. 3rd November 1992. Sometimes younger people think that the SMSs were being sent even in the Stone Age. In the whole of 1993, 3 SMSs were sent. And the beep that came to be associated with SMS messages was a big innovation at the time. Email arrived in a workplace in Ghana in a big way when I had just started working. So it's not as if it was something that I came to meet long in the organization. Email was talked about at the time that it arrived in the way that today we are talking about AI. So it's important to take note of the scale of change that the world has gone through. 1992 to 2025 is just about 3 decades. The scale of change that the world has gone through in the last 30 years, from SMS, email to AI, which we're talking about now, but also on a geopolitical landscape. In modern times, the full emergence of Asia, powered on the back of the rise of China, and how that has changed the world. Another seminal event was that COVID accelerated significantly digital comms in the world. A lot of the base technology existed, but it was not being used because we could get around, have physical meetings, travel, etc. COVID forced a reset and reckoning because we could not do that. and there was a huge amount of adoption of digitalization. While technology fascinates us for many reasons, some of which I have listened to speakers mention today and yesterday as well, its relevance for us, I dare to suggest, must not simply be because it enables us to do all sorts of fancy gimmicks and that we latch onto it in faddish terms instead of the tricks that can be done on our charts that we use to present, and that it can simplify some of our processes and so on and so forth. For me, that is the minutiae. How we use it to improve lives, how we use it to provide solutions that make people's lives better at scale, that needs to be the responsibility of leaders like yourself. Of the many things you will hear about AI's abilities, we in Africa must remember what the eminent philosopher, Professor Isaiah Berlin, said when he said, the first public obligation is to avoid extreme suffering. The first public obligation is to avoid extreme suffering. And around us, there are a lot of people who are stuck in misery. When you sit in posh hotels like you are, everybody nicely dressed, that's very difficult to come to terms with. But the country you're sitting in has 20% extreme poverty, 41% multidimensional poverty. You have housing stock that is deficient by 2 million units, and I could go on and on and on. So you have to think about every emerging technology genre, its real potential in terms of how you can make more and more people access dignity, whether in the workplace or out of the workplace. The Chinese, therefore, call AI a new quality productive force. A new quality productive force. They defined the objectives of the Chinese reforms that began in 1978 under Deng Xiaoping's leadership as aimed at liberating the productive forces in order to improve livelihoods. And AI is considered one of those, a new quality productive force. So we must think, I dare to suggest, of AI as how can we use it to liberate the rest of our productive forces in order that we can improve the livelihoods of the majority of our compatriots. Whatever else we do with AI, true leaders and leadership should train their objectives and gaze on how we do that. How do we improve livelihoods? AI improves our ability to understand the key problems of society, and I know that many people have spoken about that in terms of the ability to systematize data, to archive, the ability to analyze, the speed at which that can be done. All of that must be used so that we understand society's problems better, not just so that we can understand, but so we can articulate solutions to improve the conditions of society. Some of the areas, and I've deliberately picked up scale, the democratization of knowledge is significantly accelerated by AI. Today, there are not many excuses. Yes, AI sometimes goes into hallucination and so on, but I don't focus on its deficits, which are few relative to the things that it can actually do and enable. I suggest to people that we must first focus on what we can do with it, do those things, and then over time, with use and experience, the deficits will be minimized. And one of those things today is that knowledge is at our fingertips. This generation has no excuse not to know. The democratization of knowledge is facilitated, whether at the organizational scale, whether at national scale, whether in political discourse, business discourse, and in all opportunities, we should use to accelerate that. The use of our natural resources, because AI enables us, first of all, to do proper inventories, but also to fully understand how they can be integrated into full econometric models that can be used to get the most value. So you go into Accra, land management is a mess, totally. The solution to that, AI can play a very big role. Where exactly are our minerals being mined from? Ghana today is racked by what we call galamsey, illegal mining, and we are told that we cannot even properly segregate what the country is exporting, whether it is coming from the destruction of our ecology or whether it is coming from proper means. All of those sorts of things we need to focus on and see how we can use AI better. A lot of places that you go to, they call the informal system African. I don't at all accept that. There is absolutely nothing about African about informality. Informality has been a feature of the development and progress of all societies. And what we must try to do as part of development is to systematize. Informality is a signal of disorganization, is a signal of the lack of application. And we can use AI in payment systems. If you go to China, it's not a cashless society. You go to Singapore, for example, the things that take us forever to do in our part of the world, they do in an instant because they're leveraging technology much better. And then we could say in places like healthcare, I was recently at the Royal Brompton Hospital with Google, and the things that they are doing in microsurgery with AI are just simply unbelievable. We have not even got there. Just even the storage of proper records and so on, fashioning an insurance system that has access to systematic databases that we can use to transform our livelihood. All of these are opportunities. Of course, before all of that, we must feed ourselves. And our agriculture is still done in many parts in the way that my great-grandmother did it. That is another opportunity for disruption. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I have many ideas about how we can improve political transparency and therefore political accountability by applying technology, for example, to fund flows, even to our election processes. And final area that I will call out is the whole potential to disrupt the entire system for the delivery of administrative justice, end to end. That for me is a technological opportunity. But above everything else, AI enhances our ability to improve the quality of our talent base in all ways. I believe that knowledge is the primary productive force, and the bearers of knowledge are people. Any society that improves the quality of its people assures itself that it will win in the future. So that is what we must focus on most, whether in organizations at country level, local government, central government. These are the opportunities. And the real reason why technology can play a role is because it facilitates a scientific culture that respects data-led analysis. Facts are the guide to truth. When you have that, you can have exact debates, not the sort of speculation that we do that passes as intellectual discourse. And when you pull all of that together, then you are able to tackle the execution capabilities that every country needs. Everybody can have a vision. It's the one who does it. And we know that in many parts of our existence, our inability to translate what we say we will do into real action is our bane. And I think that on some of the things that I've spoken about and some of the micro elements that previous speakers have spoken about, you can see how those can enhance AI. So to use AI to transform society, to improve people's livelihoods, to give more people access to dignity is the challenge I leave with you. And that's what I want to say for today. So I've done it under the 12 minutes that you gave to me. I'm in your hands now for your questions.
Exactly 10 minutes. But I gave you 2 minutes added to it. So thank you so much, Yao. Now, I'm very, very generous. I want to give 2 people quick. Oh, no, take it easy. Okay, I want to give some few people some chance to ask some questions. So let me go to this gentleman here. So Yao, still be with me. Don't go. Quick one. Let's move.
Francis is my name. You were talking about strategic transformation, and the last part of our team is sustainable development. Based on that, I want to ask this question. How can organizations, especially in Ghana and Africa, ensure that AI-driven strategic transformation go beyond efficiency gains to unlock new value models and resilience, since we are talking about sustainable development, while also addressing the unique development challenges Africa is facing rather than just catching up with the developer or the international communities? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That is a very good question. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, hold on. I'd wanted to pick the next question so that you bucked.
Okay.
What's the next one? Now you're confusing me.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm Levy, CNSO. I'm tempted to believe that the Ghanaian problems can be solved with AI. And we all know that. With people like you, Yao, and like-minded people, our governance, poor governance, if I put it so, the issue of galamsey, corruption, with AI and people like you, we should be able to solve all our problems. What is our problem? How come we cannot solve these problems? And we have AI begging and knocking at our doors. And these things are killing us. We cry every day and nobody is giving us a solution. We have people like you, Yao. Come together and let's solve our problems. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a problem and we have to solve that problem. So, please, because of the time, let me be biased now. Yeah, let me take 2 more and then you just summarize everything. So use an AI to summarize your question.
Okay, I'll use AI to summarize the question. My name is Daniela Mwako and I'm from Volta region. I work with True Future Foundation. Okay, with the sustainability plan you talked of, if I requesting that people like you should come to our aid, because we are ready to deploy the knowledge we have to the youths. But when we go back down there, the people that even have the interest don't even have the smallest gadget like the phones that they have. And if you should look at the ideas in their mind, they can even, the children of today can develop even more than we the elders. And we need to give them the chance by supporting them. And we need that support in the rural areas more, because they are chasing the technology more even than the people that are with it, because they are seeing it every day. They don't know there is a magic out there and they should look deeper. So we need support from all of you that is here.
I need to interrupt you. No, please, let me be fair. We've done 3 hardwares. Let's do 1 software.
Thank you very much. I side with a gentleman who spoke passionately about Ghana. So I'm finding it difficult to understand when you say that we can use AI to ensure transparency in Ghana, when the same technology with just 1 0, it's a whole crime scene, the whole budget is changed. So to some extent, I feel like AI may actually make it worse. So please clarify. I don't get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to make sure that we don't create a crime scene. Yeah. Now, let's go for the forensics. Over to you. Can you just bulk everything up for us in 2 minutes? Thank you very much.
Oh, sure, thank you. What I would like to say, because your questions actually deserve more than a 2-minute answer, but we don't have the time. So what I would like to say is there's no such thing as people like you. The challenges and opportunities are there for all of us. You have all the support from me, but you are today's leaders. Don't look anywhere else. Civilization is not going to fall from the sky, as Chinua Achebe put it. You are today's leaders. Macron was president of France at 37. Many of you in the room are Christians. The Bible says that Jesus was 32 or 33 at the time that he was preaching his mission. So don't be looking anywhere else but yourselves for the solutions. It does not mean that, as you describe, people like me are not there to support. We will support, but you are the agents of change. And that's what I want to encourage you to think of. Now, very quickly, somebody talked about sustainability. My quick answer, keep very focused on the end users of whatever service or product that you're doing, and focus on them, not just for the short term. Focus on them to understand what exactly they want and provide exactly that, because that's the value addition. Sometimes we add much more and we deplete resources that are not required. But the focus on them must also be done on a multi-stakeholder basis. Any business operation involves many people. It's not just your 4 walls. The people who are producing your raw materials, the people who are serving the people who are producing your raw materials, your customers, your employees. Make sure you understand how each of them defines winning in an ethical context, and that in the ecosystem that you have pulled together, they are winning. And above all, think very long term in the things that you do. We recently had the debate in Ghana. People say that if you can get galamsey gold to strengthen the cedi, then we should do it. That's absolutely wrong because you're damaging the ecology for short-term gain, and you will pay for it. So the equivalent of that in business, avoid those sorts of options. And to the rest of the questions, all I will simply say is AI by itself does not solve problems. AI is a tool to all technology. What does is the leadership context, the human context that is created. So will AI create more transparency or less transparency? Depends on us in terms of what our leadership focus is and what we exact from our leaders in terms of political accountability. In places like Singapore and in China, they have used technology to improve traceability, to improve the tracking of funds, and to bring accountability. In some other places, they have used technology to facilitate crime. The choice is for us. Whichever we adopt as our values, that is the outcome that we will get. AI by itself will not solve any problem. It will do what we put it to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Yao Ojo. Sako is a former vice president and global markets with Unilever. Thank you very much, Yao. We really appreciate you. Thank you for turning the crime scene into a normal scene for us. Thank you so much. Right, so we want to now appreciate those that help to bring Yao all the way from where he is to us. We want to acknowledge the good works of our GRP Feeds, Mad Mappers, and an Easy Tag for making it possible for us to get Yao all the way here. They are in charge of our production. Show them some love, because when it's time for question, they can mute the mic. Next to also present to us, it's someone who just stepped the shores of Ghana for the first time, and within the shortest possible time has been able to be indoctrinated on how to use our normal spoon to eat. The next speaker has tried it, but I think after today's lunch, the speaker will be okay. They've tried everything that we have here. The next speaker has been in the business industry for more than 3 decades, currently serving as a lecturer or helping with a local university at where the next speaker is. Now, this next speaker, after all these years in the corporate environment, decided to come out and come and help society with all that this speaker has learned for this environment. The next speaker has come up with their own organization. And I love the combination of words that have been used to form the name of the organization. It's called, first word is collaboration, and the next word is inspire. So it's Labo Inspire. So it's actually done a collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, for the first time in Ghana, with the love of imparting us with what this speaker has learned through their journey, help me make welcome the founder of Collab Inspire USA, Dr. Tim Sneller. How you doing, Tom? You good, Tim?
I'm good. I'm good. Now, how much time do I have?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
So 10 minutes for presentation. 5. But if you want to enjoy Ghana,
Okay, well, that is definitely something I enjoy. But as I understand Ghanan time, I feel like 15 minutes is probably closer to 30. AI time. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am very excited to be here. I'm glad to talk to you on the panel yesterday. And my title of what I'm speaking about today is a little bit boring. And I've been taking feedback over the course of the conference, and I've done research on this topic. I'm very passionate about this topic. But what I realized is there's some other things I think that I can bring to bear in this conversation that would be very relevant to the group here and to the group that's online. So I will talk about enablement and disablement from a partnership perspective, and we'll talk about what that means in a little bit. But first of all, I just wanted to tie it back. Felix mentioned this morning, he mentioned yesterday, that the future belongs to those who prepare today. Okay? I have a philosophy that I've used when I've mentored teams in my own personal family, and it comes from American football. So how many people are familiar with American football? Okay, there's a few in here. Now, I'm not sure why we call it football. Maybe it was because handball was already taken. But in American football, there's a player. Anybody recognize this team? Jerry Rice, all right. Jerry Rice with the San Francisco 49ers. And his quote is something that I've used throughout my career, and like I said, throughout the family. Very similar. It says, "Today I will do what others won't, so tomorrow I can do what others can't." He worked harder than all of his wide receiver buddies. He worked all the time. He was successful. He got into multiple Hall of Fames. But think about the philosophy. The future belongs to those who prepare for it today and doing what others won't right now, so tomorrow you can do what others can't. So just a little bit about me. Won't spend too long on this, but I started out very early in my career, enlisted in the military, got a couple engineering degrees. Throughout my career, I got an MBA and a doctorate. So I believe in continuous learning, and I think that's what's so great about this conference, is that you're here to learn. Continuous learning is important throughout everything that we do. I've had the opportunity to work for multinational corporate organizations around the world. I've gotten a lot of good international experience, but haven't had as much on the African continent, and so I'm learning a lot. Again, how to use the spoon, right? In my community, I'm passionate about veterans, homelessness, working with enabling folks through Europe as a program for young folks. And then I do have a hobby. Being from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, if you're at all familiar with motorcycles, Milwaukee is the headquarters for Harley-Davidson, so you would think that it would be appropriate for me to have my Harley-Davidson, which I do. And the other hobby that I've picked up recently is supporting my orthopedic surgeon, because I play pickleball quite a lot. So my research interest is really focused around manufacturer and supply chain relationship. Okay, that's my career. That's where I can share information. But as I listened throughout this conference, what I realized is, there's a very diverse set of individuals attending this conference, and I want to just take it a little bit closer to the conference. But I've focused on partnership quality. I've worked in sales and marketing for 30 years in the intersection between manufacturers and distribution and supply chain. My dissertation was focused on AI. AI is the wave. We've heard that, we've talked about that before. And so my dissertation and my active focus on research is really the intersection of AI and business partnerships, specifically the manufacturer and supply chain and distribution. What I wanted to bring in, and this is a slide that I was adding last night, I just wanted to make sure that I brought in the most relevant information, and obviously Ghana meat pie is really important. I haven't had that yet, but I think I will before I leave the country. And you see that food is important to me, so I use those analogies a lot. But what I wanted to share with you today is, one of the newest areas of research that I'm looking at is what I call pie for AI adoption, okay? So what does Ghana meat pie have to do with AI adoption? Well, PI stands for Performance, Image, and Exposure. And this is a tool that I've used in the past when I've mentored folks. And if an individual wants to get ahead in their corporation or in their community or really anywhere, these three things apply, right? You have to perform, you have to have a good image, and you have to be exposed to those that need to know. And as I think about this from an AI perspective, there are many apps out there that do really, really cool things, right? So performance, that's a given, right? If your app isn't performing, it's probably not going to do anything at all, right? So performance is a given. But does it reduce errors? Does it save time? Does it do something productive, right? Secondly, though, is the image, right? And we bring this back to trust. So, is the reputation of the app builder, is the reputation of the software provider appropriate, right? So the image of that app or that implementation has to be important. And then exposure, right? People need to know about it, right? So is it in the App Store? Is it communicated? Have you upskilled the employees? And really, if you simplify this, it comes down to this. From an app perspective or an implementation perspective is, does it work? Do we trust it? And is it visible and available? Right, so think about what you're working on in your specific world, right? If you're building an app, if you're implementing something, if you're trying to adopt AI, does it work? Do we trust it? And is it visible and available? And what's most interesting about this is not so much the 3 bullet points, but the value of those 3 bullet points. And, wow, hang on just one second, I gotta go backwards. There we go. Exposure is in initial research, exposure is really where you're going to get your adoption. It's not if the app is fantastic and it works better than anything else that you've ever used in your life. If people don't know about it, they're not going to use it. Secondly is image. If people don't trust it, they won't use it. So a lot of times, what I'm finding is that when people look at their app, they're like, hey, I've got the best app in the world, let me show you my app. It's the app isn't what's stopping adoption. The app isn't what's stopping implementation. Software companies not stopping implementation. It's the image or it's the exposure. So as you're thinking about what you're working on, look at the challenges that you have. Is it performance? If it's performance, you won't even get to the next 2 steps. Is it image or is it exposure? And that'll give you an idea of kind of where you should focus to get to that next step. So, on to the main topic at hand. So will technology enable or disable your partnership? So I want everybody in the room to think about what you're working on today. From an AI perspective, what you're working on today, where are you getting your data from? Okay? So I want you to raise your hand when you know where you're getting your data from. So nobody's getting data from anywhere. Okay, so there's a few people, right? Where are you getting your data from? Now, think about where is your data going to? Who's consuming that data? Okay? Everybody have that in their mind? Where is my data coming from? Where is my data going? The intersection where you are in the middle, you're managing those partnerships. So when I say partnerships, I want you to think about your specific situation, your specific app, your implementation, and where is that data coming from and where is it going? That ecosystem is what we're going to talk a little bit about today. So the benefits of AI, I mean, I think we can articulate those ad nauseum. Potential risk, we've talked about it being a double-edged sword. There's something in the middle, right? What holds your ecosystem together when you introduce AI, when you introduce another technology? What's holding that ecosystem together? That's what we need to think about. And what I've done in my research is really focused on the types of trust and the forces behind partnership quality, or what's holding that ecosystem together. Okay? And what I've found is that relationship quality, very important, adaptability and alignment, governance and ethics, and collaboration. So these are 4 forces that really hold that ecosystem together. So if you want to think about those 4 forces, then what impacts those 4 forces? And what I've found is that it is really trust, which we've talked about a number of times. And I'm not going to go through every one of these lines, but what I found in my research is that there's 7 types of trust that impact that relationship and the mechanisms that are really making it successful or not. And so, for example, collaborative trust, right? AI data sharing, enhanced partner communication. We heard from the Telecom individual this morning about all the data that they have. So one of the questions that came to my mind is, I wonder if they're sharing relevant data with their partners to get additional insights or to help and to build. So collaborative trust, right? That has to be there if you have a the data ecosystem that we're talking about. Moral trust, we've talked a little bit about that today with ethics and fairness, et cetera. And operational trust, is your AI solution actually producing results? So these are just a few. And then what I did to prepare for this is just looked across, and there are folks in this room that I'm sure are much more familiar with these 5 projects, but what I was looking at when I looked at the Ghana-specific projects and AI, I said, what kind of trust are really impacting these? What must be true for success? And so across the board, you can see institutional, operational trust. A lot of people think like, hey, the AI has to improve something. That's only one piece of it. right? If you only focus on operational trust, on the operations, you're not going to be able to be successful. And from a partnership standpoint, you can see the ecosystem. There's not one of these projects that has two partners. There's so many different pieces of this ecosystem that we have to pay attention to. And if you're not thinking about that ecosystem, you're not going to be successful, okay? And then with that, I just wanted to share a couple practical tools, because this is a session today that we want tools to come away from. And I wanted to share some tools that I use. Now keep in mind, we've talked about the fact that the tools that I bring to bear are going to be generic. Taking these tools and applying them directly for your project or for your situation won't work. What will work is the framework, right? So in this case, 7 different types of trust. If you look at those, you can figure out, are they disabling my ecosystem or are they enabling my ecosystem? So I talked about collaboration. If you're withholding your data, if you're collecting data but you're not giving it to the next partner in your ecosystem, that disables that partnership, that disables that ecosystem. If you look at the responsible deployment versus exploitation, the moral trust, right? You can take this tool, you can apply it to what you're looking at, and you can figure out, is my solution or is my implementation something that is harming my ecosystem or partnership, or is it helping? Okay, so here's one tool that I've used to do that. Secondly, and again, you'll get a copy of these slides as well, so you'll have these tools to work with. But looking at the overall partnership or ecosystem, there's a tool that I use, and again, just quickly, looking at operational efficiency. Is it really making a big impact on what you're doing? That's a 5. But what about innovation? Are you taking the insights you're getting from your AI and are you feeding it back into your innovation machine? Maybe not. That's a 1. So go through this tool in your situation, change the KPIs or the key performance indicators, whatever metrics you're looking at for these categories. Figure out if you're at high risk, like your solution isn't doing what it needs to do. Figure out if you're on track, figure out if you're accelerating. This is a type of tool and framework that you can use. And then finally, from a leadership standpoint, again, working within your ecosystem with your external partners, what do you need to do? And my research has showed really there's 3 things that you need to do. Cross-functional teams. One is to implement transparent communication, and the other is to leverage AI data-driven insight. Now, what's important to note is I can't leverage insights if I can't communicate, and I can't communicate if I don't have cross-functional team. Within your company, if you're looking at enabling employees, integrating AI practices, comprehensive upskilling, that kind of thing, establishing flexible governance frameworks, and then fostering a culture of continuous adaptability. Again, you can't foster that culture if you don't have frameworks. So these are stepwise functions that you can do that research has shown will help enable that AI implementation. A recent peer-reviewed article that I was reading brings home this point that we've talked about a few times, and that is really that innovation needs to be in the hands of those that understand what they're doing, and even further, it needs to be developed by Africans, by Ghanaians, for Africans. Okay, that's important. That local piece is most important. We talked about that from a data perspective. I think it's also important from the UX perspective. So again, bringing it back to doing what others won't, I just wanted to share a personal example. For those of you that have kids in the room, my daughter was in high school. She is a rower, okay? So she really hated to get up at 5 a.m. in the morning and practice. And so we really preach this gospel of doing what others won't today, so tomorrow you can't. And so she began to have success. She was second in the world at the indoor rowing championship, which resulted in a scholarship at Ohio State, which was great for the parents. And I say that to say this is just one example where doing what we don't want to do, what others won't, what her peers weren't doing, resulted in a success for her, right? And this is the same thing today. Think about what others won't so you can do what others can't. So finally, enablement or disablement. The impact on your ecosystem, on your partnership, it's not predetermined. Something very, very relevant there, right? It's to the leaders in this room. It depends on how you manage the trust. Enablement will strengthen your collaborations, disablement erodes. But the choice is yours. You will make that decision. Are you making the right decisions to manage the trust so that you can develop or you can implement that AI in a sustainable way that will help those around you? Thank you.
for me. Thank you very much. All right, thank you so much, Tim. That was good. I have two people to do some questions. Well, I know that guy will raise his hand.
I think he likes the camera time.
Yeah. He was just waiting for you to finish. Okay, let's go.
All right, thank you very much and happy to follow your presentations. My name is Ampoma Isaac and I work for Concern Health Education. I'm looking at ownership and patent ownership, so to speak. So in this environment of AI, how do we start a conversation of ownership and royalties? When you pick the data or when a model is developed, how is the ownership going to be paid in terms of royalties? Can we start that conversation?
All right, let me do the next one. Okay, last one here.
Hi, my name is Collins. I realize that in this dispensation, our work is a lot more dependent on updates, upgrades, and different versions of the products that we produce and troubleshooting. So what's the place of, all these in our trust and enablement and disable? Because at some point, you need to update your software or the program that you are working on. At other times, you need to upgrade and come up with different versions. So how is it enabling or disabling, or is it going to disable our, and troubleshooting as well? We need to troubleshoot all the time. So,
all right, let's take the last one. Let's troubleshoot this gentleman here.
Francis, from where you sit academia and a researcher, what is the collaborative level in the US between the industry and the academia, if you can speak to it? You also spoke about Ghana's AI agriculture hub. If we are farmers here and you have been asked to advise us, what will you tell Ghanaian farmers in relation to AI usage? And farmers in the US using AI? If yes, at what level and what specifically are they using? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, my brother,
okay.
This is up to you.
One thing I probably should have reminded Benjamin of, since he wasn't here yesterday, is I'm not one of the 70% under 30. So my memory may not hold 3 questions, but I'll do my best.
Let's use an AI prompt.
So first of all, some of the more technical questions are far beyond my expertise and capabilities. So I'll come back to the question on upgrades and different things from my perspective. From an ownership standpoint, one of the reasons that my firm is named Collab Inspire is really to focus on collaboration and figuring out the inspiration, right? That's the piece of this, right? What we have to transform with the age of AI, and this really started with digital solutions a long time ago, is the ownership, and what's mine has to change to what's ours, and how do we regulate, how do we manage that? Right? Because the use of the data is something that is so powerful that there's no one entity that can develop a great solution. If you look at our great software companies that are succeeding, there's partnerships involved. The App Store, when it came around with Apple, the App Store with Salesforce.com, which I've used a lot, it's collaboration. So rather than thinking about what is my data and how do I get royalties from my data, we have to think about what is the data in the system and how am I getting compensated for the value that I'm providing. There's no value for putting arms around data and keeping it to yourself, because in this day and age, that data is valuable, but what value are you providing? So what I would say for that question is focus on the value you're providing, put the structure in place to figure out how you're compensated for that. From the product standpoint, again, the technical side of this is something that I'm not an expert to speak about, but again, think about your contribution into the ecosystem and who else is contributing. Everybody needs to be successful in that ecosystem, and so that's where the focus needs to be. Yao talked about focusing on the end user. In this case, we're focusing on the partners in the ecosystem, who's making the contribution, where the value lies. And then the third question around the intersection between academia and kind of the end users in the field. what AI allows us to do is to provide transparency to data that was either available but not transparent or not available before. So in the Ghana Agriculture Initiative, what they're finding and what they're using the data for is to show farmers that use this data that are part of this initiative are more profitable. They can make better decisions. And so the data is what's speaking. It's not somebody's opinion, it's the data that's speaking. In the US, very similar, focused on the data that's speaking. And so it's a matter of getting that data out, and the data has to be believable, but the data is what's doing the speaking, not the speaker itself, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. So it was from Yao to Yao, because that's his Ghanaian name, is Yao Tim. So Yao, get closer, let's take a picture, because they are taking pictures. We have to do ours. So who are my camera team? Do it for us. You said your daughter does what? That's rolling? Rowing. Wow. Oh, my Ghana people, you here? What sports are you doing? You're doing rolling. Okay. So you taught her, and then she won a medal? Oh, wow. Rolling. Rowing. Roaring. I thought it's rowing.
There's a meme about what you're inferring, but I won't go there.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it better. Let's do it better for him. Now we're moving into the next session, which is more on youth empowerment. And we're going to have an interactive panel discussion. But before that, have you been in that situation where you are a speaker and you need to speak at multiple events? And now, you're getting your notes together, you're preparing, and everything is scattered around. You're not finding a way to do it. The next person to do an inspirational talk to us, it's someone who's actually created their own AI agent or chatbot. So in one of the scenarios where this speaker had to go and do the speaking, bundled with a lot of stress, decided to do one thing. He said, okay, so my AI agent, come over here. Pulled data, pulled files from all angles and dropped it into the agent. And he said, you know what, do something for me. And a presentation was prepared, generated for this person to go speak. This next person to give us the inspiration, I think if the dad or the parents were to be using AI back then, they would have said AI failed them. Because the parent wanted a boy child. And a girl child came. But later, a boy child joined. Speaking to us in the form of inspiration is no other person than an innovator in African AI education, and is going to share with us the journey of transformative impact of this speaker's work. Ladies and gentlemen, help me bring on stage no other person than Mrs. Ayo Jones.
You didn't hold Tim's hand. He walked up. Good morning, everyone. Ooh, is it afternoon already? It is. You gave me that introduction, and part of it was like, I don't even know who he's about to talk. Is he talking about me? I do speak to AI chatbots a lot, as in they have nicknames and duties, and sometimes I yell at them like interns and have deep conversations. But that seems like something I shouldn't admit from up here on stage, so maybe I'll move on. And yes, my name is Ayo. I was supposed to be a boy. I'm the firstborn. It's okay though, my dad has gotten over it over the last 50 years, so we're okay now. At this moment that we're standing at right now, the world sees our continent as a place to be developed. And they've had that opinion for a very long time. But in this moment, as we transition from the information age into the intelligence age, we're all starting at the same point. The playing field has essentially been leveled because we all have to figure this out at the same time. But I can tell you that as we are developing AI policies, as we are looking at data strategies and initiatives, if we don't take a moment to upskill our people and invest in education of our youth, the power of us having a very young population will be lost. We have to act now. When I look at all of you and have had some fantastic conversations with you in the hallways and over the pool, I see the energy of this moment. And it is deeply impactful to me because when I look at you and all of you fabulous people under 30, you are the next generation of creators. We talk a lot about leadership, but I didn't call you the next generation of leaders. I called you the next generation of creators. And that's what this moment is. It's about creating a world that we want to live in, creating a culture that reflects ourselves. So, as I say being a creator, I gotta tell you the struggle is real. Over the last decade, I personally have watched influencers around the world amplify their perspective, their businesses, and their vision, and shape culture while we on the continent were fighting to be seen. Does anybody else reflect that same feeling? Like everyone else was moving forward and it seemed like we weren't being acknowledged. Just me. Just me. I say that because I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber and have been documenting my journey here on the continent for the last 5 years. The only content that I make is about Ghana. The only content that I make is about Ghana. And my husband and I have 70,000 subscribers and nearly 6 million views of just Ghana content. When we think about amplifying our voices and being creators, we have to think about what that impact can actually look like. Now, we started on YouTube and we just talk about Ghana, but we got the attention of the folks over at HBO Max. They sent a film crew here to Ghana and they filmed a docuseries that's playing now on TLC Africa and Hulu and Max about Africa. But yo, the struggle was real. It's very hard to be a YouTuber when you can't upload videos because there's doomsor. There's no internet.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. Please, let's be upstanding and receive the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Sam Nete George. Welcome, sir. You may please resume your seat. My dear friend, over to you.
There's no doomsor here, and the internet is fine. Thank you. Welcome, sir. We can't do what we need to do if we don't have the infrastructure and the will to get it done. We cannot. We cannot create if the infrastructure is lacking. And more importantly, we have to look at the infrastructure within education. Now, every time I've come up here, I've talked about upskilling our labor force and educating our youth. But I have to tell you, when I look at the systems, not only in Ghana, but also in the United States, in other countries across the world, I see that there's the legacy of a little bit of colonial stank. We're living right now in a place where we've prioritized memorization over questioning skills, where we're forced to do a lot of writing and not a lot of reimagination. And it's producing a mindset of followers and not creators. And if the system itself doesn't change, how can we move forward? How can we lead the next era? Now, for decades now, we've been kind of living in a worksheet factory. And now with AI, we see teachers who use AI to create worksheets that our students now use AI to answer the worksheets. And then the teachers use the AI to grade the worksheets and assign the grade. What game are we playing? What is the purpose of that system? And how does it move the needle forward for all of us? It cannot. And if we are looking at AI as the tool to make that system run faster, we're missing the mark, and we're going to miss the moment. The moment now really needs to be about us. Now, I say that, and some people look at me, and they wonder themselves, why does she stand up here and talk about Ghana? Why is she here? They look at my very beautiful husband, and they think he is the Ghanaian man, and he has brought home an American wife, and that is not the truth. My father is Ghanaian and Nigerian. I'm the African. He's my American trophy husband. But I tell you what, he never thought of coming to Africa. And once he came, he will never leave. That's the power of this place. That's the power of our people, our culture, our stories, and our connections. And we can't let that get lost in the data. We can't let the languages get lost and be replaced with what AI thinks Black life is like. It can't be replaced by what AI thinks Africa really is. So this is our moment for our stories, our perspective, our needs, our Africa. And we have to take the moment. So if you know that to be true, I want you to say yes. I don't know. If you know it's our time, say yes. Ooh, I like that one was much better. Things have shifted on a global scale, and our time is here. Your time is here. This is your moment. But it won't come to you. You have to take action. You have to do something to make something happen. And the digital infrastructure is catching up. The Telecom man has come up and told us that all of our internet will work seamlessly from here forward, no problem. I should not say that with him in the front anymore. But in this moment, we can't get stuck with the limitations. We have to focus on the opportunities and the possibilities. We can't get stuck with what's not working. We have to embrace what is working and how we can make it work for us. As Tim said, listen, you got to do today what others won't so you can have the things tomorrow that others don't. We have to take that initiative now in this moment. Listen, 10 years ago, everybody wanted to be a YouTuber, right? Everybody was going to grow up to be an influencer, yeah? That's all about likes and followers. Don't get caught in that trap in this moment. Be a creator. Reimagine what is possible. Do not chase what was of the past. Think of what is of the future. And what's possible for ourselves, our culture, and how we lead the world. Now, if you know that Africa is going to lead this revolution, say yes. You got it. Africa is the future. It is us, those of us in this room. The tools are here. The opportunity is real. The only thing that is missing now is our collective will to act. So, we need unshakable clarity, unstoppable action, and unbounded vision in this moment. This is our moment. So let's chase it. If you are ready, say yes. If you're ready, say yes.
Yes.
Did you believe it?
I believe you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Since we're ready and we're saying yes, let's give a round of applause. Now let me do the honors by taking you back to your seat. Yes, you go down. That's why I want to help you. Do you believe it? Say yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I want to bring on stage these two wonderful gentlemen that has made this conference possible for us. If your hands are not busy, kindly put them together as we bring on stage Felix Donko and Mr. Carlos Moako. Join me on stage here, and you're going to do something wonderful now, so I'll need you to be on stage here now. Give you an agent. Now wait to give an agent to Carlos as well.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Yeah, that's a more encouraging room than what it was this morning. So thank you for the latecomers. You are still very, very welcome, and we are grateful to you for being here. It's been an exciting morning, and we had a vision. The three of us had a vision when we started to make AI accessible to everybody. Now, as I said this morning, a lot of people look at AI and just look at the surface. But what really can we glean from AI and use it for productivity, increase our, profitability, even in our daily lives? How can we use AI to help us ourselves? And that is why we are here. Some of us know something, others know a little bit more, and there are others who really know a lot, like our speakers, like our panels. And so we just want to say thank you once again. Just enjoy the moment, take as much as possible, and surely we'll grow together. Thank you. You want to say anything?
Thank you. He's appointed me as his lawyer. Thank you, Honorable Minister St. George. We don't take it lightly for you to join us. We think yesterday in our earlier remarks, we said that the future belongs to those people who prepare for it today. And also, one of our presenters, Mr. Tim Schneller from USA, said that do the things that other people will not do today so that you win tomorrow. And this is why we're here. We also mentioned some statistics, which I said it's not just a statistic, it's an advantage, a competitive advantage, in that the youth in this country and across the globe, in Ghana in particular, we have the youngest population. And that isn't a disadvantage, it's an advantage. So we're here to learn, we're here to understand what are the options that will help us propel forward using artificial intelligence, and what help and support can people like yourself and the government help us, and what partnerships can we form with the organizations like Google, they're in-house today, organizations like Tim's, organizations like people from Sweden, other places, that we can form partnerships and work together. And then we become the makers of our own change. We become the change makers today. So thank you for joining us, and thanks for your support. And we're willing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, Honorable Minister, as Felix has said, we are really grateful. If you want to just give us a little, brief of what you think of what we are doing now, we'll be very, very happy. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. I was supposed to give the keynote yesterday. I was airborne yesterday. I've been away for 3 weeks, everywhere in the world, literally, from South Korea to Japan to China to Dubai and the UK. I was going through the brochure, and I realized that Darlington and Akogo was supposed to be one of your speakers. There's no way Darlington will be here, because I've taken Darlington to the UK. I've left him there. Yeah, I've left him there because it sounds like a lot of travel, and people think that being minister is fun and glitz. But this morning when I woke up, I'm beginning to feel the jet lag and the effect of multiple time zones, and the stress it's had on me physically. I'm aged. I say in the 7-8 months I've been minister, I've aged 5 years. But the reason why I have and almost everywhere I've been, there's a different team from the ministry. So I have a team from Ghana Post in South Korea that's working on postal reforms. The team in Dubai was working on the Universal Postal Union Congress, where Ghana got elected to Council of Administration. Japan was about the Global Expo, led a team there with trade, and then we also went to China to have conversations with stakeholders there, had meetings with the Minister for Industry and IT there on the kind of partnerships that we can have. But critical to what you're doing here is the team that's in London. When I became minister, or when I was appointed minister, before my vetting, the very first High Commissioner who I engaged was the then British High Commissioner, Harriet Thompson. And when she came, she said to me, "Minister, what would you want for us to do?" And I said to her that I reviewed the AI policy that my predecessor launched barely 2 weeks to the election. Apart from the typographical errors in it, there was very little I could see inside of it. Oh, guys, why? It appeared to have been a rushed process, very little stakeholder consultation with industry. It appeared to be ticking a box for the politics of it. I don't intend to be a minister for that reason. And so I said I was going to shred that AI policy and redo it. And so my ask to the British High Commissioner was for funding to redo Ghana's AI strategy. And I said to her, I don't want you to give the money to the ministry. Politicians are used to asking for donor help, and then they have a lot of committee meetings. 80% of the money is spent on travel and meeting, and no work happened. I'm a proud alumni of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, which I believe is the best university in the world. Yeah, I hear a bit of murmurs coming from those who attended Accra High School Annex. Anyway, and so I said to them that there is a responsible AI lab in the university. And so whatever funding they have, they should give it to the university. I want academia to lead the development of our AI strategy. And so about £500,000 was, £500,000 was made available to the KNUST Rail, and we worked with them to develop the policy. I said I wanted industry, academia to draft Ghana's policy. We, as minister, I'll just give policy direction, but the real strategy document should be done by industry. And so Darlington was drafted in as part of industry. So Darlington is co-chair, and Professor Jerry John, who heads KNUST Rail, is chair of that. And in the last 7 months, they've done fantastic work. We've had 5 stakeholder engagements. One was with policymakers and tech players, another was with judges, another was with academia. There was one with the Parliamentary Select Committee, and then the last one was at the AI boot camp, which I organized for the whole of cabinet. And I'm sharing all of this to let you understand that Ghana is really the best place to be at this time in the world when it comes to AI. When I walked into the room, the African lady with the American trophy husband said something that I was very upset about, but she quickly drew it back, where she said, I had doomso and stuff, and I said, oh, that's a thing of the past. You know, but then I agree with her when she said that there is a lot of potential in Ghana. And the reason I say that is it took Rwanda 6 years to put together a cabinet-level AI retreat. It took me 3 months as minister to get the president to approve for us to have an AI cabinet retreat, 3 days, all cabinet ministers. And what we did was we've appointed focal persons in every ministry, because you see, at the end of the day, politicians end up with policy decisions that affect everybody. And so you may be doing fantastic work in AI in healthcare or in agriculture, but if the Ministry of Agriculture does not appreciate what you're doing and what your innovation is, policy will stifle your innovation and will kill your growth. And so that's why for me, I feel that my ministry is one ministry. We can't carry the whole of government when it comes to AI. We must carry the entire government architecture. And the president agrees with it, and so we took the whole of cabinet for 3 days to a retreat, ran that program, and apart from having the ministers, we also have designated AI focal persons now in every ministry, and every month they meet at my ministry to review the work that has been done. And so this is the place to be when you're an AI person. As we complete the final stakeholder engagement with our partners in the FCDO, and that's why I was there on Monday to just do the FCDO meetings, and we met with the Tony Blair Institute as well to see what kind of alignments we can have. Yesterday they were at the Google office. Today they are at the Digital Gov Expo in London. And when they get back, we would take it to cabinet and officially launch the new AI strategy for our country. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, as minister, if you recall again at my vetting, I said that I made a commitment that by the end of President Mahama's term, on the 7th of January 2029, Ghana is going to be the AI hub for Africa. And we're committed to that, and we will make it work. And it's not lip service. 3 months into being minister, I signed a $1 billion agreement with the United Arab Emirates to build an physical AI infrastructure here. 25 square kilometer of land has been secured. We're working with them, with the G42 group, to see how well we can start construction in Q1 of 2026 on the land and bring in the total. We're looking to bring in about 11,000 AI businesses into Ghana. And as we do all of this, the reality is artificial intelligence is only as good as the data sets that you use to train the intelligence. And so, I mean, I know that right now on social media, people call me DSTV minister. Oh, I see everything. I know everything that's going on. Yeah. Even though those who are shading me and putting me on blast, on the 29th, I will respond. You know, I always have the best clapback in this country. I will respond with a solid clapback on the 29th on the DSTV matter. But the ministry is not only doing DSTV. We're doing a lot of things, you know. But I keep saying that people are used to ministers with very limited bandwidth who do one thing at a time. This minister, his bandwidth is limitless. I do multiple things at the same time. And so, whilst we're dealing with all of those issues on DSTV and all the other things, we're doing the critical things to reposition Ghana. The first thing we needed to do was to break down the digital silos in our country. Ghana has a lot of digital assets, but they're siloed and not interoperable. And so what you have is you've got the national, one of my agencies is just across the road from you here, the National Communications Authority. We hold billions of digital tokens in telecoms information. But that database is not communicating with the digital tokens, billions of digital tokens that the central bank is holding in its database that is also controlling. Further down the road is the National Identification Authority that holds all of our biometric data, a single source of truth, no interoperability. And so you've got all of these digital silos. The Passport Office is holding its digital silos. DVLA is holding its digital silo. Health insurance. And so the ministry is working on a data harmonization act because, again, I don't want to get into a fight with my colleague. Because when I write to any regulator and say, submit your data sets to me, they'll ask me, you are not our sector minister, why should we submit to you? But the truth is, if you want to really inspire young AI innovators to take the lead, they need access to limitless data. And so we need to create a harmonized system. And so I'm going to Parliament with the Data Harmonization Act. We're done with the draft. It's going to Cabinet for Cabinet approval. And once I get Cabinet approval, I'll lay it before Parliament. The Data Harmonization Act is going to create basically a data hub, a data repository where all of these various individual data sets connect into this repository. So we're setting the framework for you to be able to innovate using proper data sets. And as we do this, we're working on the data governance around it as well, because I do not want a situation where tomorrow I'm not minister and some irresponsible person takes over from me and then, oh, not all politicians are responsible, please. Let's call a spade a spade. We've got irresponsible ones amongst us. Just the same way we have irresponsible innovators in the room here too. Some are responsible, some are irresponsible. In every group, even Jesus Christ the Lord, when he selected 12 people, Jesus Christ, who is God, selected 12 people. One of them was able to betray him. Who not some judge? Anyway, but the fact of the matter is, look, we're right on course. Because I keep saying, and I'm happy I see people from the West working with us here. I was talking to a team from State Department when I was talking to them about the need for them to look at Africa properly in the context of US AI policy. I said to them that America's homeland security today is driven by a lot of AI-powered technology. That technology is 99.9% accurate when it's dealing with white males. But when it's dealing with black males, I didn't say black Americans, black males like me, it's 49% accurate. And that's simply because the American Homeland Security systems and Department of Defense systems do not have African data sets to train their system. And so we're sitting on gold mine. We're sitting on data as the next gold. It's actually the real powerhouse. And our youth dividend is not, again, that was said before I came up, the youth dividend on our African continent is not a curse, it's a blessing if we know how to utilize it well. By 2030, 1 in every 4 human beings in this world is going to be African. That's power. You go to Europe and America, the median age now is in the 40s, going up to the 50s. The average age on the African continent, 23. That's extremely young. And it is young people who generate data points. And so the more you have young people being connected via government policy, the more we need to ensure that we're processing that data, harnessing that data, making it AI readable, and making sure that those who access our data sets do that within the remits of what we call national policy. And so this summit is a fantastic summit where we're going to begin to, I hope that this becomes a yearly thing and that you're able to bring more minds, not just innovators, but innovators, policymakers, and VCs into the room. And maybe we will help you along those lines. I'm working on something with Google. You spoke about the Google AI Lab. About a month or 6 weeks ago, James Mayinka, Senior Vice President, was here with me to launch the expansion of the community center, the AI community center. And one of the things I said to him was, hopefully next year, by middle next year, Q2 next year, we'll bring together what I call the Africa Tech Davos here in Accra. We'll bring all ministers of state, ICT ministers of state from across the continent, and Google is going to help bring all big tech from America, so NVIDIA, Microsoft, Oracle, and the big boys into the room. And we're bringing African innovators to sit in that room. So we have innovators, big tech, and policymakers in the same room to be able to have a proper conversation on the way forward for Africa. As your minister, my focus with AI does a lot, but my focus is 3-pronged. That's my priority. Agriculture for food security, healthcare for last mile healthcare delivery, and education for bridging that digital divide. Those are 3 areas that are critical to me. And so, to those of you in the room here, if you have a fantastic innovation that you need support from the ministry in any of these 3 areas, please, my doors are open. We'll make the tools available to you. In agriculture, one of the things, and that's the last thing I'll say because I need to get out of here myself. One of the things that we're working on is an NLP. We need to have our own natural language in AI. Okay, it's a problem for me because there are solutions in agri-tech today where you want to do precision farming or help increase yield using satellite and drone imagery to do soil analysis and all of those. Those solutions exist already. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. But if I were to put those solutions on devices today and hand them over to farmers, cashew farmers in the Bunu region, or yam farmers somewhere in Damango, will they be able to use those tools in English? That is a real problem. And so how do we use natural language learning to be able to build our own local language, large language models, and create an interface in our local languages, especially farming languages, to then be able to put that as an interface between the existing solutions for our farmers to then take advantage of artificial intelligence. Again, I've tasked academia to do that. And so you've got KNUST, UCC, and UG working collaboratively to build large language models. We've done Chi, we've done GA, we've done Nzima, we're working on Ewe, we're working on Dagbani. And we're not just working for Africa, For Ghana, we're working for Africa. So we're working in Hausa, we've started work in Yoruba, in Creole, and Swahili, so that we can share what we build from Ghana to Africa. Take this AI revolution as a new independent revolution of the continent, where Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said the independence of Ghana was meaningless unless it was linked up to the entire liberation of the African continent. Ghana's AI march would also be meaningless unless we share the strides we make with the rest of Africa. This is the time. This is your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Just before I let go of you, I know I speak for everybody in this room when I say that it is very humbling to see what you are doing for the country in the sector of communication and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the Honorable Minister. Now my final question to you, and I loved your presentation, just by the way. Please resume your seat. We know about the whole DSTV brouhaha on the internet. How do you intend to leverage AI to first-hand detect and know problems like what we had in the DSTV sector, so that we are able to curb it before we have to come to the internet to find solutions, and we give them time to go have a meeting, come back with figures or numbers that will favor the Ghanaian market?
Well, again, I'm minded in speaking on the DSTV issue because I've made the point that the committee that I chair has done a lot of work. In fact, literally, we're ready to come public with our work, but I've announced that we'll do that next week, Monday. Because you see, one thing people must bear in mind is, as minister, I've made it clear that my fidelity is to the Ghanaian people. However, I also have a responsibility to foreign investment in the country. You don't want to make Ghana look like an undesirable destination for investment. However, investors must know that even though we're welcoming and hospitable people, you cannot fleece the Ghanaian people. And so it's striking that fine balance. As you're aware, on Monday, in fact, the deadline for the committee I set was Monday 21st. The reason why I did a 1-week extension was last Monday, just this past Monday, was the day Canal Plus officially took over the MultiChoice Group and the $2 billion arrangement. They're a publicly listed company. I'm minded about the effect of a policy announcement on shareholders and stock market behavior. So there are all kinds of considerations that you make. So yes, in giving that 1-week extension, I know that that's one more week to be roasted by Ghanaian social media. However, that's the price to pay for leadership. But bear in mind, and when I make the announcements on Monday, Ghanaians will appreciate that the engagements I've had have not been from a place of sentiment. It's been from a place of data and analysis. And that's the point I drive when I say that we need to make Ghana a digitally inclusive, data-driven economy. And my pledge has been that the 2028 budget that the Finance Ministry will run will not be based on sentiment. It will be based on analytical data points, such that when the Ministry of Finance is putting in a budget for roads in a particular region, it's because that's the real need there. Not because we are constructing roads because we want to use them for politics, but because that's the need of the people in that area. Do the data points that we're drawing in, and that's why I want to do the data harmonization thing, does it point to the fact that in a particular region, maternal mortality is 15% higher than the rest of the national average? It means that the real need of that region is not roads. It's more hospital beds for women, maternal health care. You can only advise the Finance Ministry to put the resources when you have real data. If you don't have data, it's a lot of sentiment. You go somewhere and the chief says, oh, we heard you promised a school here, so we want a school. Then you go and build a school for them. Do they really need a school? And so with DSTV and everything I did, and if you realize when I made the demand for 30%, I put out a table that showed analysis across a number of markets. Again, when DSTV came and said, oh no, we want stakeholder consultation, I put out a statement and said, provide the regulator the following information. Your pricing in 7 markets with breakdowns of what's the taxation, what's the cost of doing business in that country, what's the cost of delivering the content. Because again, we've done that analysis, and I didn't sit down and do that analysis on my own. I used AI tools to do it. So AI is a very critical tool that serves everyone. And at the boot camp we held for ministers, I said to them that AI is a blessing and a curse. AI is not supposed to replace our thinking capacity. AI is actually supposed to allow us move into a deeper, higher realm of thinking. AI is supposed to replace the mundane tasks that we do to allow us move into a higher level and a higher plane of intelligence. But a lot of people are trading their natural thinking for AI. And so I said to ministers, be careful, because a director in your ministry will prepare a speech for you using ChatGPT or any of the other ones, Perplexity or whatever, and it's drawn from unverified sources to generate that data set and that speech. And so as minister, you go and stand publicly and read a speech, and when you are fact-checked, it's wrong. AI is not to blame. You are to blame because you failed to use the gray matter in your medulla oblongata. So AI is supposed to facilitate the work we do. It's supposed to ease the work we do, but it is not supposed to replace our thinking.
At this point, I'm tempted to say Ayezu.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, for the Honorable Minister who doubles as the Member of Parliament. Sir, just before you go there, the sponsors and the organizers will join you up here for a photo ops briefly. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you can do better for him. I mean, to know that he was airborne just a few days ago and make his way here because he is passionate about the conversation we are having here is just worth applauding. One more time, please. Let's hear it for him. All the speakers, kindly join us upstage too. All the speakers, please join for the photograph. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go back to our panel discussion. So,
all right, thank you very much. A round of applause for the minister. Wow. Honorable Minister, the KNUST guys, we are meeting outside. So if you're not part of us, don't come. But it's just only us. Thank you very much. Right. So I think right about now, after going through all those briefings and stuff, I think we just need 2 minutes to just do some stretches. So please, if you don't mind, just a minute to just do some stretches before we move into our next panel discussion. So please, can we all be upstanding? Humbly, just a minute. And just try and do something small, Yeah. If you didn't get the opportunity to join us, take the picture. This is your time. Well, the camera guys, let's take a picture with all of them here. Okay. All right. Right. So, thank you very much. If you're done, I love the way the gentleman there is stretching. I love that stretching. This AI can't do that stretch. It's just a normal human being that can do that stretch. So if you also want to do it, just join him. Just join him do the stretch, yeah? Okay. All right. All right, thank you so much. Let's humbly assume our seats and get ready for the next panel discussion. Kindly take your seats. Thank you so much, distinguished guest. Now moving into this panel discussion, which is going to be more on youth empowerment interactivity. We're going to look at from curiosity to creation, where we are building youth pipelines into AI, breaking into AI, navigating limitless resource, and building from local realities. And to help us do that, I want to bring on stage Miss Sharon Esrifi. If Miss Sharon Esrifi is here, please let's give her a round of applause. Take your seat up there. Good. And I want to also invite on stage Mr. Eric Appiah from Appiah Information Technology Systems, Ghana. Eric Appiah. He comes in unassuming, so just show him some love, yeah? Then joining Mr. Appiah is the gentleman whom I will quote his quote for you later when they are done with the discussion. Mr. Emmanuel Afiache, who is also with Sisu AI Ghana. I bring on stage Mr. Akwesi Obin Ajay, executive in charge of RICS, relationship banking from ASA Bank, South Africa. So you do this for me. I want you to sit at the side. I'm doing something. I need a seat. And then I bring on stage again. That speaker who symbolizes Africa with an American trophy. Please bring on stage and join them on Mrs. Ayo Jones.
$15 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, don't blame me because they are the firewall between you and your lunch.
I like the power I have. Hi, everyone. Oh my God. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sharon Esilfi. I'm a technology policy researcher, and I am going to be your moderator for today. And first of all, before I get started, let's play a little game. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of the term artificial intelligence. Okay. Now raise your hand if you have ever thought to yourself, how can I create a career out of artificial intelligence? Okay, good. That means we're going to have a very good discussion today. So if you raise your hand to any of the two questions, you're in the right room. We are going to have a discussion about how we can create opportunities for the youth in this artificial intelligence buzz. And to join me have this conversation, I have Ayo Jones, and she is an AI education strategist who will share her journey from being an educator to being an impact leader, and she will be highlighting grassroots AI education and how that can transform lives and communities. I also have on my panel Mr. Eric Appiah, who is the founder of Appiah Info Technologies, and he'll be sharing his experience on building AI solutions from the ground up and how local ingenuity can overcome resource constraints. I also have Mr. Emmanuel Apesi from Sisu, who will discuss CISO approach to youth engagement in AI, including mentorship, community labs, and practical training models. And I also have Mr. Dennis Asamoah, who will be joining us. He's the founder of Unifying Ghana, and he will enlighten us on how African languages and cultural context can be embedded in AI tools. And finally, there's Mr. Akwesi Obeng Ejay, who is an executive in risk relationship banking at ABSA South Africa, forgive me. And he will offer a financial perspective on investing in youth-led AI ventures and how banks can support responsible AI innovation. So let's get into the conversation. Before I go on, I'll just give my panelists a few minutes to just say something about themselves and what they do, just from their perspective.
All right. My name is Eric Appiah. I'm the director of Appiah Information Technology Systems. I'm a tech and sustainability professional. I have, through my partners, Mobile Web Ghana and Wonderbyte Technologies, trained over 800 professionals, lawyers, doctors, HR, and then our recent training was for an international organization, Oxfam Ghana. All right.
All right, thank you. You pronounce the name, but it's actually Mano Apechi, not Apiati.
Forgive me.
Thank you. So I'm the CEO at CISO AI and the executive director at OpenAI for Africa. I love machines, I love computers so much, and one quote always resonates with me that AI is neither good nor bad, but a neutral reflection of those who embrace them. So that same AI we use for good can also be used for bad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Io Jones. I've worked over the last 20 years in education throughout the United States and internationally, helping to rewrite literacy programs, digital readiness, and earlier this year I wrote a book to rethink the educational system in terms of an inquiry-based model that allows students to develop AI, critical thinking, collaboration skills, and went out to train the system with the adults who are in charge of education at large, and found that they didn't have the readiness skills to teach the next generation how to use AI thoughts in a way that was effective. So I had to write a second book on how to teach the adults how to think so that they could teach the students how to collaborate with AI tools. And that's really where we have to take responsibility in this moment. We've talked a lot about youth and youth reform, but the people who are leading the youth are us old folks, the ones of us who still remember a life with let's say before smartphones, before Google, who's old enough to remember the world before Google, we're the ones that are teaching the youth how to adopt these tools. And so there is a piece here that we have to talk about, the adult readiness, so that we can lead the next generation. And that's where I live, that's what I do.
Thank you. Mr. Akwesi.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone again. My name is Akwesi Obeng Ejay, so I'm an executive for risk at ABSA Bank in South Africa. But the reason why I'm actually sitting on the stage is not to give money today, because I don't have it. I'm also a co-chair for the Africa Youth in Tourism Innovation Challenge and an advisor to the Incubation Hub for Youth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, my panelists. So, Ayo, I would like to start the conversation from you because I want us to start from the ground up. From your years of education, how do you think that the Ghanaian education curriculum can be designed to empower the youth to, leverage on the artificial intelligence and emerging technology revolution for their careers?
What I said earlier is still true. We have a mindset in our education system right now that's really rooted still in memorization. And that is information era knowledge. That is over. Being able to recall information is no longer a valuable skill. Being able to harness the information to drive inquiry and wonder and curiosity is how we drive innovation. And the system that we live in right now still values, read this, write down everything you remember, and then I'll grade you on what you could recall. And we can't sit in that space. When we had the Telecel gentleman here earlier talking about the implementation of wonderful systems at pre-sec, I clapped, but then I also paused. it's fantastic that we can do those things at pre-sec, but pre-sec is already at the top tier, right? I want to know what we're doing for the village school in the central region. I want to know what we're doing for a local school in Tema. How are we reaching out to the people who have to implement these things at the bottom and not just putting things in place for maybe those who are already privileged in the position that they sit in? This moment has to be for everyone. And so it really does come down to how can we teach critical thinking, curiosity, communication, and collaboration for people who have no internet? How do we make that happen? And I have a way to work on that if anyone is interested in having that conversation.
We are. Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Emmanuel, coming to you, when we have now incorporated what Ayo spoke about, curiosity, building skills into our curriculum, how do we now make sure that coming out of the education system and even in between the different stages of the education system, how can we mentor the youth to build solutions of their own and leverage the emerging technology revolution?
So it's been quite an interesting journey. And one approach we leverage is the AGI. And the AGI is not the artificial general intelligence we know, rather academia, government, and industry collaboration or partnership. And this AGI has actually helped us a lot. And one approach or something we always do is to make sure we're able to guide them, mentor them, and break that language barrier. If I'm to ask anyone here, what is artificial intelligence in your local language? What do you say? Can you say it? In Ewe, it's Monsieur Wanawa Mokbatone or Nunya Wowe.
This is interesting.
In Chi, it's a free badrima, and I say machines that can behave like humans, or machines that think and behave like humans. And Anyansa are Mudi Juma. So you see, once we're able to break this barrier, parents at home can actually guide their young ones to learn and embrace AI. And in communities, we have approaches where we used to reach these young ones. We have a project called Kalon, and the goal is to make sure people in deprived communities without internet can actually leverage this AI training. So we visit them, we provide them hands-on training, guide them, and make sure they understand the AI. Not just the word artificial intelligence does it, but sometimes we mentor them in their local languages so they understand and embrace it. And using this approach, you've been able to achieve a lot.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you so much. Now, Eric, to you, I'm particularly interested in your perspective because you're going to help us look at the behind the scenes of things like building a company or a tech company from scratch, or building your own technology solution from scratch, right? You're a founder of technology solutions. What advice or how do you think that the youth can build their own solutions from your years of experience after they've gone through the education system, they've been mentored, now they want to get their hands dirty and get into industry and build their own things? From your years of building, how do you think they can do that?
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so when it comes to AI, I think majority of the people think that it is all about developing a model. That is just one aspect, okay? We have predictive AI, we also have generative AI. And in that development of the model, if you are starting, there is this platform called the Hugging Face. It's where the whole world is like the GitHub of AI, where you can go there, go and test what people are doing, ideas, get some codes, and then you can even use AI to help you build models. But that is just one aspect. If you want to develop, I don't hear people talk about it. If you want to develop solutions very quickly, what we do is that we do AI automations, for example. So when we talk about AI automations, we are looking at automating processes in business. For example, we implemented an AI automation in the customer service support, all right, where instead of having the customer people to reply the clients, several clients, what we did was that we developed an automation where we connect the brain to the WhatsApp, and then we get an API, and then we connect it to a brain. And so this automation can help to, understand the context, and then book an appointment if it needs to book an appointment, a calendar, schedule a meeting, and so on and so forth. So AI automation is actually a very good thing. And I think that is where, if you are young, you should look at where you automate things. You are not necessarily going to code or develop the model by yourself, but in this case, you are automating systems. Okay. Another example is you see this issue of calling. Example again in the customer service, you have to call each potential client and all of that. You can actually use AI to do the calling, and then the AI will, with the knowledge base that you train it with, will be able to understand your context, call, and then get good response. Okay, yeah, so that is something that we should also look at.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much. And just still to stay on you, and also as a founder, how do you think that, what lessons have you learned? Just one. What lesson have you learned that I want to start my company? What lesson or advice you have for me as a young person?
What I would say is start small. AI is very big. It's very capital intensive. So you start small, start local, start solving small problems that organizations have, and then you can build on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now to you, Mr. Akwesi. I know you said that you had a video to play, but you'd have to forgive me. We're out of time. But just from a finance perspective, how do you think that we can, help AI ventures to be financed, and their financial support? How can we support them financially?
Thank you. So I think there's a misdemeanor that banks or investors fund passion. We don't fund passion, right? So whenever I've run an innovation challenge and we've asked the question, what made you come up with this product? You get the answer that I'm very passionate about. No, right? So the first thing we look at from an investor perspective is trying to understand what market gap are you closing? What are you solving for? And is there a need for this solution on the market? And if you can identify the market gap, you've already almost gotten a sell-through on getting in the listing year of any funder, of any bank, or any investor. Then the second thing is, what is your USP? What is your unique selling proposition? What makes your product very different from what is out there on the market? And what to make a person buy yours and not the next? And then another key consideration that most people forget is you will have a market to sell this to. So you've got a product, but you have no buyers, so you've got no market. And you also have to think of the investor as being somebody who is giving you money and they're expecting returns. So what is your return on investment? And how much of it have you put in yourself? And usually when people want to approach an investor, approach a bank, or approach an investor with a solution, they come with a concept. It's much more easier to get funding when you've got what we call an MVP. You've got a proof of concept, or you've got a minimum viable product, something that we can tangibly display to show the working solution that you've got at hand. By the days of ideation and I've got this thinking in my head and stuff, doesn't really appeal to funders and investors until you've been able to move that ideation into a minimum viable product that you can showcase. That is very cost effective, but at least you're able to demonstrate the practicalities of what you're trying to sell. And that's what generally get the attention of the funder. And lastly, how are you going to pay back, right? So financing is not just money. We have to think of the intangible financing option that is available versus the actual capital that you need. So is it money that you need? Is it equity? Is it IP? Is it mentoring? It comes in different shapes and forms. So you really have to quantify what it is that you want from the investor and how are you going to return back to them in some form of shares, equity, or a loan, whatever it is. then you get the attention of whoever that you want the money from. So if
Amazing.
you miss these steps, forget about it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my panelists, and to my audience. I hope that you've picked something actionable from this conversation. Curiosity brought you to this conference, and I hope that as you step out, you go and take action. I'm Sharon Esilfi, and I've been your moderator for today. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for them? Oh, you, why? You have a question for them?
I don't have a question, but you should commend me on the time.
Let's give a round of applause for making sure we get to this time so we can go for our lunch. You say you have a question. If in 10 seconds, break your question up to them. They have just 1 minute to respond to you. So, no. Keep asking the question so that you have enough time while they are taking the picture.
Is to Mr. Akwesi and Madam Awa, the consultant.
What? Yeah. Merge it.
I humbly want to ask them, what is youth empowerment? Last Monday, I was in a youth engagement, 5,000 youth met. Most of the time, youth meet, they bring speakers, they motivate them, no resources, and they don't equip them. 3 days, all the motivation is dry, you go home with nothing. So I want to ask them, what is youth empowerment? And how can we go beyond the motivation and get resources and equipment?
Who is taking it, Kwesi? Okay.
Yeah, so I think we're not leaving you dry and high after today. So we're happy to mentor, support, guide you to the point where you've been investor ready for you to get the funding. So we're still available after today. We are not just coming to speak and then walk away. The support is still there. We also have an incubation hub. So for those of you who are interested in joining the hub, where we take ideation all the way through to a maturity stage. So I'm happy to chat to you offline, and then we can see how we can help shape you and not just leave you dry after today's conference.
All right, thank you so much. Please, can you take us? Oh, no, we want to do the service, so let's all do it here. Do it now. Are you? Yes, let's do this. Yeah. Don't worry. It's part of it, AI. Are we good? All right, so a round of applause for them. And since we have enough time for all of you, Bobby, what do we have to do now?
Yes, Ben. So, now we are empowered with what? We are going to empower ourselves with not AI food, but some nice food for everybody. Humbly, we will ask that only the speakers exit the building or the hall for lunch. Delegates, or if you are not a speaker, please remain seated. They will serve you here because we don't want you moving around too much. The speakers would have to go catch a word or two, and they will join us here in the next. And I mean my time when I say my time. At exactly 2 p.m., we are resuming with the next action on the program. So please, do well to bridge that digital divide with AI, but bridge that famishment with food. Thank you very much, and we'll see you here at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you.
your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training. www.grpfeats.com +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Hey, come on, come see what? Hey, wait, this guy. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, wono ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open beer, meso too. Come. Mix patch of shabu suka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. Come around. Yes. Mommy, you show up unya so well. Hello. You show up uko boat. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Miss no customer be. So to no mommy. Also, you can show spot. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You sound. Bro, I the info from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecel SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecel Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Welcome to the future of innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training, www.grpfeeds.com, +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on your new hits. Yeah, I'm waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer open. Come on, come and see what. Hey, where's this guy? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo from the connection man. The open be a mess or two. Come. Mix patch up the shabu suka inka. Pukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boats. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya shows fast. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You killer. Bro, I didn't fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecel Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training, www.grpfeeds.com, +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Hey, come on, come see you. Hey, wait, Jessica. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto chiaka. Inti ene, wono ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open beer meso too. Come. Mix pacho me shabo su kanka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. Come around. Yes. Mommy, you show out unya so well. Hello. You show out uko boat. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, me say no customer be. So to no mommy. Also, unya shows fast. See what cycle. Boys me. Nyanya walk off. You sound. Bro, I dey info from 6 p.m. sharp. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecom, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training. www.grpfeeds.com +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer open. Come on, let me see you. Hey, where this guy? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The OPBR meso too. Come. Mix Pacho Shabusu Kanka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show out unya so well. Hello. You show out uko boat. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Miss no customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya so spot. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You killer. Sound. Bro, I the info from 6 p.m. Shut. Meso too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Welcome to the future of innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training, www.grpfeats.com, +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer open. Come on, let me see you. Hey, where this guy? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, wono ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open beer, meso too. Come. Mix Pacho Mishabusu Kanka. Pukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show out unya so well. Hello. You show out uko boat. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya so spot. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You sound. Bro, I the info from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecom, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training. www.grpfeats.com +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer open. Come on, let me see you. Hey, where this guy? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open beer, meso too. Come. Mix Pacho Shabo Sukanka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. Come around. Yes. Mommy, you show out unya so well. Hello. You show out uko boat. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya shows fast. See what cycle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You sound. Bro, I didn't fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer open. Hey, come on, come and see what. Hey, wait, this guy. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno banu mumpe baby amubeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo from the connection man. The open BR meso too. Come. Mix patch up the shabusu kanka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boots. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya so spot. See what cycle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You killer. Sound. Bro, I didn't fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecel. Telecel, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecel Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training, www.grpfeats.com, +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
so I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the Pia Come on, come see what? Hey, wait, this guy. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many scared do no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, wono ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo from the connection man. The OPBR meso too. Come. Mix patch up the shabu suka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our uko boats. See what last stop. That's all your sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya shows fast. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk fast. You sound. Bro, I didn't fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecell. Telecell, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Welcome to the future of innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training, www.grpfeeds.com, +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer. Come on, come and see what. Hey, wait, this guy. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno banu mumpe baby amubeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo from the connection man. The open beer meso too. Come. Mix patch up the shabu so kanka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boots. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, you can show spot. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You killer. Sound. Bro, I didn't fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's saw it too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecell. Telecell, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecom, connecting energies.
Welcome to the future of innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training. www.grpfeeds.com +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on your new hits. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer open. Come on, come and see what. Hey, wait, Jessica. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno banu mumpe baby amubeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open beer, meso too. Come. Mix patch up the shabusu kanka. Pukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boats. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer. So to the mommy. Also, unya shows pa. See what circle.
Boys me, nyanya walk pa.
You killer. Sound. Bro, I the info from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecell. Telecell, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Welcome to the future of innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training, www.grpfeats.com, +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Rent back with the beer. Come on, come and see what. Wait, this guy. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno banu mumpe baby amubeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo from the connection man. The open BR meso too. Come. Mix patch up the shabu so kanka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all your brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boots. See what last stop. That's all your Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya so spot. See what cycle.
Boys me, nyanya walk up.
You killer. Bro, I didn't fall from 6 p.m. Shut. Let's so too.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecell. Telecell, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Telecell
Telecom SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecom Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible.
We are gradually here in the dragon's den. We have made our way out from the skies, and now we are in the dragon's den. And for most of you who are very religious, you know that when you enter the fire furnace, you only need God or you run. But in this dragon den, what we are going to do is have a pitch competition. A competition that would award the winner $1,000. I'm sorry. It's equivalent in Ghana cedis. I don't know the rate they are using now, but if it's 12 cedis, the winner of this pitch competition receives 12,000 Ghana cedis. And I thought somebody was going to clap for that. So in this dragon den, we are speaking about AI innovation pitch competition presentation, and the topic is Emerging African Innovators Present Bold Afrocentric AI Solutions to a panel of expert judges. Finalists compete for first, second, and third place award, celebrating excellent impact and the vision of African AI. Ladies and gentlemen, just like any other competition, it has to be judged. And the judges for this Dragon's Den or pitch competition are, please with a round of applause for the third time in this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome the fellow in AI governance and policy. Ladies and gentlemen, I present again Mr. Paul Kreifer. Please take your seat on the judges' table for me. And let's keep it going for the representative for Professor Kobe Mensah in the person of Mr. Kwesi Amoako BJ, Executive Rex Relationship Banking, ABSA South Africa. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kwesi Obinyejay. And Mr. Eugene Aloti, co-founder of Creative Bibini Limited Ghana. Please put your hands together for him. The next judge is a former head of Google Research Africa in the person of Mr. Jason Hickey. Put your hands together for Jay. And now to the CTO of Alpha Vector. Please help me make welcome Mr. Epson Afo. A round of applause for Epson. And finally, I was about to say we have the men. I know that some of you don't understand, but a large number of you understand what I mean by we have the men. Because these judges are all men. Now the final judge on my list is our very own data and AI consultant manager from Accenture UK. Ladies and gentlemen, the PhD holder, Dr. Reginald Anka. A round of applause for him. And now, these are the men with the iron fist waiting to hear the bold solutions to the problems the following contestants are going to provide. Their job cannot start or end without the prey they have to hunt. Now for the first competitor. And again, let me just give the rules of engagement for this pitch competition. Whoever comes up here is doing it within 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the judges have 2 minutes to ask the person a question. Again, I am the most accurate timekeeper in the whole world. So I'll ensure that you do it in 3 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please help me welcome our first competitor, Fundict, that is coming to us by Henry and Benedict. Please, a round of applause for Henry and Benedict. Don't worry, your 3 minutes have not started, but you can keep coming. Do you need a microphone or two?
Hello?
Gentlemen, your time starts.
Hello, my name is Benedict, CTO, co-founder for Fundit. So imagine this. If you lose your job just now, do you have enough in your savings to cover you until you get your next job? This is the problem that about 8 million people in Ghana face, and they are unprepared for financial emergencies. We know this because we surveyed about 1,500 young people, and we found out that about 52% of them don't know where to invest or get started, and about 78% of them don't have an emergency fund. We want to solve this by helping young people start first by building an emergency fund. It's a 6-month emergency fund, which is going to be guided by AI, our Zoe. The name we give to her, she's a friend, I guess. Yeah, and she is going to actually walk them on how to build an emergency fund. This is done in an interactive way. Some people are gig workers, they don't really know how much they spend a month, how much they earn every month. And with Zoe is able to do this in a conversational manner, ask them questions, and able to estimate a right target and a recommended fund size for them to contribute into the emergency fund. Whilst doing this, Zoe understands what they are doing and is actually able to recommend deposits in a timely manner to help them meet that goal. And whilst this is happening, we're able to track all of this data and present a financial health score which they can use to unlock credit. This is a user, early adopter, who was able to grow her emergency fund from 0 to 4,000 Ghana cedis in just 60 days. And now she's covered financially. Now, our traction, we've been able to, since launch, since July, $8,700 has been in deposits. And based on we've been able to do this with partnership with Blackstar, a licensed asset management firm in Ghana. And based on that traction, we've been able to select it for Pan-African OST program, where we'll be pitching in Tunisia next month. The market size is about 3.7 billion, based on 300 million people across Africa facing this problem. And in Ghana, we estimate about $3.4 million in revenue, based on 1.75 assets and management fees we charge. Across the competitive landscape, we are the first company in Ghana helping people build an emergency fund with AI guidance to help them unlock credit by estimating a financial health score. We charge a 1.25%, as I mentioned, but as we scale, we with bank partnerships we are working on, we hope to increase this to about 3%. We have a dedicated team. Myself, I have 6+ years experience in software engineering. I've actually built apps for the largest power producing company in Ghana, Volta River Authority. Our advisor, Jeremy Queno, which some of you may know, has 10+ years in fintech and banking. We are raising $200 in capital, and we wish to use this to reach 60K users and 600K in revenue in 18 months. This will help us scale our marketing. This will help us build our technical framework, our AI for the financial health score, and then also help cross regulatory milestones as we partner with banks. Thank you, and help us help young people in Africa build a financially healthy life. Thank you.
So I've been corrected that your time is supposed to be 5 minutes. I'm very sorry for making you rap. I'm sorry, forgive me. You have 2 more minutes. If there's anything more you'd like to add before I go to the judges.
This is great. I practiced for 5 minutes, so I'm even amazed I made it in 2 minutes. But I'll go back to Zoe, and I actually want to talk to you a little bit more about how Zoe works, because I feel like we are really underestimating the power of this. Zoe is not just a chatbot, right? Zoe is supposed to be like your Siri, right? That works for you. It's supposed to be your helper in your financial journey. I'm actually going to hand over to Henry, and then you just talk briefly about the features of Zoe and what it can do.
Okay, so Zoe is actually an AI agent that has various tools to help the user set up their finances and offer them advice on how to set up an emergency fund. So when the user query comes in, it is classified, and based on classification, we route to the right agents. Each agent has its own tools, and depending on the tools, so you choose the perfect one to help the user accomplish their task. For example, if the user wanted to make a deposit, it could ask, and the user could ask Zoe, and Zoe would then navigate the user automatically to the page, and then the user would then do a deposit. Zoe also pops up when needed on various pages, right? For example, if the user has set up a emergency fund yet, it's going to show up and then prompts the user, guide the user to set up their emergency fund, right? So if
you've got 1 second more.
I think all I'll add is that the nudges, right? So as Zoe is tracking your data, it's able to tell you you can be earning coins like literally 10 cedis every day, and Zoe will be able to estimate that based on your patterns, put 1 cedi aside every time, right? Because the mindset is that only people who are earning regularly can make deposits into a mutual fund. But with
A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them.
Thank you.
That's for you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Kindly take a seat. The two of you take a seat. And now wait for your questions from the judges. I don't want them to stand when they start receiving because they are in the lion's or dragon's den.
Okay. No, right. Very good presentation, very insightful, very technologically driven. Do you have a banking license to do this stuff?
So based on our strategic partnerships, we do not have a banking license. So like, as I mentioned, we are not in the space of where we handle people's money directly. To our partners, we are able to work to Haptel, which is the payment processing provider, by its licensed, and we are able to do these deposits and withdrawals. So Bandit doesn't directly handle users' funds, but Bandit does this asset and management fee sharing with our partners, Blackstar. And all the API, everything routes to Blackstar, and even when you open the Fundit app, right, the pop-ups you get shows Blackstar over there. But we want to advance this. We are not just an investment app. We are helping young people build a financially healthy life. So we'll move into savings, and once we move into savings, we will need to get these licenses, and that is why we need to raise capital for this.
That was a great presentation and a wonderful app. So I'd like to get some idea of the sustained users. You said something like 3.7 million users. How many of those are sustained over a long period of time, say monthly sustained users?
So for the users, we just, like I mentioned, we launched in July 2025, right? So we have $8.7 thousand in deposits in just the first 21 days of launch. But we actually have 400 signups. So if you do the estimates, you can imagine what we can do as we go ahead. Now, in terms of how we scale, it's something that's come up. Currently, we are bootstrapped, and we wish to scale. We have a lot of structures in place in terms of the technology aspect of things. We're able to keep our costs low because we work remotely, right? So we have teams that work remotely, and then they are also compensated a bit with equity. So it's kind of makes up for that, right? So right now we need money for the marketing to scale this up.
Hi, good presentation.
Thank you.
So I'm interested, what kind of continuous monitoring do you have in place? What kind of metrics, measurements, thresholds do you have to measure for any drift in the model? Any ways in which the model is starting to give wrong inferences?
Okay, so if I'm getting your question right, you want to ask how do we ensure that the model is giving the right outputs to the users each time?
Well, a model doesn't give right answers. The model gives inferences, right?
Yeah.
It gives suggestions.
Yes.
It never gives right answers.
That's right.
So how do you monitor that your model is giving output that is going to be beneficial to the people using it?
Okay, so we are routing every single user input through Fundit's knowledge base. So you have actually created a graph or a temporal graph knowledge base where our Fundit information has been entered there. So the knowledge graph has nodes and, let's say, entities, and Fundit's data has been stored in that, right? So each node contains a summary of every major relevant data points in the company and different facts about said node or said facts, right? or rather said entity, sorry. And when the user submits a query, we set a knowledge graph to return relevant information. And Zoe has been instructed to strictly follow whatever information that comes out. So if the information that comes out is irrelevant or is empty, Zoe refuses to answer. Right? Zoe will never provide any information that goes against funders' policies, right, or data protection rules, anything like that. Our models have a lot of safety settings built in. We are using Gemini and OpenAI and the backend, and we have all these settings to ensure that Zoe will never provide the user with harmful or false information, right? At worst, it will refuse to answer any information that doesn't have information about.
Thank you very much. And sorry to you guys. I know most of you would want to ask them questions, but because I keep saying that we are time bound, we need to ensure that we are doing everything according to the time stipulated. We've actually exceeded the time I wanted, but the final question I know most of us here side with me on is why the name Zoe? For a Ghanaian AI, why not Abena? Why not Aquili? Why not Dede? Why Zoe?
Okay, so this is actually a good question. I know most of the other competitors are going to say some Ghanaian name to make it sound Afrocentric and all of that, right? But then for us, right, we the kind of culture in Funded, right, is such that we are really mindful of each other. We really care about each other. Let me explain what I mean. Zoe was actually the first person who brought me together with my co-founders. In the university, I helped create a pitch competition, right? And my other co-founders were looking for people to help start Funded, which was initially a buy now, pay later model, right? They organized the pitch competition. They couldn't find anyone good. And then Zoe said, how about the people that actually organized the competition? So we met, and then that's how we built Funded together for the past 6 years now. However, we wanted to honor her for her bringing us together, and that's the reason why we chose to name our AI Zoe.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, make sure you look for your Zoe to find you and put you together and get to the next level. Thank you very much. All right, so please, you can take your seat. Right. What do you say the name is again?
My name is Benedict, and our startup is Funded. You can find it on the Google Play Store and Apple App Store right now.
Right, thank you very much. I was going to follow you. Don't worry. Right, next to present to us is also coming your way. Get your questions ready, and then you meet them. They go by the name Afia Lab. Do I have Evans here? All right, so let's put our hands together and bring our next team. I saw Evans, but they are coming in 3. So I don't know if it is if Evans is the icon and then the program is being executed now. So please, you want to?
Good day, everyone. Smarter health starts with a breath. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Meet Kwame Ofori, a 49-year-old miner at Kumasi. He works over 12 hours a day underground mining, and he's exposed to chemicals daily. He falls sick with difficulty in breathing, but his workplace doesn't have enough screening facilities. So he's advised to go to Accra for a diagnosis of COPD. However, he learns that it takes over 10 different visits for him to get that diagnosis. That's very long and expensive. So he decides to self-medicate with local remedies. Unfortunately, he passes away. That was the case for over 300,000 people in 2019 suffering under diagnosis. The need is unmet because it takes over 4 to 6 weeks for a person to get access to a pulmonologist. This is because they are inadequate in Ghana, and the hospitals can't afford spirometry tests because they are expensive and require trained staff to operate them. What even is COPD? It's a lung disease that affects the airway, and it damages the airway part and restricts people from being able to breathe. This highlighted 3 key markets for us. First of all, the hospitals where COPD is being diagnosed, the mining industry and workers who are at high risk, and insurance sums of money. Currently, COPD is diagnosed using clinical exams, PEF measurements, and spirometry tests, which are good, but have limitations. They are expensive, not accurate enough, and can't detect early cases. So we came up with a breathwise diagnostic device that allows a user to analyze their breath. How does it work? It's simple. All it requires is your breath. You breathe into it, our sensors detect it, and then send to an AI and displays whether you may have a risk of getting COPD. We also have a mobile app that allows users to log in. They connect via Bluetooth to their device, and all their readings are shown on the mobile app. They also get access to wide various documents. So, with a 90% accuracy, our device gives results within seconds. We also have a mobile app that has multiple language supports, with languages like Twi and Hausa. We also have an AI chatbot, analytics over time. So, people like Kwame now have access to instant results, and the cost is reduced from frequent hospital visits.
Our competitors, the spirometries, cost around $800 and upwards. And this is actually unfortunate with what it does, because even using it to predict COPD, you can end up misdiagnosing from doctors. Our business model is simple. We are selling each device for $400 and providing customers with our mobile platform with a free, standard, and premium subscription plan. So getting access to 60 organizations, industries and hospital inclusive, and each of them buying 5 of our devices, we can easily make 120. We are looking at $1.1 billion market. Why we win? Customers $3,000 every year for hospital management, and as well giving them fast diagnosing they actually don't have it. And the roadmap here is to build a device, go on with a number of testing with clinical validations, come up with patents, right? So it's difficult for people to easily enter into this market with our model. Our go-to strategy is to come up with employee programs, helping them to manage their health in respiratory, as well as workshops for health professionals. Currently, we have $20,000 secured from the Ashesi Health and Care Initiative, where we have access to medical doctors and business strategists. And from that, we built a device, tested it, and our review led us to come up with a new model, which will be less sizable. And here, we're actually looking at more partnerships with the Ghana Thoracic Society and a clinical validation from the National Health of Ghana. We are looking at reaching 100 users soon, and I want to welcome you to our team, where we have over 40 years of experience, ranging from medical experiences, let me read it, mechanical engineering over there, entrepreneurship, and so many experience because of what we have on board. We're asking for $1,000 to help us move on with an iOS version of our device, and also come up with a better new responses for the new device we're making, the new device, yeah. So my name is Evan Skumi. With me here is
Hilary Oseokra. Welcome to Afia AI Lab,
where smart health starts with a bread. Thank you.
That is an interesting AI. Smart health starts with a breath. So in a case that I'm laughing, what happens? Because I laugh with you just anyway, that's not mine to say. So over to you, judges.
Great presentation. I love the work. Really has impact. Can you say something about privacy? What is your policy?
Thank you. So we have our own cloud service where we are saving this data. And yes, we're talking about models. So we don't want to share our information to the public. So what we do is that we have a system where we give access to the public model because they're using a Gemini platform, and they have limited access to data. And after they're done running their inferences, it casts there. They don't get access to the data they came to run their inferences on. That's how it ends. So that's how we save our data, and we try to keep everything private to us.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Eugene here. You did say that your device has 90% accuracy.
Yes, please.
For things that are in the medical field, you're looking at a 99% confidence level. So I'm sure you probably have to look at how do you move that from 90 to 99, at least, But I'd want to ask, how are you getting your devices certified? How are you going to work with organizations like FDA, Ghana Standards Authority, getting an ISO certification? These are things that you can use to, these are agencies that would help you try to standardize your solution so that at least we know that the results that we are getting are accurate. How are you going to do that?
So first of all, we are working on a study where we are trying to publish a journal on our device, and also we are trying to seek ethical clearance, as we said in our attraction. So right now, where we are at a stage where we've come up with a prototype. We had some feedback with some people, and also we are publishing a study on it so that it's accepted to be used in hospitals.
Yeah, so what she was saying, so to even get a device approved in Ghana, you actually have to have research on it, especially in healthcare, and also you have to have a number of testing which actually shows that what you are saying matches your device capabilities, and that's the process we are going through to be able to get that pinned down.
Yeah. All right. Very insightful presentation. Now, imagine a scenario where a market woman has just been frying over charcoal. Her breath is full of smoke and spice. What I'm trying to probe here is, what are your wait times for such a person? Yeah. What are your red test rules? And if possible, your false positive mitigations. Do you have any? In terms of, I was looking at your team, your list of team members, and I didn't see any AI expert or AI person in there. And you are feeding your data through an AI model. So how are you ensuring that the decision the AI model is giving out is correct or not? Do you have a human in the loop who verifies the information that comes out, right? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. So to make sure that results given are actually correct, so we do have a rack system. That's a rack system which actually validates the results which comes out. And if it's wrong, you then get to pair and see that, oh, this result you've gotten matches up with other 5 patients who use our platform. And we don't even end it there. We still give you access to doctors online to go on with the process to have it finally validated that you do have the disease and you need to start these processes. Yes, please.
And also, you said something about not having AI people on the team. We do have AI researchers on the team that are helping us currently.
I'm one of them, and we couldn't put everyone there.
Yeah, that's very good.
So I wanted to answer the question about pepper and charcoal. Okay. So we are using 8 different sensors, MQ sensors, which are prone to detecting different volatile organic compounds found in people's breath. And we are looking at the range at which someone's breath can easily lead to such a disease. So it won't necessarily affect that range because we are just looking at the organs and the rates. Someone might have more of it or lesser of it. And that's how we are making that different computation, because each sensor is actually doing like a real loop 8 times. And we advise you do it like once or twice for validation. And you know the process hasn't even ended. It's just like the beginning of the test. We go to the rack system to validate, and then we give you a doctor. So we are actually taking care of the patient, making sure that we know that this is health and it's really critical to them, making sure that they are getting all the necessary attention they are not even getting, so they come out with the best results. Yeah.
Just to clarify, did you say you get a doctor to verify the results before the patient comes in, or once the AI gives the results, you have the patient, you refer the patient to a doctor? Which one is it?
Yeah, so once the AI gives the results, it's being validated with the rack system, we give an option to go ahead to meet a doctor, and that's how it continues.
All right. Okay. I was hoping that when the AI gives the results, you get it validated by a doctor before you involve the patient. Because what if the AI is wrong, even though, yes, rack system, whatever, what if the result is wrong? a market woman who has to fend has to stop what she's doing to go and see a doctor. And maybe they might have to pay money for consultation, right? So you need to factor the human element as well, right?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for FIA Lab. Oh no, I'm only taking 3 questions. I beg your, sorry. I'll let you have your turn with the next spray. You feed on the next spray. Humbly. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for FIA Lab. Afia Lab. Oh, it's Swahili. That is Afia AI trip. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are going on to the next competitors. And ladies and gentlemen, if I can have you put your hands together, help me welcome Sentai AI, led by Dorcas. Please put your hands together as they make their way here. So ladies, that's your microphone. Your 5 minutes starts now.
I read somewhere that farmers feed the world, but in Africa, most of them can't even feed their wallets. Can you imagine? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Seshi Afimauto, representing Synthi AI, which is a company that empowers artificial intelligence in the various agricultural sector. So, agriculture is seen as the backbone of many nations. So agriculture is the backbone of many African economies. And taking a country like Cameroon, in Cameroon, there are about 60% of their population are farmers, when 90% of these farmers live in rural areas. And we also see that in Cameroon, agriculture contributes to 20% of their GDP, with so much impact in such a country. Yet we see that agriculture is reducing in such a country. It remains under-digitized. At the same time, macro trends are driving opportunity in African countries. We see that mobile adoption is booming, fintech has become more trusted, and AI adoption is accelerating. So this is creating a perfect window for AI-powered solutions. Moving on, let's talk about the problem. So we can see that smallholder farmers lack credit access, second being up to 40% yield losses due to inefficiencies and risk. The other being as a result of climate change, the aridity, the heat, and then the extreme weather conditions. So now the question then is, how do we finance and protect these smallholder farmers? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Farms to Market. So in this one, Farms to Market bridges the gap between farms and market by using AI-driven tools to empower farms with finance, skills, and resilience. So basically, it relies on 3 processes. First being data collection and profiling, second being AI-driven credit scoring, third being funding and support delivery. So I know you might ask me, what AI models are we using in Farms to Market? First being chatbots in local African languages, just to ensure that there's accessibility and inclusivity. Next being the agricultural yield prediction model, which helps farmers plan smarter and make more informed farming decisions. The other being real-time market insights, which connects the farmers directly to the buyers, data collection and cleaning, and the dynamic credit scoring. So our business model, okay, let's talk about the market size and opportunity. So we see that 80% of these small-scale farmers or of farmers, they are small-scale businesses. So this represents a significant opportunity for our targeted solution. Talking about the traction pilot phase, we've seen promising results in the sense that 15 farmers have been successfully onboarded. We've seen 20% crop yield increase in their farming activities, received 9K initial revenue in US dollars, and 5 partnerships, including banks and cooperatives. I'll go to market strategy. So basically, our business model is business to consumer model. So here, we combine subscription access, commissions on inputs, and partnerships with financial institutions. Financial projections, 500 users by 2026. Moving on. So of course, yes, every solution has its risk. So we saw that there are going to be 3 potential risks. One has to do with the infrastructure, next being the default rate in rural agricultural context, the other being the banking regulations. So we came up with these mitigation strategies to help solve them in our model.
How many more do you have to go? Because your time is up.
So, ladies and gentlemen, at Synthi AI, we believe that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. By giving farmers access to finance and trade, we are not just growing crops, we are growing economies, and we are growing Africa together. So join us in making this a reality. Thank you.
We're not growing only crops, we're growing Africa together. A round of applause for Cindy. Thank you, thank you. Now, come to the middle, take a seat comfortably, and I will ask my able judges to now ask any question they will have for you.
Anything to do to grow our crops and ensure food security in Africa is a very laudable idea. What I want to know is, because I'm more of a technical person, so from your AI model, what kind of data are you collating? What kind of data, in terms of, does it have sensitive information? How are you protecting it in terms of privacy, right? How are you training your model? And how are you evaluating your model?
All right. So let me start with how are we collecting the data, or what are we collecting? So first of all, we get to take their biometric data. We get to take their names, the name of their farms, the type of crops they grow, and things like that. And so I mentioned earlier that we are using the various AI tools, as I mentioned, to help in keeping this system together. So I'm not much of the technical person, but yes, I'd just like to say that with all the stuff I said earlier on, working hand in hand, it has proven with our traction reports to yield good results. So,
okay, Eugene here. So one of the things that I look out for when developing anything AI solution is you probably have to look at the fundamental ethics when it comes to AI. You are dealing with farmers here. And one of the ethics is that we have to be fair, right? It means that you're assuming that most farmers would have smartphones to be able to access the solution. What happens to things like USSD that you can still integrate AI to feed information? So you have to be fair. How are you handling the farmers when it comes to these things? And also, I didn't see whether anything has to do with weather reports. If you are working with farmers, you have to include some of these things that helps them. So how are you inculcating all the various tenets in terms of ethics when it comes to AI?
all right. So when I was presenting earlier, I stated that we use the AI to help these farmers to make more informed decisions. So because I was in a hurry, I didn't mention the fact that we also have these real-time data insights and then this weather monitoring systems, which could help them provide data so they know what to do this day and what to prepare for, when to plant, and the others. Please, can I get the next question? All right. Okay, so for that, I forgot to mention too that we have the offline access option. So even if they are in rural areas, it shouldn't be a problem since we'll be working with the rural cooperatives in the community. So we speak to them and then they help in registering them with our tools.
Yeah, but offline means that there is still some sort of a system because these farmers don't have the smartphones.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to find out how are you going to include them when it comes to devices that they probably don't have, because these are farmers they are working with.
Okay, so in this model, we work with people, business and partnerships. So they have, in rural areas, we have key people or key factors. So these key people are going to help select like reps whom we can even give the devices to so they keep track, and then if anything, they inform us about it. Yes.
All right, so Epson here, this is just a follow-up to Eugene's question. So given that 85% of smallhold farmers are in the country, correct? He's talking about technology, but there's also the issue of digital literacy that needs to be addressed. Now, dealing with AI, it's not too complicated, but you need some form of digital expertise to even understand what the solution is, correct? And even the trust in the models that are running, from what data sets you are collecting to how deployment is done and all that. How are you addressing that?
So how we are going to handle that is the fact that we know that technology, first of all, is growing, right? So mobile adoption and all that. So if we are going to handle that, we are going to use all the AI models I talked about earlier in incorporating that, and then ensure that there are various checks in the sense that if we are working with banks, these banks will also verify the amount and all that. So we have third parties checking, we are checking, everyone is checking, they are doing their part to produce the solution. Yeah.
All right. One more.
One quick one. Hi, Dorcas.
Hi.
Great presentation. And I think the passion around the table shows how much we want this to succeed, right? I'm also working on a financial inclusion project with the United Nations Development Programme, and one of the things that we know is always going to be a challenge is getting the right amount of quality data to be able to make those kind of inferences around things like credit scoring or access to financial services or repayments. The projection is by 2026 is to have 500 users.
Yeah.
Is that enough data to be able to make those kind of inferences about people's credit scores? And one additional, how do you explain to farmers when they don't get the kind of loans that they're looking for? What kind of information do they get back so they can understand and appeal against that kind of decision?
Okay, so the decision or the kind of appeal to get these farmers to use our product is that the fact that we are in a digitized world now, and most of them want their produce to reach a bigger market. So basically, we are the stepping stone for them, where we are ready to give them loans and help them fund the funding they need in order to yield their crops and then be visible outside, basically. So the data is coming from what we take from them when we ask them to fill, yes, their real-time data.
A round of applause for Dorcas. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming to do us this honors by presenting. I love pitches because by the time I leave here, I would have gotten enough information. So Reginald, are you a professor? I'm not. You are not? All right. So he's not a professor, so the next team, don't be worried. You just ask questions. Right, so next to present to us, they go by the name My Health Cup. Let's welcome Kwesi and the team to present to us. My health, my health, my health, my health. I thought you were going to give me some kind of, oh yeah. Thank you. So Kwesi.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kwesi. I'm the former CEO of Decathlon, so a specialist of sport. So today we talk about an amazing solution. You see it. Up. Can move for me. Easier. Good. So what is the problem, basically? When I came in launching Decathlon, I saw that there were a quite big problem and issue you can see here, which is basically all the non-communicable diseases, lifestyle diseases, all over the place. The way we eat, how active we are, or how active we are not. And you can even see it now here. We are all sitting the whole day. And when we wake up, obese. This is what we see everywhere, in most of the company. Diabetes, hypertension. And I think it can be avoided. So we have created a solution which is quite simple because we believe that preventive healthcare is a form of medicine. And one of my dreams, if it's possible, is we should prescribe sport as like a pill, basically, instead of pushing always medication. So we have created an ecosystem, and I will not talk too much about it, but the first part is education. We have a school for all the personal sport and fitness trainers to get certified. After we have created an application, which I will show you very fast, which has two sides, like Uber, to make it simple, where the professional can sign up and client can book them, basically. And we have a corporate solution too. Now, what we want to talk about is not all what I was talking about. It's because of cost. Because to book a personal trainer, you need at least 300 Ghana cedis or more. The same for dietitian. So we had a challenge to decrease our cost very, very low. That's why we have created, and you can see it live here, an AI personal trainer. Basically, you have a personal sport trainer, a coach in your pocket, to make it very simple. How does it work? By putting just your phone, we have trained a silhouette who can recognize your body. We just use the camera of your phone to take your body. Then we have trained that model to recognize 1,000 exercises. So whatever you do, he can see it. He can correct it. Because we want also to help people to do the correct movement, because it's key topic in that. So when you do your exercise, he gives you any information you may need. Like you have a real personal trainer directly in your pocket. He can talk to you, advise you, etc. So this is what you can see. He counts your movement, your repetition, give you a proper data on what you are doing, basically. So it's directly in your pocket. So we use the camera of your phone to make it very simple. What we track is your movement. We count the number of calories you are burning. We track anything you do, basically. Your fatigue, if you are falling, he can detect it too, basically. So how to get started? Because sport is also a science, what we do is, by doing a basic health assessment, which are 4 exercises, we give you directly your report. Based on your report, we can give you a program. A program is a long-term program, 1 month, 2 months, to come back on track if you want to lose weight, etc. So we have programs for people, many programs, or workout exercises, which are shorter for people, or you can also do challenges among friends. Just imagine you are doing a push-up challenge in your company or with friends, and you can see in the leaderboard who is first, second, third, just to push people to move much more. Like I said, we have 1,000 exercises, which has been trained by us, and the AI recognize them and can help you. And finally, we have a chat box, because 1,000 exercises, how do you find it? You can just ask in the chat box, I want to do an exercise because I have a neck pain, and directly, the AI will fetch that exercise for you, and you can put your phone and do it live, basically. This is the price. It's quite cheap for 1 month subscription. And the beauty of it is we also have a corporate solutions. So if you're a company, you can buy this solution for all your teammates, and they can compete, gamify, have fun by using the AI, basically. So, yeah, I think it's finished. This is the young tech team we have here, who is helping us to do all our work, and these are the company we are working with currently. Thank you very much. I hope I was clear with my French accent. And I'm waiting for your questions.
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. Wow. Okay, so we saw you doing some stuff here. I thought I was in the gym. You do it again because they will ask you questions. So bring it closer so we can see the way you were. This man. Yeah, so get ready. Do it so that we can capture, we can all see it well, because you are just enjoying it yourself.
And the product exists already in all the stores. So you can download it currently, My Health Cup Fitness AI, and you can use it because it exists.
Please do it because you can't live just like that. You can put it somewhere close. The cameras can. Yeah. And then stand where you were standing and what you were doing.
Chief, do it here.
No, use. No, put it down. You want to put it in the chair? Or you want, yeah. It should be in the chair so that the guys.
So it will tilt, just to show that it works. He's searching for the exercise.
Searching for the exercise. Get ready. I like this. I like this whole thing because get ready for the questions.
Are they? No.
Okay, don't worry. I understand what is happening.
You know your Ghana network.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry.
I'm Ghanaian too.
I like it this way. I like it this way because at this moment, you're talking to your own chatbot. I didn't create it. You created it yourself. Perfect. Get ready. And then it starts rolling. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 2 minutes. 5, 6. Okay. All right. So now, Gentle, on you. You are going closer to it again. It's.
Can we?
You might even leave without even being asked a question, because this is enough questions. You want to come in? Okay. Whilst you're waiting for it to start, judge will want to come in with a question. So keep talking to it. The judge will bring the question.
I'm very excited about your presentation because good form with exercise is extremely important. You don't want to hurt yourself. What I want to understand,
if you don't do well the movement, it does not count it because the AI has been trained to recognize perfectly how to do well an exercise.
Okay. So what I want to understand, right? First of all, I want to get clarification. From what I understand, what the AI does is that it looks at your actions and then it tells you what you're doing is right or wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah? So are you telling me that there is no extra functionality that pertains to our context? Because the reason I'm asking is there are a lot of these apps on Google, Apple Store, and some of them are free. You don't have to pay for it. What we're trying to do here is to actually solve problems within our setting by building solutions that contextualize our environment. So if you are saying something with essence that maybe the AI would look at you and say, give you specific advice on how to eat for your body type, or look at our diet in Africa and curate that for you to be able to lose weight, right? But what I'm seeing is just an AI solution that just looks at your exercise and tells you, you're not performing this right, you're performing this wrong. And then one thing I noticed is in your submission, you're talking about reducing obesity, right? A lot of the people who are obese are often people, let's say market women, who are sat in the market for long hours. Now your app looks very convoluted in terms of like navigating through the app. Assuming someone who is not formally trained to use a smart app, how are you thinking about this person when you're designing this app and how they use it?
Yeah, so we are resolving a problem. What is the problem we are resolving? Basically is when you do an assessment, your assessment may differ than my assessment because you do 4 exercises and we can tell you directly, based on your physical strength and your goals when you onboard on the app, what are the right program for you. So the program is tailor-made for you because we fetch in all the exercises and program you have designed for you. So your program differs from mine. So if I want to lose weight, for example, my program will be different than yours. So, and it is not like all the, I respect all the apps, it's not the same as all the apps in the fact that it's not only exercises we are giving to people, but the AI take your body, help you to do the exercise properly without having any personal trainer if you don't want, because to decrease the cost, which is one of the major problems most of the time people have, and help you to correct it, guide you, and give you at the end, like what he was trying to show here, all the mistakes you have done, how to correct them, etc. So we give also advice for people.
So judges, because of our time, Akwesi might skin me alive if I don't allow him. So, so you do for the next one. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for my health cop. Thank you. And now we are going to have our final presentation, and then we'll be done with the pitches, and we can go ahead to our interview session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please do well to scan the barcode you see in the middle here. Please provide us with feedback from the 2-day summit you have been a part of. We take both criticisms and praises alike. So do well to let us know what you thought about everything we've done here for the past 2 days and how we can grow and become a better organizing body for artificial intelligence in Africa and even beyond. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please, if we may, with a round of applause, help me welcome Vitobu, our final pitch competitors. Please put your hands together for Vitobu. Oh, the man is on his way. Please show him some love. My brother, you have about 5 minutes and your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joshua, founder and CEO of Vitobu, an AI accountability and productivity platform. When we think now, our minds are easily cast to gold, cocoa, Ghana jollof, on plate. However, I'd like us to imagine this. Imagine Japanese or people of any country come to live in Ghana, which many have. They'd easily catch on to the things I mentioned above. But I bet they wouldn't be able to go back and say they worked with the most punctual or the people who had or held the highest levels of accountability. And I mean, still on punctuality, we even have a phrase for it. It's called Ghana Man time, where everybody is lackadaisical to, or we entertain lateness. I think if Ghana is to truly move forward, a part of the solution has to be cultural as well. And what better way than to instill these values and habits into our young and vibrant ones in our universities through technology that makes accountability seamless and natural. So the main problem, we're trying to find and address this from universities. Everybody knows attendance in universities is very. We use papers to track attendance, and it's very unreliable. People cheat the system all the time. People come late, and the system doesn't even acknowledge it. Lectures reschedule without any notice. They cancel class. They even substitute themselves with TAs for about 80% of the class. And the system still doesn't acknowledge this because with our current systems, if a TA comes to class, it's in the lecturer's name. So if 80% of the class is by a TA, the lecturer didn't come to class, but he's marked present because he sent someone. I experienced this with digital electronics, and 4 different TAs came to the class for about 80% of the time. The man never came to the class. And when we took it to the admin, they can easily overlook it because the data they have allows them to lie about it, so they can turn a blind eye to it. Our solution is using GPS verified attendance. If you enter into the class, your phone automatically has an alert that you've been verified into the system. But that isn't attendance. You have to wait till the end of the class, and attendance is marked. After that, you'll be given the opportunity to evaluate the lecture from 1 to 5 on a star basis, like with your apps. So you don't have to wait till the end of the SEM to do lecture evaluation, which imagine 60,000 students in UG or 83,000 in KNUST. Nobody is going through it to read each individual's lecture evaluation. It's all just thrown away. It's basically a formality. And also with our system, we're able to tell. Who came to class. So the lecturers can't just send TAs to come and teach the entire semester without any. Come and teach the entire semester without coming to class. And also, one of the advantages we have is the friction to adoption is very low, because I've reached out to several course reps and they want the system to go live because it eases their work, and the students who will be marking attendance wouldn't have to join long queues just to mark attendance. My name is Williams, and I'm W. And imagine having me stand in a queue, long queue, 140 students, just to go and sign my name. Now, our approach takes 2 fronts: the individual and the institution level. So we are trying to build. Time's up. All right. So 2 fronts: individual and system. We'll be using streaks, smart nudges, and verified records. If you apply for a CV, you don't need to preach to them. You can just tell them, my Vitobu scores are here. I'm a reliable person, or I'm punctual. With the institutions, they're able to get proper insight and analytics on overall attendance. And our business model and growth plan and blue ocean strategy. So our advantage is that there is very low friction to adoption, and it's an untapped market. No one is practically doing what we're doing. All right, so the growth plan is we'll start small. The growth plan is to start small with my class to the university and eventually across the entire nation. Basically, that's that.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Vitobu. Oh, you can take the microphone. Judges, Vitobu, you have 2 questions for him.
All right, no, thanks for that. It's quite a very unique solution, at least in the context of an academic institution, right? So my question is twofold. Where have you tested this as a POC and to see whether it's viable or not? And then point number 2, I also don't see any financial modeling, revenue generation streams, how you're going to make money, how you're going to sustain this business, etc. That doesn't come through at all. So if you can just clarify those two questions for me. Thank you.
With regards to revenue generation, the primary model will be analytics and insights to an integration with institutions, because we are providing a fraud-proof method of taking attendance, and we're able to provide very useful analytics. People who quit school have a trend, so the system notices these trends. That's one of the uses of the insights. It notices these trends and alerts the school, so they tell people or can take action about it. With revenue or income stream, we're going to base this on a subscription model for the institutions. They are going to pay subscription for these two main things. And on an individual level, we will provide analytics and ability to record verifiable, have verified attendance records, so that you could apply it on your CVs and you wouldn't have to preach on them. You could just show them your Vitobu scores that you're punctual and you're reliable. So those are the two main revenue streams.
Okay, Eugene here. Are you still in school?
Yes.
Wow. I think that's very bold of you. But then I still go back to the same questions that I've asked previously. There's always this assumption that all students have smartphones to be able to use these solutions. There's always this, without necessarily looking at whether they are alternative to use when it comes to implementing some of these solutions. If you assume that all students have smartphones to be able to use this, it means that you are saying that attendance tracking, timetable changing management and all that, your app is going to take care of all that. Do you have any insight on how many students currently in your university use smartphones? Those who
yes.
don't use smartphones. Why did you see that in your presentation? Have you looked at alternatives such as facial recognitions and also the
Yes.
ID card chips that could be used for this instead of a mobile solution? And what AI models are you also using to do some of your analysis?
Please break down the question again.
That's your final question, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, just to encourage him, we'll do this again because I was once in your position. So I understand where you are. So that's why I said that you are quite bold. The assumption that most students have smartphones to be able to use your solution, since this is an all-inclusive solution, right? What's the demographic numbers when it comes to students who use smartphones and students who don't use smartphones? That's one. Are you looking at any other tools such as facial recognition, ID card chips to help those who don't have smartphones? And then the last question would probably be whether you're looking at ethical AI. How are you also using AI to do your analysis on your solution?
Okay, so for the first question, which is if the smartphones, if all students have smartphones, with how university courses and everything is structured, everyone has a smartphone. For people who wouldn't have smartphones, they will fall into the very small percentage of the students which the system will allow for the course reps to onboard them or have their attendance taken. Because with facial recognition placed in front of each class, the infrastructure cost and people breaking it down is going to be much more expensive than the solution I'm providing. With regards to ethics in AI, our team is working very hard to make sure that there's no data breach and everything is secured.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please do it better for Vitobu. Thank you, my brother. Indeed, the journey to $1,000 begins with AI. Please, one more time, let us hear it for every other picture we've had up here. Thank you to our esteemed judges. Thank you to Fundit, to Effian Lab, to Senti AI, and to Vitobu, as well as my health corp. Thank you. We'll be back with the results from our judges and who gets to carry home the CD equivalent of $1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more quick sessions. That is going to happen in a space of about 30 to 40 minutes. Please bear with us because the 2 more sessions, we left the best for last. These are discussions you really, really do need, even as we bring everything to a close. We are almost at the end of the 2-day summit, and this has been very insightful. So please do stick and stay, and let's wrap everything up the right way and see which of these pictures gets the $1,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring you a discussion, like I said, a very, very quick discussion, which will be done briefly. 2 presentations, as a matter of fact, and we'll have Professor Kobe put 2 questions to each presenter. Now, to start off, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome these 2 individuals who will be speaking on AI at work, unlocking efficiency and productivity across functions. To start off, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome the Chief Support Officer of Fidelity Bank, Mr. Simon Edujemfi. Please appreciate Mr. Simon Edujemfi as he makes his way up here.
All right. Good. It's 4 something. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good afternoon, Africa. Good afternoon. Come on, it's low energy. Good afternoon. I'm quite excited to be here and really shocked with some of the innovations that our young innovators have presented to all of us. It shows that whatever we are doing within our continent, there is clearly significant opportunities for us as a continent to move ahead. I just want to present briefly. I will just highlight a few things on AI at work and what it means for all of us. Productivity is an underlying concept when it comes to AI at work. But before we answer that, you need to understand what is happening at the global context. Anytime innovation or technology has been deployed, it has had significant effects. And the journeys are very clear for all of us. It does not matter where you are, what you are doing. As long as a certain dimension of technology is introduced, and if you look at our evolution as humans with technology, you will see at every point in time, whenever a dimension of technology is introduced, a certain fundamental change happens. Whether you are in the first industrial revolution or the second, the third, or wherever we are, you see a certain fundamental shift occurring. One very important point I want us all to acknowledge is that productivity jumps or increase at each of these unique revolutions. At a point, by the 1900s, we were doing around 2 trillion. Today, we are doing over $120 trillion in terms of global GDP, powered by the move of technology at every point in time. It is even projected by 2030, powered by AI and all the other innovations taking place, we will be hitting around 180 trillion in terms of global output. So technology has a significant impact on whatever is happening in our space. And we cannot ignore the AI move that is happening. And I'm very excited that all of us are significant players in SAME. For me and the team, where we sit is that we see the pressures happening. We see the pressures happening. Customers are demanding more. Competition is asking more. I've seen a lot of my fintech friends here. They are all coming up with a lot more. And that means that the pressure is on for everybody within the chain. But AI is shaping a lot of the things we are doing and fundamentally moving and shifting things for us. Perhaps for me, the greatest acknowledgement is that it is not just a tech thing, but it's a remodeling of businesses. It's a remodeling of even nations. It's a remodeling of how we see things. And it's very important that that point sticks with us. I'll come to it again. Last week we were in China. And whether you are ready or not, people based on AI at its core are leveraging the capabilities to do amazing stuff. What we might consider difficult, today the Chinese have, let me say, doubled it and shocked all of us. In their banking place, transactions over 200 million or so are being processed by AI, purely AI capability. And it's not just with them. The West is also being impacted. Clearly, everybody is being impacted by this significant drive. Equally in our space, as Africans, especially in the financial services space, we are equally aware of what we are equally doing in that arena. And I'm believing that all of you, as partners, are playing unique roles in that. But what does it mean for us? And in Fidelity, we believe that our AI journey is anchored on what we call AI as a CEO. AI as a CEO means that we try these baby steps within the organization, trying to incorporate it in the way we do our stuff and ensuring that it makes maximum impact, bring maximum impact to us. What does that mean? Starting with basics, empowering our people, letting them understand what is happening. And for us as an organization, as leadership, we have embarked on a unique culture refresh program solely with the aim of making sure that tech is at the heart of everything we do in that space. Operational efficiency comes out strongly together with customer experience. The next phase for us will be fully integrating SAME within our core banking space. And I think these items are there for us. Because of our time, I'm just quickly running through. When we decided as a team to roll out our RPA to challenge the status quo, in the past, handling reconciliations, GL activities were very manual and required that we had to throw in a lot more of human resource. But to ensure that we understand where we were going, we took this unique activity as a unique case for the organization. We show you today what it has been able to do for us within that short period. We've seen transactions increase, but we've seen that because of the RPA capability that we have today, whilst productivity has gone up significantly, even by over 200% from where we sit, we have not been added on the human resource side. We have moved our people to focus on what is important, value add, not routine-based activities. And that has had significant impact. And beyond this use case, we see other things happening within the organization. A situation where, even beyond this said use case, we see that from the revenue assurance side as well, within the organization, we can leverage SAME with unique capability that will save, that is potentially saving the bank almost $2.5 million in terms of revenue savings and in terms of revenue assurance to us. So we believe that this journey we've embarked on has unique capabilities to unleash the productivity index of our people, focus them on what is important, what is relevant, what will make them much more satisfied and coming to work every day just to be pushing people here and there that significantly sometimes do not lead to a lot more fulfillment. But it's a journey we have embarked on. For us, that is how we see it. We see it as a journey. Starting with the baby steps, baselining where we want to go or where we are as an organization, putting in the right governance, the AI governance. I believe yesterday Edna and team talked about it. Putting in the right governance in place, and then very importantly, starting with use cases, 1 or 2 pilot cases, just to build that confidence that we need within our organization. Significantly, with the type of insight we have, the next phase is for us to roll it out, get a lot more. And already the excitement is within the organization. People are coming up with new ideas we can explore, new ideas we can tap to make the business much more efficient. The long and short is that after this phase, we are believing we will make it an embedded activity within the organization. We will make it the lifeline for the organization, and continually with the help of everybody, that becomes the way to go going forward. Thank you very much, and I'll end here. Thank you.
Please do it better for Mr. Simon. So, Mr. Simon, Prof has 2 questions for you, briefly, and then...
Excellent. Hello. Right, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I have 2 questions for Simon. My questions are tough, especially question 1C. You always want to be mindful of question 1C. So I have 2 questions for you. I remember all of us, I'm sure all of us remember Mijina Bontena make us say, you remember? That was a big change. We used to have landlines. All of a sudden, there was a mobile phone. Everybody could see it. Mijina Bontena make us say, one transformational change. I'm sure you remember Mensaka. You remember that advert? Momo, Mensaka, right? Again, another big change in our settings. At Fidelity, what do you guys see as the fundamentally big change attributable to AI in the next 2 years that we could see with our naked eyes?
So let me start from 2 dimensions. You have the baby steps that must be done internally for the internal consumers to appreciate, then build on that confidence for the external consumers to appreciate. And if you look at my slide, because of the time, I do not want to go into full details. At a time when transaction volumes are increasing by over 50, 80%, you need a certain caliber of manpower to support those things. Otherwise, you are simply going to fail with a lot of customer complaint, customer frustration all over the place. So for us internally, what we sought to do was, all right, how do we deploy an RPA capability internally? Just to, let me say, also unsettle a lot of the questions around really, will this thing work? What is it going to do? And that is what we did with that particular use case. What we saw was that even with the type of resource that we had, the AI could help us run an end-to-end coverage. In the past, it was being covered by around 20-30% of the work being done. But today, by the close of day, even actually within 15 to 20 minutes, it had done what 20, 15 people were doing in the whole day, sometimes even just 20%. So we see that particular move for us as a confidence booster. That is number 1. When you stretch that a little bit, then you see opportunities to optimize in terms of revenue.
Absolutely.
And that we have also seen that side.
Absolutely.
Where from a commission base, in terms of payment, we realized that certain commission parameters that were out there, we were, let me say, giving out, had to be worked on. That we have also seen that we can leverage around a 2.5 million savings over the period.
All right, so those savings are coming to us,
exactly.
Right? Okay, so let me paraphrase what Simon said, and that's not me, he's saying it. By next 2 years, you won't spend more than 5 minutes in Fidelity.
Yes, exactly.
And all the COTs, cost of transaction, is going to wiped off because of efficiency.
Exactly.
We're not going to pay for transacting business at Fidelity Bank. He said it too. A round of applause for Simon. Fantastic. All right. The next question is, I suppose, let me check my next question. Really. Now, I know that interoperability is possible. I mean, it's not common, all right? Those days, we hardly changed our, networks because a change of network means that you've lost all your contact people.
Yeah.
Now, you just port, all right? Interoperability is also possible with banks. So we've been doing banking transactions, etc. But on the high street, if I bank with Bank A, I want to pass in front of Fidelity and still go there and say, I want to do transaction inside your bank. Possible?
Today?
Yeah, I mean, in the next, with AI, that I can be a customer of one bank and then on the high street see Fidelity Bank and just enter and say, oh, I'm a customer of Bank A, but I want to deposit my money to my bank in Bank A, but through you. Is that possible?
Very possible. Why? Because today we are doing the other side. When it comes to ATM withdrawals, with our platforms, you don't need to be a customer of Fidelity Bank to leverage that.
That's
In
right.
the same way with open banking, you will leverage that capability.
How long is it?
I know Bank of Ghana is working on the open banking framework. So clearly, when it comes out, Fidelity is one of those flagship banks
Excellent.
that will open the doors. But even at this current form, for our sister organizations, the savings and loans, Fidelity has opened the doors, and we are transacting with all of them.
Excellent.
Yes, to make
Excellent.
sure that our 77 branches are open to all.
A round of applause for Simon. So very soon, within 2 years, you can walk in the street and enter Fidelity Bank and bank with other companies, although you're not a customer of Fidelity, but you can still use their shows or their offices to do that. That's another prophecy. Thank you so much, Simon. We are so grateful for this session. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. So good. We'll just walk into any bank and say, yes, I want to do some deposit here. This is not my bank, and I'll do that deposit. Bring it on stage next to also present, and then Prof will take him through some questions, is the head of data and analytics at Telecom. Ladies and gentlemen, give me your loudest clap as I bring on stage Mr. Esedu Ansu.
Welcome. Yeah, be careful of question 1C. Yeah.
Sorry, how many minutes? Wow. If I want to go through my slides, it might probably be 2 hours. So I will stick to me presenting. We'll have a conversation, okay? So thank you for the opportunity. AI at work is unlocking efficiency, productivity, and foresight in Telecom. Now, today, African leadership is not just about managing problems as they happen. It's also about anticipating these problems and relying on intelligent data to make decisions ahead of time. And that is what we are doing in Telecom. You do not wait for the problems to happen and then you try and manage it. But we rather anticipate and we are able to take actionable intelligence. Why AI at work matters today to us as a business? Because globally, about 90% of the data you see today is generated within the last 2 years. So you can imagine all the data you have today were generated in just 2 years, 90% of that data. And in Africa, the mobile economy is what is driving data. The bulk of the data we have is Africa. Africa is at the forefront of mobile money transaction. And leaders must harness this data and make actionable intelligence from it. We are actually the leaders in the world when it comes to mobile money. Now, what are we doing in Telecom today? Today, we are using AI for fraud monitoring and fraud prevention. Most of you were around yesterday, and I made it clear to you about we leveraging on advanced analytics to prevent mobile money fraud. SIM swap fraud. Telecel is at the forefront because we are leveraging on AI, hitting NIA database biometric verification to prevent fraud. Additionally, we are doing smart customer analytics. Today in Telecel, we are able to tailor-made solution for our customers. So we have a product called Made for You or Made for Me, *530#. Those of you who have Telecel numbers can try it right now. It's tailor-made solution for you. We understand your behavior, we know your needs and wants, and we are able to design products for you. And this is bringing a lot of efficiency and helping us to prevent churn. In terms of network optimization, as our CTO mentioned earlier, we are leveraging on AI in network planning, and therefore resources are being utilized effectively. On the mobile money platform, we are leveraging on AI as a defensive mechanism. And today, Telecel mobile money platform is one of the most safest and reliable platforms you can count on. In terms of the global trajectory, AT&T, Verizon, and Vodafone today are saving 20 to 30% cost optimization simply because they're employing AI in their network planning and network optimization. And this is helping them to deploy resources in areas that matters. In Africa, in terms of their M-Pesa platform, Safaricom is leveraging on AI and ensuring that the M-Pesa platform is secured. There have been instances where people have tried to hack in, people have used social engineering, identity fraud. But today, M-Pesa, through Safaricom AI algorithm, is at the forefront. What is in this for us? As leaders in Vodafone, we are being proactive instead of reactive. We are mindful of the fact that customer data is sensitive. Therefore, in utilizing this information, we make sure that privacy is observed. Your data is protected. We also ensure that there is governance around the data that we are utilizing. Today, we ensure that customer data is as secured as possible in as much as we are using the data. Even though data is democratized, in other words, we make sure that at every level, people have access to certain kinds of data, but it is on a need-to-have basis or a need-to-know basis. Now, as we employ sophisticated algorithms and we are analyzing your data, we are sensitive and we are mindful of generative AI, deepfake. People are employing tools that can simulate customer care agents, voices that will sound like someone you know, social engineering, hacking into your account. But we are mindful of that as a company. So we use your data responsibly, and we rely on that to make actionable intelligence.
You've got 30 seconds more.
30 seconds, okay. Let me wrap up.
You've got 26 seconds more.
Okay. Let me just wrap up with my last comment. Okay? So, in conclusion, the leaders of Africa today who will make inroads are those who choose to transform with AI. Now, those who are transforming with AI are not just going to manage the future, they are going to actually shape that future. Now, AI is not going to replace your job. Maybe that's the last part. Most people have the view that with the onset of AI, we are replacing your job. No, that's not what we are doing, particularly in Telecel and I'm sure elsewhere. But we are rather empowering you. AI is not just a tool for leadership to replace staff, but it is a workforce multiplier. And that will be my conclusion. So nobody should get scared or worried. AI is unlocking your human potential and is going to be a workforce multiplier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for Asiedu Ansu, who is in charge of head data and then data analysis at Telecel. So it's now time for you to attempt Question
Excellent.
1C.
1C.
Thank you, Mr. Siedu Ansu. Fantastic presentation. A round of applause again, please. I think one of the areas that I love so much is telecommunication. I have worked with Vodafone and T-Mobile in England for some time. I remember in 2002, 2003, one of our top CTOs actually called us. You know, it was all voice. And then they started asking us to sell the internet SOC, all right? When you put it was a 50p then. And when you put it on it, the customers will complain. I saw this on my bill, 50p. They will, complain. And then he said to us, in the next 3 years, this will be the most demanded, added service, and we didn't believe it. Today, internet is everywhere. In fact, people don't even ask for voice calls. It's about internet, all right? Fundamentally, the telcos have been at the base of it. Today, if we talk about the banks, it's not in the one that we know, it's in the telcos, isn't it? Which other area do you think fundamentally with the leveraging on AI, the telcos are going to define? Because you've defined banking. Now, I'm sure with you and other players, with Momo, you could decide to even put up a central bank, right? But of course, the banks would lobby to make sure that you don't get that power, right? Which other sectors do you think fundamentally you're going to change or impact the most, apart from your telecommunication and, of course, Momo? Which other sectors are we looking at?
Yeah, so that's a very great question. Like you rightly said, we are working closely with the banks. I think in Nigeria, even the banks are driving the mobile money space. In Ghana, the telecoms have taken the forefront, working closely with the banks. But which other area can we come in as telco in the nearest future, which is your question? I think it's more about internet to the house, home security. Today, you have Internet of Things all over. I know it hasn't gained, it's not as pervasive as we see it, but out there in the Western world, you have your home security, your home internet, your smart TVs. So penetrating into individual homes and taking over entirely, the entirety of your house. That is where mobile companies are going to head towards. That is the future.
Absolutely.
Where your TV is linked to the internet, your phones, your microwaves, everything. So before you get home, you set your microwave on your phone, heat this for me. By the time you get home, your food is already for you. And
so
then
Charlie, start hitting your food home before you get it. All right,
so
good.
Internet of Things, home security especially.
Yes.
These are the areas that we'll be leveraging on.
Excellent. A round of applause. So what Mr. Ansu is saying is that very soon our life is going to be very, very simpler. We are going to be very lazy because by the time we get home, you've already authorized some cooking utensils to start boiling. All right. By the time you get there, the food is ready. On you go. Women, the softer life is here. You can just
and maybe to add to it, smart home assistants.
Smart home assistants.
You might not need a house help, or some people may choose to
a man
alone.
bully technology brutal. They will be given all sorts of instructions. And they say, I didn't tell you to cook beyond this. Fantastic. Thank you so much. The next question is, all this that technology is doing, fundamentally, it's about voice, isn't it? Voice quality. How is AI going to help us receive quality? In fact, today, I've said hello to St. Augustine's headmaster like 10 times. The call keeps dropping. How is this going to impact on voice quality or call quality?
So that's a great question. I think the voice relies on circuit switch, and data relies on packet switch. With time, voice would actually phase out.
Hey.
You are going to, I think even today, most of you are seeing that a lot of you are doing more WhatsApp calls than actual calls.
Yes.
And anytime you do a WhatsApp call, it's not a voice call. You are actually using data. It's voice over IP.
VIP.
Voice relying on data. Now what the evolution is going towards is VoLTE, voice over LTE. So with the onset of 4G and 5G, you wouldn't need your normal voice calls anymore.
Okay.
Everything will going to ride on data.
Okay.
Your OTT. So with data network improving, most of the time, sometimes I call some of my friends, it doesn't go, it's not working. You just switch WhatsApp and you see that it's
I
working.
did that. That's exactly what I did.
You see? So you have a case in point here. So data is going to drive even voice calls.
Yeah.
And if we get to 5G and gets operationalized and 5G everywhere, believe you me, it's going to be fantastic experience.
Absolutely.
Cars will be coming and there will be no human beings in it.
Oh.
Though people see it as fictional, but it's actually going to happen.
Guys,
once you have data operationalized everywhere, you wouldn't need to make your normal voice call, but you'll be relying on voice over the IP. And that is the future. China is already
excellent
showcasing this all over.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Ansu. And I'm sure you can believe that all that he said is here is true, right? I remember those days of Symbian, you know, when Nokia was leading, etc. Changed to Google, obviously. Microsoft came in. Now, look at what is happening. Android, all right? These changes, as we're hearing it now, it is realistic. And I'm telling you, it's going to happen. Thank you so much, Mr. Ansu. By the way, let me tell you, technology works. We just had our first customer on the Ghana Tourism Marketplace from Holland. A round of applause. Technology works.
And you can do it better too for Professor Kobe Mensah. Thank you. We appreciate your time here with us. I know you're a very busy man. Yes. You need the recipe for my jollof. No. Now this is the digital jollof. So you know of the kitchen jollof. Now I'm here to tell you about the digital jollof. So it's an acronym for AI that stands for Justify Open Source Language Limitations, Observability and Fairness. So that is our jollof we are serving you. So
this is going to my classroom one time. Thank you so much. Digital jollof.
And now the plagiarism keeps going on and on. Prof, let them know that you heard it from me because I gave you that recipe. So when they tell me, I can tell you that. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause one more time for them. Ben, please join me here. Now, let me just emphasize on what your feedback will do for the organizing body of this summit. Please, at this moment, if you haven't, do well to scan the barcode. Let us know what you thought about this 2-day summit. I know, and I can see here, the responses we are receiving. Someone says, great event this year, well done. You need a bigger venue for next year. Yes, we do. We do that. And someone is saying that we should try and limit the topics for the summit or extend the number of days to cover extensively. So like I already mentioned, your praises and your condemnations or your rebukes, we take them alike. So please let us know, because we are humans, we are not AI. We can only work better with the feedback you give us. So please let us know your feedback, and we will work on improving. Now, Ben, the final 30 minutes of our 2-day summit.
Got into the most important part of today's event. That is when we're going to dive a bit technical, but it's going to be so conversant with everyone. What is the point of talking about AI when we have not introduced any tool that can easily be used by all of us here? What is the point when people are saying we're using AI to enhance our work when we live here and we don't see how they practically use it? So this is that moment you've been waiting for. So please, if you know anyone outside, just use voice over LTE to bring them all in. Those that are willing to move home, don't worry. This is the most important part. Please, give us just 30 minutes, and you're going to thank me later. So, helping us to do that is both practical, theoretical, applicable.
And sensational. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also remind you that you can still give us a follow on our socials if you haven't. Please log on to Instagram, give us a follow at PAAI Summit. PAAI Summit. And let's keep the conversation going on there. Now, facilitating the AI workshop with practicality, productivity, sensationalism, and enjoyability with your love. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a clap for the third time in this summit, help me make welcome the Data and AI Consulting Manager of Accenture UK. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding clap, let us give it up for Dr. Reginald Ankra, PhD.
And he's going to be joined up here. Since it's going to be a 30 minutes kind of presentation, we're going to also invite on stage Dr. Jason Henke to also join us here. We want to just bulk everything together. We want to give you all the dose. We don't want to leave anything behind. And the last one.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the icing to the cake. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who is one of the leading organizers of this summit. He doubles as a channel marketing lead in UK, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who swims, a man who eats, a man who dives into, and a man who breathes AI. Please help me make welcome the man, Felix Donko.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a very insightful and very informative session. So we thought we would end with a more practical element to what we've been discussing. So yesterday we did talk about how you build governance into your framework. So basically policy by design or compliance by design. And so today we're going to show you a practical element of how that is done. Now, I don't want to be standing here and going through the demo whilst you're just sitting there and watching. So I made a way that you can also interact with the demo. Unfortunately, this is a free subscription, so it's only limited to 120 people. So the faster you get this, you should be able to interact with that as well. So the first demo we're looking at is we have two data pipelines. So assuming you are in an organization where you're building an AI solution, one element is looking at how you want to go to market really quickly. So you don't build in any of those compliance process, but what you rather do is that you have a human in the loop at the end of the day who would probably check your output and say, I'm happy with it, ship it out. And then the other is looking at how you actually embed those governance processes into your solution to ensure that at the end of the day, what you're producing is right and fit for purpose. So if you're done scanning this, I am going to quickly bring up the first demo because we don't have a lot of time. Sorry, ignore this one. I was trying to make it more exciting and palatable by building a heat map of Galamsey areas in Ghana. I'm only 80% through because I wasn't able to have the time. But what I would do is once this demo is done, I will package it together with the others. And then you can also be able to play along with that. So what we're focused on today is this one, which is the fast and loose pipeline. So if you scanned it, you should be able to get onto this page. When you scan it the first time, it will tell you that it will give you a page and ask you to click on, move to visit website. So just click on it. It's safe. It will get you to this page. So as I said, the first one is a fast and loose pipeline. And this is a pipeline where you've quickly built the solution without really embedding any compliance or governance into your process. So ideally, if I was to run this pipeline, what I've done is the same data set, is the same AI model that sits behind each of them. The only process is that this one is just going through the process without embedding any governance in it. So you just saw that when I run the model, you're realizing that it's passed and the model has been deployed. Now, if the same thing, I go through the governance route and I run the same element, what you see is that immediately the data fails on PPI. And so if you go into the view logs, what it tells you is that there is sensitive information that is being exposed. So in this case, it could be someone's Ghana card details. It could be someone's biometric details. So what it's asking you is that it's showing you that as part of your development process, you are showing up sensitive data which could be deemed as, and I know that currently the Data Protection Authority are looking at reviewing the Data Act, and they are going to sensitize Ghanaians about their rights on what data you can collect, what data you can expose, and even erasure, the right to be forgotten. So it's extremely important that when you're building, you embed these policies or these as part of your compliance process. So for the purpose of the demo, what I've done is I've actually written a code behind that allows you to fix this immediately, because a developer would have to go into the background and fix this solution. But basically, if you go down, it gives you more information about what data has been exposed. And so this allows you to quickly fix it. So for the purpose of our experiment, I'm just going to click Fix Biometric. And then you see that applies the solution fix to it. So I go back and run my governance. This time around, PPI passes, but the data quality fails. So you go into the data quality log, and once again, you see that it says data quality failed, and the data quality row that's failed has been quarantined. So we just go down here, and you see that the name Kwame Boateng row has a missing date of birth. So it means that there are data issues with your model or the data you're using to train. So once again, I'm able to fix this because I've already applied a patch. Now, once that is done, I rerun my model again. This time around, you see the PPI passes, no sensitive information is being exposed. Data quality also passes, and then my model is then run. Now, you will see that everything passes. Let's just wait a moment. Everything passes, but then my model flags up issues of fairness. And that's because I'm basically training two subgroups. Now, the model performs very well on one group, but does very poorly on the other. So the model is flagging that basically my model is not fit for purpose and ready to be deployed. This is the same model I deployed in the very fast and loose approach. And so if you see, when we're talking about issues where Apple was giving credit limits greater for men than women, and Amazon was basically penalizing women because this is the approach they would have taken, where they didn't do the due diligence by building compliance into the solution. So big organizations like Apple, big organizations like Amazon do it. It means that it's a very prevalent issue, and so we should pay particular attention to it. Now, for the purpose of this, ideally, you shouldn't proceed, but what I've done is I will proceed just for the purpose of this to show you what would happen if you were to do this. So if I'm to run my model again, everything will pass, but it will still give you a warning that your model is unfair. And this is where you need to step in and ensure that you are able to understand why the model is unfair and how you prevent biasness. And that we will go into the next demo after that. But before I do, I'm going to go to Felix and Jason and see if there's any take you have on this.
Is it working? It's on. Okay, good. So a few things that we touched on there. One was PII, personally identifiable information. We don't want that to leak, privacy. So I'll just mention a few things that we do at Google to deal with PII. One thing is, first step is the processes that we use. So there is a lot of PII information that Google collects. I'll take an example. So Google Maps, think about that. So when you use it, it brings up a list of traffic patterns. Where is the traffic busy? Where is it not busy? Now that comes from people who are using the Maps application. So we collect the data about where the cars are and how fast they're traveling. That's information from individual users, and that's presented to you in aggregate as a traffic map that says where there's congestion and there's not congestion. That aggregation is a method that's used to ensure that, so first of all, you never get to see where the individual cars are. You only get to see overall traffic patterns. There has to be a certain number of drivers in order for this information to be available, and it's aggregated so that you can't tell where those individual drivers are. But there's also a process that goes on behind the scenes to ensure that that information is treated with utmost privacy. So the data is collected when you use Google Maps. Your position is incorporated into that database with a few things. It's a private database. It's not open to other applications. It's siloed, and technology is used to ensure that that silo is strict, and we only collect the minimal amount of information we need for the application at hand. Furthermore, you have to have permission to collect that kind of data. So there's a whole process, a process that you have to go to ensure that that data can be used for the purpose that you intend to use it. Another feature you touched on was bias. Bias is really important. One thing we should point out is bias depends on what it is that you're looking at. We saw, for instance, an exercise application, right? And in that case, you're using it for your health. And so health information is important. This could include your physique, your weight, and so forth. And that's important for that application. There are other applications, for instance, credit assessment, where that information is not appropriate. And so in any particular context, there are certain features that are going to be, that you want to be free of bias, and there are others that are actually important for the problem at hand. And there are multiple mechanisms that we can use to address bias. We see, so bias should be something that you take into account for all of your applications. Figure out, excuse me, first, what are the axes? What are the axes where you want to ensure that there's no bias? That could be gender, it could be health, it could be race, whatever that's going to be. And then subject your application to testing. There are multiple ways that we can do it. We can incorporate model technology to ensure that this bias is mitigated. But also you can, one thing that I would recommend is using adversarial technique. Build another model that tries to detect from your inferences, tries to detect what one of these axes is. For example, if you're making a health diagnosis and you want to make, or credit scoring, say something like that, can you build a model that determines the gender of the applicant based on the inference model? If you can, then that's something that you need to address. So you can do red teaming where you have actual human teams try to break that bias as well.
Okay. So my question to Reginald and also to Jason is, how many people in the room are not technical people? So like, everything Reginald has showed, you cannot do it. Even if we open your head and say, hey, this is how it, just raise your hand. Excellent. So if you cannot do any of those, you're not a developer, right? You don't develop software or AI solutions and stuff. That thing he showed, it has passed through here, gone. Because it's of no use to you, right? Now, if you were in marketing, if you were in HR, if you're in supply chain, and this sort of tool is coming to you, and Reginald is saying you should build in this and that, you don't care. All you care about is, give me the tool, let me become efficient in my marketing. How can I move from A to B in 10 minutes versus in 2 days, right? So the question to him is, how is this useful to me? So if you are a marketer or a supply chain person and your boss says, hey, we've got this AI tool and you have to use it, you've got to know what questions to ask your boss and say, hey, that AI tool you gave me, how can it make me better? You know, I don't know the person who built it, so how can it make me better? That's the question I'm putting to him. So all those of you who are not technical, don't be worried. Let's ask him, how can that thing make you better at what you do? And then we can move on to how you will be able to use it and what other tool you can use to make you better if you're not the one building it. Because we're not all going to be able to build that. Correct? Excellent.
Thank you. So the underlying principle of this is building trust with your users. So assuming you're a marketing company, and let's take it, you have users who are going to your supplying. So whether you're building this even internally, right, to gain some insight or knowledge, maybe you're profiling your customers, you're profiling customers to know who to target with marketing campaigns and all of that. What we're trying to do is that this shows you, so for a developer, doing all these checks ensures that, one, you don't miss anything, glaring issues that you should be fixed. For you as a user, maybe you're an AI accountable person, you're the CEO, you're the CTO, you are the marketing chief officer. If, let's assume, you're managing a team and something goes wrong, they surface someone's sensitive information, and there's a sue, they sue the company. Who do you think is held responsible? Do you go to the developers or you, the leader? So what this allows you to do is that the developers can then provide you a log of all the checks that they've done as part of their development process to tell you, this is what we checked, this is what we checked, this is what we checked. And this is why we think the model is ready to be deployed. And so it gives you confidence as a lead to be able to say, I'm happy to sign off on this. If you do not get all of these and you sign off on that, you are opening up yourself to a lawsuit or to massive wrongful implications.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jason said the PII, I'm sure not everyone understood, but he did a personal identification information. So if you're in marketing, HR, and stuff like that, data security is important. In Europe, we call it GDPR, general data protection. And if, for example, Paul hasn't given me permission to give his number to him, and I give it to him and he calls him, Paul can sue me for some millions of money, right? So you need to understand that if your boss gives you an AI tool to work, ask your boss, is this data, has it gone through the regulation? Has it got that thing that allows me to give someone else's number to the other person, or even send an email as a marketing person? Now, my question to Jason is, and also to you is it built on-prem or in the cloud? Now, this software, you can have it built in your own internal server system, or this is what we call on-prem, or in the cloud. If it's in the cloud, have we got those measures Google? All the data that they collate, are they spying on us? Do they put measures in place that our data is not going to spill out? That's if it's in the cloud. If it's on-prem, how do you ensure that the data is safe and it can be used? To both of you.
That's a great question. There are trade-offs here. So you might think if it's on-prem, okay, so you have your application, you keep all the data within your premises, that it's going to be safe. That's not necessarily true. Of course, it's not going to be isolated. You're going to be on the network. There may be ways to get into it, and you built it yourself, and therefore there are going to be risks that you may not have considered. When you use a cloud solution, I mean, there are trade-offs between the two. When you use a cloud solution, there is a very well-known and published, documented, and supported scheme for ensuring privacy and protection and silos and compliance. And that system is broadly used and it's widely tested. And so you get to rely on that. And of course, the agreement that you make. So there are trade-offs. If you build it yourself, you have to personally ensure that all those checks are followed versus doing it on cloud. I want to say one more thing that kind of complements this. We should talk a bit about open source platforms and what they can provide for you. So I'll take one example I think that probably illustrates this. So when you're dealing with health applications, privacy is critical. So you need to give the information to healthcare providers. That's essential. You need to provide it, but you need to ensure that a patient's information is private to them and is only used by healthcare providers and authorized parties. How are you going to ensure that? if you build that yourself using your own methods, you're going to have to ensure all of those, all that compliance yourself, and it's tricky. There are open platforms like the Open Health Stack that are standardized, that give you the tools, modular tools, to build health applications that ensure that the standards for privacy are being met. And so if you build on that, first of all, it's open, so you can, it's well documented, you can show what you did, when you follow that methodology, you're very likely, you're going to ensure that compliance is met in your application without having to go through overly burdensome process.
I'll answer that question, but I'm conscious of time. So let me go through the second demo, then we can take all questions together, and then we can. So the second demo I built is a very watered down version of a loan approval model. So we're thinking about Momo. You're applying for a Momo loan. So what I've done is I've modeled the data based on our current system, so Ghanaian system, taking into consideration the disparities between different regions, right? And what you see, so if you scan the barcode, the second barcode I put up, you should get to this view. So basically what I've done is I've provided two roles. There was the internal analyst, and then there is an external auditor, so a regulator who would come in and audit you. So in this scenario, if an applicant comes and is applying for a loan, a mobile money loan, let's say the applicant is 29 years. You can play with it. You can select different varying settings. Let's say that the applicant is 29 years. They earn a salary of $1,800 a month. They've been with mobile money for 36 months. And for previous loans that they may have paid, they've always repaid it. So they have about a 70% chance of always paying back, right? They live in Greater Accra. So if a person is applying for a loan, you pass their data through the model, and then you click on decide. Now, when you click on decide, it tells you decision approved, right? The loan has been approved. It's giving the person a probability of 0.1% of defaulting. So that's why it's approved. But how do we know and understand why the model came to this decision? And this is where explainability comes to bear. So in here, I've embedded explainability behind this model to tell you why this model thinks that this person is a good candidate to be given a loan. So if you click on explain, it should then give you a view of what the features the model considered and why it thinks that this person would not default on a loan, right? So if you look at it, it took into consideration and it said repayment history is a really big valid point because this person has been very consistent in repaying their loans. The region where they reside also accounts for it because they are in Accra, which means that the likelihood of getting job is higher. This data is synthetic, so please don't read into it. I'm just using that as an example. It doesn't reflect what is real, but I just modeled it to kind of suit our environment, right? The age, he's 29, she's 29, which means that they are in a very youthful stage where they can work, right, and earn salary. However, the time they've been with mobile money is not really, it's going against them, and then also their monthly income is not a lot. So if you were to give this to your customer and explain to your customer they've been approved and why they've been approved, and especially for your customer service who is dealing with this customer, what you could do is that you can provide plain English of what the model has explained. So the model will tell you, based on these factors, we think you should be approved for the loan. And then it tells you what you can also do to improve upon the factors or the features, that could have potentially limited you, right? Now you can export this and then share it with whoever you want. So internally, an internal person can see more details about the customer they are dealing with. So you can have this as exported, as you can see, and then you can share it internally with whoever. So it gives you very detailed information and also sensitive information that you cannot give out. Now, assuming that you are dealing with a regulator and you don't want to give out sensitive information, but you want to give information out, but then give them confidence in the model that you provided, you could then select an external regulator. Maybe this time around, let's reduce the repayment level to very low, non-existent. This person almost always defaults. Let's reduce the amount of money they earn relatively, and let's see what decision this is made. So now the decision is rejected, and they are giving the person a probability of 55% of defaulting. For this model, I benchmarked at 50. So if the person has a risk rating more than 50%, you reject that person, right? But when you're modeling this, of course, you model your company's operational policies into that. So once again, rejected, you go into explain, you understand why. Here, repayment history is a big part of it. The person is not trustworthy to repay. And then, of course, you can then go out, detail out in plain English, give this to the user and explain why they were rejected. You can also provide insight into what they can do to improve these features that is going against them so that they can be in a better position, be approved for a loan. So the crux of this is that we need to build explainability into our models that would help us understand the decision our model is making. Then it gives us confidence to communicate this ideally to the customer and build trust with them. Because if I come and apply for a loan and you tell me you've been rejected without giving me meaningful explanation as to why you rejected me for the loan, it does not build trust. And I would obviously not come back to you again. So I hope this gives context and help.
So I actually play the devil's advocate on this. This is going to, I think lots of forward leading bankers are here. You sit on the till, someone comes to apply for a loan, you're the person looking at the application. All you can see is the loan has been rejected. And the person standing there confused, don't know why. You know, I'm okay, I don't owe anybody. Why have you rejected me? And the person, the banker, doesn't know why. He or she himself doesn't know why the loan. So the banker will tell you, I'm not supposed to tell you. You know, this is whatever. No, it's because they don't know. Because there's no explainability why the loan was rejected. And this is what he's explaining. So if you're sitting at the till and your boss brings you a loan form, something, and say, get people to fill this, give them the loan, ask your boss, is explainability embedded in this form so that when the customer comes, I can explain why so he can go and work on it. So next time when they come, maybe we'll approve it. That will improve your loan application process because people will understand why they were rejected, what they need to do to get approved, and I'm sure it will help you become better front-end banker. So again, if you're a banker and you get these things, try to understand and question them. Don't just get the app or whatever it is and then use it and not know why it was or what goes into it.
And can I just say, this is one of the reasons why buying left or models that have been developed externally can be very dangerous, especially if it's developed outside and trained on, you know, outside context, and then you left and shifted. Often at times you don't get the explanation behind how the model works. And so you adapt it and you use it and you think it's working until something goes wrong. And then things go really horribly wrong. So we did go through how neural network works. So the more, as I did mention, sometimes in real life it's not as black and white. It is non-linear, which means that there are a lot of other factors that plays into it. If someone is committing fraud, in an ideal setting, they wouldn't just, every transaction would just not be fraud, right? They will transfer a huge amount, then they will do bits and pieces to look normal. Then they will transfer and do another fraudulent action. So in such scenarios, you need to be able to embed, you know, those elements in as part of your models, right? Now, if you are lift and shift from a foreign country and you bring it in, Ghanaians have a certain behavior of how we do things. And often at times, those models that are built outside do not capture our context, our behavioral pattern. And so you think you're flagging a lot of fraudulent transactions and you're patting yourself on the back for it. But actually, there are quite a lot that are also escaping you because you're not capturing all that context within our... And this can apply to any model, not just finance. I just used finance because, as I said, I was building a Galamsey one that was more palatable to everyone. I'm 80% there. But what I would do is I will package all of this code for anyone who wants to replicate it so that you should be able to have it.
And just to add, so explanation, like you said, is critical for people to understand why their request for a loan was accepted or rejected. It's just terrible when you don't have that information. But also it's culturally, just like you said, it's culturally contextual. So you should ensure also that the explanation makes sense. Sometimes you give an explanation and the person says, that's not true, that's not me. So try it out. Make sure that your explanations make sense and they make sense in the context where you're deploying.
Just to add, if you want to understand any of these, you can use Google Gemini. Jason is here. Ask those questions. Very simple. Few tools that you can use: Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot. Very, very simple prompts. Make it like you teaching your 1-year-old person. Very simple, straightforward question. All these things will be given to you, and you can practice. Thank you.
I have put together one pager that sort of touches base on all of these. So you can scan that and then you can have a read. It does go into a little bit more details around the first model, policy as code, what data lineage is, how to secure your AI models, explainability, what we just went through, transparency, and then trust signals. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Reginald, for Felix Donko, and Dr. Jason Hickey. Thank you very much. That was just how we needed to end this 2-day summit.
Perfect.
Ben, what has been your take home for today?
AI can be good, at the same time can be bad. But that does not stop us from using it to improve the nature or the work we do. And one of the things I also love most is that we see that there's a lot of data sets that has not been used for the African content. And when I see conferences like this talking about it, I see the future of it and where we are going. You could remember, I think it's still in place. You get to the washrooms and you try to use a hand dryer.
Just before I have you go on, sorry. If you can have the volunteers, please bring everybody outside, inside, because we are the end bit and we need to announce who the winner of the pitch competition is and duly thank everybody that came in. So the volunteers, please, if you can call everybody outside to move in, I'll be very glad. Ben.
Right, you get to the washrooms and want to use a hand dryer. I don't know if I'm the only one. You kind of push your hands behind or just beneath the hand dryer and it wouldn't work. But then, the moment you get your other friend or other brother gets closer to the hand dryer, puts his hand under the hand dryer, it starts working. Now, when the person leaves, I go back, I do the same thing, it doesn't work. Now, you will be tempted to take your head to see whether it's been plugged. Brother, my sister, the data set doesn't have you. So now, it's good when Africans are having this conversation. We are having our own data set. And I love the other guy who was saying they put in languages into it. You're having our local languages come up. And ladies and gentlemen, we are up there. So these are some of the take-homes I'm doing.
You know, personally for me, I think I was fascinated to know the amount of work the government, which is a policymaker, is taking towards the adoption of AI. I mean, they are not only doing the 1 million coders agenda that they have, but to know that the minister here told us how people are being deployed or funding is being given to these universities to make sure that from the grassroots or even at an early age, you get the necessary education you need. It was more than, I mean, appeasing to me. And for me, I think personally, be it for nothing at all, I know that I can go back and still tell people what MFA and LLMs are.
Yeah, he got it. He got something home. But I don't know about you. I don't know about you. I know you're taking something back home, which is definitely going to help build the ecosystem. For us in the ecosystem, this is our day. This is our time. And this is when we have to shine, because in the next few years, every 1 person in 4 people is going to be an African. And we just don't want to add up to the numbers. We just want to make an impact. And I love it when the young folks were doing the pitching. I love it so much. I love it so much.
I was blown away, ladies. I was just sitting back like,
what's happening?
My kid brother by some by 10, some by 7, and they are doing this, and to know that my mother can still call me and ask me, hey, what's happened? No, will you make me anyway? And I mean that is the age we are in. Things are revolutionizing day in and out, and I think we want to put our hands together for every pitcher that came here on stage to pitch. And that is how I'm going to go ahead to introduce, we are going to announce who the winner is. But just before we do that, I want you all to know that irrespective of the results that will be delivered here on this stage today, know that you are a change maker and you are really doing something great. Whatever the idea is, you've used AI to do. So don't let it just end here. Be you a winner or a cushion tapper, because we are going to cushion you. We may not mention any figures here for you to take home, but of course, we are going to cushion you with something off screens, and continue empowering yourselves in the artificial intelligence area. And I mean, just like you rightly said, in a few years to come, 1 out of every 4 individuals is an African, and the data you are collecting today will be what they are going to use to sustain the growth of Africa and change the whole world at large. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for yourselves. I think you have been more than wonderful.
Oh yes, oh yes. Oh, this is not how you want to appreciate yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for yourself for staying for the 2 days and coming to the end of the very first Pan-African AI Summit. This is not how you want to appreciate yourself. Let's do it once again. Appreciate yourself for making it here. And once you appreciate yourself, let the drum beats roll.
Now, just before I bring the award presenters, please, a round of applause for the man. My BB brother, Mr. Man, doing the man. He did the job, you know. He walks the path of AI. And I mean, at start, I was a little intimidated. But now I know that you were just the man I needed to learn from. Please, appreciate Ben one more time.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. And, you know, this AI for you here, these are just 2 alphabets here, A and I. Pick the A and pick the I. Whichever one is the I, you know it. Whichever one is the A, you know it.
Well, I mean, if there was one as a capital letter and a small letter, we would have known which one is which. But I mean, John Ajekum Kufuor was once the lead, and fellow Ghanaians took over. So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding clap, help me welcome our presenters on stage, Felix Donko, and again, Mr. Carlos Amoakon.
Take us home with the winners.
The leading organizers of the Pan-African AI Summit.
No,
hold on. You know, what these 2 gentlemen has done deserves more than a clap. If you were in church, I would put the offertory bowls here, and from back, everybody would drop a seed in it for them. But the best we can do is to honor and celebrate the men who are truly deserving of honor. Please, with a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, the brain behind the first ever Pan-African AI Summit. They left their comfortable zones to say, no, we need to be the voices of artificial intelligence. A well-resounding clap for them. Kudos, bravo. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Carlos. Now, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please resume your seats. And whoever wins the challenge, $1,000, no, it is taxable, and the tax comes to myself and my BB brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We actually more than 2. We just are the leaders of it. So we've got a lot of people behind it helping us, because, as they say, it takes a village, you know, to raise up a child. So yes, we couldn't mention the names, but the people behind it, the technical team, all the beautiful websites that you see, the information we send, it's enormous. And we thank you all for supporting us. We are going to announce second Pan-African AI Summit 2026. We announce it here around the same time in September. Mark that in your calendar. And more information will follow. I'm going to shut up now and let him also say something.
Yes, thank you very much to all of you. But first and foremost, I want to thank everybody, anyone who's been helpful to us. Please, could you please stand up? Those at the back who've participated, helped us in any way, and let us give them a very big clap offering. Really, volunteers, tech team, everyone. It's been really, really amazing. You know, they've really sacrificed, and we could never have done it without them. We are forever grateful. We hope that next year or whenever it happens, we call upon you, and it's going to be better than this time. It's going to be really amazing. So thank you. And also, we have the one of our unsung guys, Efson. Raise your hand. This is the guy who does a lot of things at the back for us. So yeah, thank you so much. Now, could we have the names of the pictures on the screen, please? It would really help. And I want to say a big thank you to every one of you. A lot of the times we think it's easy. No matter how far you've gone or how low you've sunk, it doesn't really matter. It's the effort that you've put in. At least you started something, and that's what really counts. However, we still have to have a winner, because that was the objective. We really wanted to find somebody. We had able judges. I want to say a big thank you to you. Please, let's give them a resounding clap offering. Thank you so, so, so much. I know that you've taken the time to really assess everything and make sure that the right person is taken. So, yeah, we don't have the names now, but it's fine. We'll work with that. Now, as I was saying, I want to thank the judges. You really spent the time to really assess everything, and we are grateful. Hopefully, next time we'll get a lot more pictures coming in, and then we can. The whole objective of this is to really unearth talents. You know, we say that Africa has got a lot of talents. How can we also build something that others will now look at it and say, okay, I want to get something from Africa into the Western world or wherever they may be, and that's one of the objectives we want to do. And also, even if we are using it in Africa, we are using it to promote growth, skills development, productivity, profitability, making sure that Africa shines every time. So this is very, very important. So now, I'm going to announce the winner. One organization I really want to thank specifically for this is Sentinel Asset Management. That is one of our sponsors who offered the prize winning amount to the winner. So we want to say a big thank you to Sentinel Asset Management. It's really, really important that we say thank you, and we are grateful. So, drum roll. I've always wanted to do this. I never got a chance. Number 3. So the third participant that we chose, or the judges chose, is Cynthia AI.
A round of applause. Cynthia AI, ladies and gentlemen, please come up stage.
Cindy.
Providing artificial intelligence solutions
for farmers.
To the farmers or in agriculture.
Some of our participants on and mentor them and push them into incubators and all that. So we will reach out to you, but definitely don't give up. You are breaking the glass ceiling, and it's really good. Yeah.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Cynthia AI.
Thank you so much, Cindy.
And just by the way, one of your team members, Melvin, Timbaland, name if you're parent, you catch anything.
Thinking what's going to happen.
This one is share the link.
So, second place goes to Fund It.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Fund It.
Fund It.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A decade of building together, ready to win in fintech. they don't get to get the fund here today, but definitely they are funding dreams with AI. One more time.
Thank you.
A round of
Thank
applause
you.
for all
Thank
funders.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
beautiful.
You really did well. Yeah, and as I would say, never give up. Never, never, never give up. I'm sure a lot, even the judges, they started a long time ago, and you find them here judging, things like this. So it's really important that you keep the momentum going and you do your best to change the narrative. I'm sure they will give you feedback. I think it's important that when we finish, reach out to them and just glean some feedback. It will really help you, iterate your product and make sure that it's better and you win next time. Okay? So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Found it.
So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, who is taking the first prize?
Wow.
Hold on. Maybe they want us to take their $1,000 home.
I'm sure. I mean, we also pitched, so don't worry.
But now the moment of truth. I want to say a big thank you to this winner because it seems that they went the extra mile.
Right.
I'm seeing the results here and it was close. So something that they did made them edge, over the others. So without much ado, I just want to welcome, make sure I get it right. Not like, you remember Steve Harvey, yeah? I make sure that I get it right. Afia AI.
Hey!
Afia
AI. Afia Lab. Afia Lab. AI. Evans and the team.
Bright Solutions. Oh, you can celebrate them better.
Wonderful,
Celebrate
wonderful.
them.
Thank you, 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 thank you.
Whoa!
You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome, thank you, you're welcome, thank you.
Wow.
Wonderful. And on behalf of Sentinel Asset Management, I know this is, maybe you would have wanted a few more zeros, at the end, but don't worry. At least it's just to encourage you, to see that you can do a lot more.
Right. So the two of you come this way. Yeah, do. And then now, Carlos and then Felix presents.
So we want to
this
say
to
a
them
big
for us.
thank you.
Yeah.
On behalf of Sentinel Asset Management, may this go to put more wind in your sails, Go to put more wind in your sails. Hopefully, I'm not sure, are they allowed back next year? Yeah? Then we expect
Come and
more.
defend your title.
It's a new, all right.
All right. So come and do something more different next year. But yeah, congratulations to you, and we are grateful for entering. Thank you.
All right. So now the two of you can please use your dummy
now.
check for a photo.
Enjoy,
Ladies and gentlemen, please
enjoy
a
your
round of
dummy
applause
check.
for our leading
Wow.
organizers, Mr. Felix and Mr. Carlos Amako.
It's not been easy coming all this way to present in front of these wonderful judges who bombard you with all AI questions, and yet we've been.
Very big thank you to Emmanuel Osuajeman. You see all the work you're doing behind the scenes.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges. I think we need to also give the judges a round of applause because, yes, they were able to punch the right buttons to bring the right answers out from these wonderful young people.
Now, we are not leaving you just to go home like that. Please, if I can have the feedback barcode back up, I'll be glad. I'm
Push
leaving
it,
you with
push it
that.
onto the different side. Give us a QR on the different side
I want
so
the
that
QR
we
code
can really
on
scan
the
it.
screen.
Yeah.
Not only am I leaving you with that, there's also going to be a network session by the pool area. I mean, I know there are lots of questions everybody would love to ask. Maybe somebody or some people you'd want to speak with. And we are doing this networking engagement for everybody to have a fair share of the knowledge even most of our speakers have and came with. So please, don't be in a rush to go home. I mean, we are still in day 2 of AI. Let us tap everything we can, make the networks, which is very important because your network, they say, is your network. So please build a network here and let's keep the AI conversations going. Ben, final words.
Well, final words, and I thank you for each and every one of you for making the maiden edition a success. How could we have done it without you? And so now you are the A and we are the I. So let's put it together. And on that note, we say we'll see you same time next year when they drop their date. My name is Benjamin Oswanza. It was an honor and a privilege for being your MC for the first and the maiden edition. Let's move on to the poolside for our networking. Don't rush.
Just before you go to the pool area, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to say a very big thank you again to all our sponsors, all the media team, to the volunteers, to the lead organizers, to Mad Mappers, and to all the speakers that traveled out of Ghana to come here, speak to us, because artificial intelligence is at your core. We say a very big thank you to you. Journey back safe. And I forgot to say Obake when you came, but Obake, and even as you go back, Obake. Obeki. Anyway, Akwaba. Eat Ghana Jollof, because it is what you have to. Ladies and gentlemen, my name has been, continues to be Bobby Otis. I was helped by the sensational
Benjamin Owusu Ansah. Thank you. If you've not taken any selfie, the stage is now yours. Come over, let's take some selfies before we run out of this place. Thank you very much.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence, data-driven marketing strategies, AI workflows and CRM training, professional business training. www.grpfeeds.com +233 20 923 2236.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on your new hits. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Come on, come and see what. Hey, wait, this guy. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecom Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecom Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecom Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Hey, Macho, sister, no man, when is campaign? Sister, no man, if you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno banu mumpe baby amubeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mini Ojo, from the connection man. The open beer, meso too. Come. Mix patch up the shabu suka anka. Kukawi. See what kiosk number 22. That's all shop brajo. Oh, that's so too. So around. Yes. Mommy, you show our unya so well. Hello. You show our Uko boats. See what last stop. That's how she Sister Rose. Hold up. Sister Rose, Mr. No customer be. So to the mommy. Also, unya so spot. See what circle. Boys me. Nyanya walk up. You killer. Sound. Bro, I the info from 6 p.m. Shut. That's so too. Me ding the yakwesi kraka.
When we connect our energies, great things happen. Connect to a world of amazing and endless possibility with Telecell. Telecell, connecting lifestyle, connecting passions, connecting dreams.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Telecell SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlight on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecell Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecell, connecting energies.
Welcome to the Future of Innovation, a gathering where bold ideas meet powerful technology, and where Africa takes its place at the forefront of the global AI revolution. Over 2 groundbreaking days, leaders, visionaries, and innovators from across the world will come together to shape the future of artificial intelligence for business, education, and society. This historic event is made possible by the support of our partners and sponsors, champions of innovation, driving Africa's next chapter of growth. Prepare for insight, collaboration, and transformation. This is more than a summit. It's a movement to accelerate innovation and drive lasting impact. Welcome to the Pan-African AI Summit 2025.
Have you ever been stuck when you needed real motion? Introducing a little help, a soft landing, a lifeline right when you need it. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Introducing extra cash and extra balance. Your ticket to live extra. Dial *170# now.
Your growth partner in digital strategy and marketing, SEO and PPC excellence. Data-driven